she's back. So, and as they start falling back in the room, folks, we're gonna go ahead and keep this thing going. Okay, I got Tyson here. So yeah, Grant, money is a triggering subject. I see. uh, yeah, this is definitely a triggering subject because people are being very triggered right now. So, with that being said,
Very,
folks,
very triggered.
But Jonathan, this kind of lends itself to the fact that when we talk about people are starving or people are hungry or, we're cutting Medicaid and food stamps and Medicare, this is actually kind of interesting for me because what I'm finding is that even people that are not at these income levels, they're not a millionaire, but for someone who is not a millionaire to say, oh, $1 million isn't a lot of money, I see why maybe the country as a whole lacks empathy for people that are really in need because to some it's deemed as some sort of a weakness. So if you have someone that can't even acknowledge that $300,000 is the top 2% of Americans earn that amount, how can we expect Americans to even be empathetic for people that only make 50 or $60,000? Because what I'm hearing now is people really see that as something that is a travesty or something, and this is just quite eye-opening for me, to be perfectly honest. I know it was meant to be funny, but
Good.
it's
Maybe
it's
you need
rather
your eyes
sad.
open. Maybe you need your eyes open. You need to quit. You need to start
Hey,
believing in
being
people
real quick
and
to
their
chat
ability to
block.
get above the median. I don't know how many of you know this, but this law just got changed by the SEC this month. It was in set up in March, but I think it got approved this month or maybe late March. You are now they are relieving some of the non-accredited accredited rules so that you no longer have to go to an accountant. If you make an investment of $200,000, that is enough for you to quantify yourself as a accredited investor, and you no longer need a third party to substantiate that for you. And you guys know that I've been fighting for the non-accredited investor for a long time. The laws are finally changing where people at Cardone Capital can now invest with us. We're one of the platforms that is approved for this, whereby you can, if you have $200,000 in liquid assets that you're going to invest, considered a substantial investment, um, then you no longer need that is your check, that is your approval, is the amount of money you have to invest. There's no longer classifications now, so that's super cool.
so basically, you cut out the middleman.
Now you cut out a third. You happen to go to a third party to say, yeah, this person is accredited or not accredited. They're removing these classifications because let's face it, for you to become a wealthy person, you're going to have to make investments along the way. It's not going to be this conversation that has been argued now and beat to death. Your income will not get you there, regardless of how much that income is.
That's the same thing, Grant.
What's the same thing, Piff?
You're still cutting out the middleman.
Well, we do in our case, we do cut the middleman out because we go direct to our investor base. Our investors they're investing directly with me, not through Merrill Lynch or Fidelity. So no fees are kept by a third party. But I don't know what that has to do with the middleman.
That,
Grant,
all
Grant,
right, all right.
Do you collect fees, Grant?
Yes, I do. Collect a
Okay.
1% management fee, which is a third less than Blackstone or BlackRock.
Grant, I really, really understand why you
Do
fought
you
so
have
hard for that.
Blackstone or
And
BlackRock
it makes so
returns?
much sense to me that you fought.
No, we actually exceed their returns.
Chatter, hold on. GA was speaking.
Hey, Grant, I really understand why you fought for that, and you've been fighting for that for a long time. And I think it actually allows people to actually get into the space where a certain segment have locked it down and blocked people out. I get that part, but I'm just interested because you've been in the space. Don't you think that deregulation allows more yahoos and crooks into the space and snake oil salesmen? Don't you think that happens? How do you feel about that?
I don't think the regulation prevents that.
Absolutely.
I could give a bunch of examples of that. Bernie Madoff, highly regulated. The FTX guy, it was highly regulated. So I don't believe that. Like if you're going to regulate that, then regulate lottery tickets, casinos, and Gucci sneakers for poor people. So if you're the only way to create wealth is to invest. That is the only way. You do not create it through income. Uh, and so when you limit 97.5% of American population is a non-accredited investor by definition, and when you eliminate those 97.3% from being able to invest in alternatives, and they're forced only to go to Merrill Lynch and Fidelity and the Vanguards, and they got this thing on lockdown. And those institutions get wealthier and wealthier, and the middle class gets poorer and poorer.
I get your point, and I'm not debating that point, but
I'm with
just
you.
like you actually use those institutions to get where you are because this law wasn't in effect then. You made it where you got to through the channels that were available to you, and they were heavily regulated. My question is why not push Americans more that direction rather than opening up? And I get your point. You're just saying it's worth the risk. You're saying it's worth the risk to let more people in, and you know what? We'll deal with the snake oil salesman.
Yeah,
And
100%. And the marketplace is going to take care of the criminals. The criminals are not going to be able to keep doing, you know, the marketplace is going to discover the criminals.
They can discover
So,
them all day, but what they gonna do about it?
well,
And
you're
how are
going
they
to
gonna get
lose your
their money
business.
back
I
if they
mean,
just lose it? Lose all their
you lose your
ends and they
business.
blow it somewhere.
You're not going to keep investing with somebody that doesn't give you returns.
Right. I'm just asking if I invest with somebody and then they go and blow it, and let's say they do get caught up, they can only the feds or whatever can only take back what's valuable. Like you go blow it on
Yeah.
drugs and
Well,
strippers.
some of that's on you, bro. Some of that's on you for not doing enough due diligence to find out.
Mm-hmm. There we go.
Yeah,
Well, that is on
until your
that is on
grandparents
you.
lose they retirement. I feel you though.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, that is a possibility.
I
that's
feel
the
you.
part I was worried about, Grant. That's what I was bringing up because
Yeah,
I
but
mean,
the government's not going to stop the criminals. It's just gonna allow the people they want to be the criminals
you have a
to end up with all the
yeah,
dough.
that's a valid point. I mean, the government will never stop all the criminals. It's not going to happen because every time they put a law in place, there are people that find a way to circumvent it. As soon as they have cybersecurity, somebody can break the code. Yeah, I'm with you
I
on
mean,
that
this
100%.
ruling's so important for you guys. Like let's say you're in a community. Let's say you're in Atlanta, okay, and let's say you're in the black portion of Atlanta, and you're like, hey, I want to put together 30 people that are going to buy the block. You can now do that with the new rules. Okay. You could raise money. You could take your entire community, and rather than buying the assets in the community or renting the assets in the community, or rather than buying one home in the community, you could buy all 300 homes, raise the money from 30 people, and control your entire neighborhood. And that ruling allows that to happen now.
Yeah, they're doing that in Houston. You got Byron Holman, Chris Senegal. Like they're buying the block back. So
The
And they're
absolutely.
only
doing it
thing
in
is,
Atlanta also.
the only thing in Atlanta is that in Atlanta, people are getting ahead of it. The outside people are already getting ahead of it. So they already are taking over and making sure that they're not allowing that to happen. So it's kind of crazy. Like we're seeing it firsthand.
You
We're
literally have
seeing it.
Ti and Killer Mike coming together to change
That
whole
they've been doing
neighborhoods,
that for years.
and they're doing it even more now. So you can't say that people are stopping. It's literally
But I'm
happening.
not just talking about what you see on television. I'm
Well,
not just talking
dude,
about
I
what you
live
see
in
on
Atlanta,
television.
and I literally know Ti and all of them. So don't play with me. It's not TV. It's real
Oh,
life.
we
Thank
all
you.
know everybody in Atlanta.
Oh
Like
yeah, if you know me, then you
we,
know.
I mean, I
I
feel you.
love
That's
I
that.
some
feel you.
tough
I
your
know who you
stuff,
are. I
Rachel.
know you are.
I love
I'm
that.
just
I'm
saying.
looking at
I'm
Grant
just saying
smiling.
that,
Grant
like,
smiling.
even in
Love it.
Atlanta alone, what you saw what happened to a lot of these people that owned certain properties or that actually had places that they were trying to do the same exact thing with, and people came in and said, that ain't finna happen.
And
Indicator
them
out there
images
in
go with the
the
people.
South Side.
I'm on the south side, but you talk about the NIMBYs, the not in my backyard people. Is that what he's speaking about?
All them folks.
Okay, he
All
might
them
not be.
folks.
I don't think you're in touch with what we're saying. It's all right. But Grant, the play that Grant was speaking about, that way been around way before Trump passed any law.
Exactly.
You get
Exactly. Exactly.
okay, hold on, brother. I don't even know who's talking right there. I'm just trying to make a point real quick. Uh, you could. That's what. Okay. But yeah, the play Grant talking about, you could have been making these since day one. Like, there's always been things you can get together and buy up the block. Like folks been doing that. I don't think it's just, oh, Trump passed some bill or whatever and now it's available. Folks been doing that with them PPMs or what is it called? Real estate funds and stuff like that. Putting people in a thing to own the whole block and everything. Matter of fact, we have in Fayetteville, they just bought out a big old commercial building to expand black businesses and everything, but they own the whole block. If anybody's from Atlanta that knows what I'm talking about in Fayetteville.
Exactly what you talking about.
Quentin, was that you?
Was that me? What?
Oh, I thought that was you talking. But
Oh
my
no, no, that was
biggest,
me talking for a second. The other guy over there on Chatter is
Are they doing it by the
Sharpen.
studios, Quentin?
Say that one more time.
Are they doing it down there by the studios in Fayetteville?
Yeah, it's in a. I gotta put the. I'm gonna find the link and put it in there real quick so I can remember where it's
It's a
actually
little
at.
further south.
It's in Fayetteville. I know the
Uh,
area, but I don't know the address.
I'm just like I said before. I mean, I'm a little different where I thought he would,
Uh-oh.
and I'm just
Something happened?
nervous as usual. I would actually sit on the side of, I don't want us to go back to the Wild Wild West days in the market and in the financial sector of our economy. I don't want us to go back to the Wild Wild West days because it was those days that ended up, we ended up with 2008. It was those days when we actually bought those ridiculous mortgages and insured them with AIG and ended up, in the situation that we was in. It was those days. It was a Wild Wild West, and it never has ever turned out for the good of this country. We end up paying for it every time. I don't think it's a good plan. I just don't, because I don't think eh, American corporate America, or not even corporate America, the businessman in America can't be trusted to actually regulate himself. I don't think so. I just don't.
I agree with that, GA.
It's just another way
Because
for them to take
especially
advantage.
since we have so many people that are retiring, right? Like, I believe I read a stat that said probably in the next couple of decades, about 60% of services in certain sectors are going to be geared towards the boomers, right? We still have some of the silent generation that's still around, but we have so many boomers and the Great Wealth Transfer. I'm a compliance person, right? I like the rules because they're not for that 99% that are going to comply. They're for the 1% that's not. So I'm with you, especially since we have all of these seniors. They're going to need more and more and more and more protection because I just did a screenshot a couple of days ago because I follow like some regulatory bodies on Instagram. And do you guys know, for example, that senior financial crimes is up on the rise? Because we have a lot of seniors that are getting on social media, and they may not know that when they get that back channel saying hi, I know your granddaughter, because they can also go now on your grandchildren's or your children's Instagram, and they can use the language and the names. And what they're doing is they're actually getting a lot of these seniors to go and liquidate their bank accounts, brokerage accounts,
Mhm.
so forth and so on. They're stealing houses. Have you guys also heard about that? They're
Yeah, they did
so
that in
paying
LA
off
right
homes.
now.
Yes, it's kind of scary actually. So in
Mm-mm.
my opinion, we need more protection for these individuals because it's happening way too much. So I can't imagine, we're basically going to have, somebody convincing grandma to, put her money in a volatile asset or something that's more long term, just like we saw back in the industry. You remember this, GA, when we needed the regulation on the variable annuities and then the
Exactly.
indexed annuities. Yes, remember that because
I'm
people
about to
were
say annuities.
child, ain't it? And then then they came down on us because of these fools that were putting these seniors in like these 10-year products generating 3% with like a 5% fee attached. Remember that, GA? And then
Exactly. That
guess what?
was
Now we got to do continuing education, talking about I will not take advantage of seniors, because of some crackheads back in the day.
and that's the point.
They
You
still
gotta
But
doing
Mickey,
understand
that's the
Reverse
point
another.
I was making
mortgages.
earlier
You
about the
got you got to
seniors being
understand
vulnerable from
as
what Grant said.
Y'all
as
remember reverse
as
mortgages in that train wreck? Remember that?
absolutely with the
That was horrible.
armed
And
mortgage
we
and the
had so many
arms that they were doing.
we had so many seniors that lost their homes because they actually did not know how that actually worked. And I'm just saying, every single time they do this and they deregulate a sector of a financial market, it turns out bad. And it's for me, from a 30-year purview, it looks super bad to what you just said. One of the largest transfers of wealth with the baby boomers actually transferring that wealth. Yeah, this for me, this is what it smells like, and this is
it.
just me, somebody that grew up poor in the hood. But it looks like, hey, I'm gonna sneak right in here in between the manufacturer and the duffel bag boy, and I'm gonna grab this cash in between. That's what it smells like to me, and it just sounds like a bad deal.
Well, you got to
Let me
remember
take it
one
as
thing, and the thing you got to remember is African Americans, we're built into America as the consumer. We don't produce any viable product in the United States anymore. At one point, we were farming back in the 40s, maybe in the 20s. We don't produce any product. We don't distribute any product before we don't have the knowledge, most of the community, of how to properly invest. There's a few black accredited investors like what Grant is speaking about, but there's just a small handful of people that play in that lane. So it's just another way to siphon money off of poor black people. And, so I call it cap and it's bullshit.
Well, Jamal,
not you call
I
it
wouldn't
cap.
actually just send it at poor black people. Come on, man. Let's not do that, because real talk is actually what we were talking about maybe about an hour ago. It's everybody that's not the 1% of the 1% of the 1% of the 1% that's making over $500,000 a year. It's all of those people. It's those people, and all of
Hmm.
those people come in black, brown, purple, green, and every other color. So it's not just black people.
That's a fact.
It's not just black people, but black people gonna suffer still. I mean, it's
Well,
gonna be
every
people
race is
of
gonna
every race
suffer.
that suffer.
Right.
I mean, it's gonna be people of every people. Bro, I got literally offered a job opportunity to do this same type of crook shit that y'all talking about.
What's crook shit? What?
Literally, literally,
What's
yes,
crook? I'm just
literally,
asking. What do you mean by that?
Who offered you
bro.
the job? Do I want to know? Are you going to incriminate yourself, child?
Bro, I said I
Do
got
we really want to
offered. Did
know
I say
He
I
this?
said
take it?
some crook shit.
What
Like they
was the
about to.
job? I'm
Nah,
curious.
it's
Right.
not actually crook shit. It's actually legal.
What
But at
was
the
the
end of the day,
job,
it's
What
sir?
the
was the
same thing
job,
that you brought
man?
up with annuities.
Oh, somebody offered you to be an insurance agent and sell annuities to old people that don't need it?
Not
Index
it's an
Universal Life. Let
agent,
me
just
guess.
like a no,
Index Universal Life. Be your
no,
own bank.
no,
Infinite banking.
no.
Okay. She
Can
knows
you
I
just
heard
say
that.
it though and
No,
stop
Really
beating
no,
around the
know.
no,
bush?
none of
Sound like some
none of
bullshit to
those, none
She
of
me.
got the
those,
truth.
Sound
because
like cap
none
to
of
me.
those, none of those
Can
though,
you just
right?
say it and
But
stop beating around the bush,
it's
bro?
one that's actually way more, like it looks way more legit.
Oh
But
my
when I
god,
started
hurry up.
realizing what it was, actually said, you know what? I don't know if I really want to do that
Well,
because that
what
don't
was
really
Hey,
it?
make a
bro,
lot of
just say what the
sense.
job was,
Just
dog.
say what it
Come on,
was.
man. This ain't no damn trailer
Financial
park.
advisor,
Trailer over the
of
movie.
course.
That's not a scammer being a financial
Nah,
advisor.
but no, 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 no. It's a financial advisor for a job that actually does everything that you just said. everything
what
that you
was the
just said.
firm?
Okay.
I
I'm
mean,
not going to say that out
no, but
loud, but at the
insurance
end of the day,
companies have
I'm not going to say
licensed
that out
advisors.
loud. I'm not going to say that out
Well, what?
loud,
But you
but at
didn't
No,
the
even take
but
the
same time,
job
insurance
though. So what's
companies
the
have
point?
platforms.
those are the
That's
same people. Those are the
Yo,
same people, right? That are attacking those same people, or not attacking. They're actually, making those people those targets, like the people in the baby boomers generation, the people that are heading towards retirement in Gen X, all of those people, like
You got to
like
tell me
they
what
that
they're
was their
doing because
selling point
targeting
to
those is
you
not a
to
crook.
now, can y'all skip past him? I
say,
just hate this slow talking right now.
Go on mute.
damn, bro.
no, I understand what he's saying, and you're right. There are because have y'all noticed now, like financial literacy is like a buzzword. I've never said generational wealth professionally, but
I hate that word right
like
now.
that's like generational wealth or infinite banking or crypto millionaire. For me, it's kind of like if you lead with money about what to do and how to do, like you can't guarantee results with anything, right? Like, and I'm just like, just explain the product, just explain the process. Because, to me, I liken it to like a used car salesman. It's all flash. But it's like, let's get to the nitty gritty. How many miles does the car have, right? Does it need any maintenance? What is the maintenance? Was it multiple owners? So forth and so on.
But your
So
car
I'm just
fast.
kind of suspicious of that. You know,
I'm with you.
Everything doesn't have to be about making some money, child. Something that helps you save on taxes, for example, is just as beneficial, in my opinion, and a little bit less complex.
And that'll
So,
make you
but
more
that's just
money
me.
than actually just the latest flash interest rate that you're going to get for a set amount of time. Saving the money on taxes because that's where you actually make money and you actually motivate your money and put it to work for you. But people, that's the hard work that people don't want to deal with, and that's the thing that worries me is that people going to be walking around with shiny keychains and people are going to jump at them and we're going to end up and what people don't see in the long run is and you know this is that people are going to jump at that because again stock market is cyclical. You know what I'm saying? We are creatures of habit. We are creatures of habit. And guess what, next time we see another downturn, everybody's going to run and say, hey, let me go get the next greatest thing so that I can make some money real quick because I'm 65 or I'm 62 or 59 and a half or whatever. And people are going to lose a lot. And they're going to end up being greeters at Walmart. And then we're going to be right at this precipice again talking about why is our economy so crappy? Because
Well, what we really
Hey,
need
why y'all
we're
just
going to
try
end
to
up
make me
right here.
sound dumb when I was just trying to explain that?
what we really need to do is African Americans need to stop paying taxes for 500 years. They owe us that. No
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
Lord.
taxes.
Here
Let's
we
not go down
go.
this
Let's not.
road though. Mickey,
Yeah,
please
yeah,
jump
they
in
owe
over
us
there or
that.
something. Oh my
So
god.
while the
Let's
500,
not do
while we
this.
got the Grant Cardones with the 500,000
Oh,
that
it's on
don't
my
mean
side.
shit,
Shit.
we need to go ahead and get no taxes paid for African Americans for the
Yeah,
next 500
but
years.
bro, that's not where we at right
Yeah.
now. That's not where the
Well,
conversation
that's
is
where
going.
I'm
Please
at.
don't do
Yeah,
that.
let's not go down
That's
this
where
Yeah,
I'm
road,
Jamal,
at.
y'all.
but I
Please.
understand what you're saying, and the reparations conversation is definitely a separate one. But I think that this is a problem, not just for our community, and I'm going to include pretty much every demographic you can include there for Americans. But this is why, like, when we have the conversations, the quote unquote money conversations, because Jonathan said this earlier, why are they so triggering, right? It's because I'm not sure if it's just too personal or we just don't have these discussions enough, like as family members, or talk to our children about it, or it's just the assumption in this country that someone who has a lot of money necessarily can speak on how money works. And I
Right.
vehemently disagree with that because, and this, Q, personally, like sometimes you do have to speak to someone at their level and where they are. And this is going to sound funny coming from me. But when we're having a considerate conversation, you do have to give people grace and understanding and give certain explanations of things, right? I don't like to fuss or kind of like point a finger. But the truth of the reality is, which we can all agree, is that things are definitely happening a lot quicker in this country and in this economy. And we know why, right? We have a global society, we have a global economy, we have so many people that invest in the stock market, we have so many people that invest in crypto. Gen Z is more, prone to invest in crypto than, the boomers.
Right.
And we have real estate investors. We have, did y'all see that like Spain is banning Airbnbs because
Mm-hmm.
there's a real
Yeah.
estate shortage? And just like in Texas, they banned like some Airbnbs in certain neighborhoods. And then people will say, oh, that's the hotel lobbyists. But right. But a lot of people think that that is also driving up, the cost of housing and rents. And, so I think that
Right.
it's just
Well,
this
real quick,
dynamic
Mickey.
that we need to
Real quick, Mickey. I want
understand.
to ask you
Mhm.
about that. Do you think in me, in my opinion, I don't like when they stop people to be entrepreneurs to be capitalists and everything. Why would you ban Airbnbs if the owners are making extra money? That means they can either go out and fix the neighborhood up by reinvesting into other houses around there, and then build more so you can have more housing. But I do not agree with banning Airbnbs and stuff, because the fact you competing with the hotels or whatever, and you need them people to invest and build more housing. So why, if I have an Airbnb successful, I'm gonna go make more of them. I'm gonna go get more, and that should be bringing more. At the end of the day, if I live in a spot that's short on housing, then the only thing I gotta go do is get loans from the bank or whatever and go build up neighborhoods type thing so I can
And
maximize it.
that's the biggest problem, because not all of them is fixing them up like the way that you're saying it. Like, not a lot of them are actually doing that. They're not doing it up to par, up to code. Like, so,
Well,
I
I can't
mean, it
help those
makes it
people.
bad.
It's always somebody's gonna make rush in and just do bad business. I'm talking about the people that's actually in
It's
there
a
to
lot
do
of that
the
though.
right way.
No,
It's
I
a
agree with you,
lot of that.
Q. Because the
Yeah, but hold
problem
on. I
that
was
I
talking to Mickey.
have
Go ahead,
is that,
Mickey.
like in this country, right? It's kind of like this weird duality. What we do in this country, and the government and states and counties, municipalities, cities, whatever, they all support it, right? The big builder, right? The big developer. They'll give you all of the tax deductions in the world, right? You can deduct for pretty much everything under the sun. You get resources, just like Elon Musk with Tesla. He got billions of dollars in federal subsidies. So I do agree with you, Q, in that regard, right? Because I can see
Hmm.
both sides of it. Why do we want to cripple the individual investor who maybe is just getting their first property, and this is a way for them to generate additional income, which does benefit the overall economy and contribute to having someone be an entrepreneur? Because contrary to popular belief, you can be a 9 to 5 person and an entrepreneur. A lot of times you can use your nine to
Hmm.
five income to fund
I
your
agree.
entrepreneurial dreams. So you know what I'm saying, Q, like, but they do that on purpose, right? I know Jonathan doesn't like us to center on race, but it is interesting to me that when a certain group of people who have not been able to benefit and participate in the economic success of this wonderful country of ours that we can pretty much all agree with is an economic juggernaut, that when it seems like certain people are towing towards a certain line, then here comes all of this regulation, and it's just kind of like a blanket sprinkle. Why not limit larger investors, and make it easier for smaller investors to do it, right? Because the larger investors are the ones that are going to pretty much do the price fixing and the price setting. Like, now this was during the Biden administration. There's that software that you can look at that'll tell you what someone else is charging for rent, or what the local rents
Oh
are. I can't
yeah,
remember
I
what
was
it
talking
is.
about. Yeah.
Yeah, but they were investigating that, pretty much saying like it was kind of price fixing. So yeah, Q. And then the other side of me, of course, is like, is this a form of gentrification? Because I do have to say, in my own neighborhood, because we have a lot of seniors, is that we actually came together as a community, and they banned Airbnbs, but only because we were concerned about the seniors in the neighborhood, and they didn't want to. Have to try to identify like vehicles that did not belong in the neighborhood, because you are seeing a lot of communities make this decision. So when a community makes this decision, like a
Mm-hmm.
neighborhood, an HOA, this is why everybody hates the HOA, but this is why you have an HOA. But other than that, Q, like, yeah, I'm on the side of individual
Oh, you
capitalism,
sound like
right?
you a part of it.
I am. I was the board of direct president of the board of
Oh, I
directors
knew
for
it.
my
I
HOA
knew it.
for many years. Well, everybody hates us until it's time to sell your house, right? So then you're happy that we told that person, no, you can't paint your house purple. You can't park your 18 wheeler in the neighborhood. That's actually a city ordinance, right?
Well,
Don't
I
get
mean,
mad at
I
me. That's a
understand,
city.
and I understand those types of things, right? And honestly, HOAs help me make a lot of money, so I don't really care, right? Like, but at the same time, it's just certain things that kind of overstep the boundary. You know what I'm saying? Like it oversteps a little bit more, like these codes and regulations that certain HOAs have. But I do agree with you in a certain extent. You shouldn't be parking no 18 wheeler on your front yard. Like, what the hell is wrong with you? You know,
And people will try it. They won't repair their fences. We've had to be called into neighbor disputes because somebody is like, "Oh, that tree." And why do developers put those trees right there on the goddamn fence line, knowing goddamn well that's going to tower over somebody's fence?
it's gonna mess up the
Yes.
fence
Knock it
too.
down.
So
Especially
shout
them
out to
Yeah,
plastic
my
ones and
neighbors
shit.
because my fence in my yard does not match because I don't care. So one side, they bring me the Home Depot bill. I give them a tip. I pay for half the materials. On the other side, she's a little bit more bougie. She's single. She ain't got no kids. So she got this nice cedar fence. So one side of my yard is this nice cedar fence from the other neighbor. And on the other side is just more utilitarian. So I'm straight, right? They do
but you know
all
what?
the labor. I don't need fancy.
I'm actually selling the property right now because of what you're talking about. Like literally. Like they did not allow me to no longer have like short term leases in that on that property. So
Expect it to keep happening, Piff. That
and
is,
so
that's what's
But
going
I hate
on.
that though,
I'm
because it's your
literally selling
property
it right
though.
now because of that.
But I hate that because it's your property and somebody's telling you what you can and can't do with your property. Like you're like as long as I'm paying the mortgage and getting the tax bill done on it every year, you shouldn't be telling me who I can have over or rent this house out to. And then where am I going? It's none of your business. So why are y'all making laws to say what I can and can't do? Like
Well,
y'all ain't
according to
bought this
Grant,
house.
that ain't finna be a thing no more. So we gonna see.
No, no,
Cue
I'm with
We,
y'all
question
because
from
the
the
same thing in
Republican,
Atlanta too.
y'all. But
we
Q,
gonna
this is a
see.
good point. I used to vote Republican one way and for federal elections and Democrat for local elections because I felt like Democrats did better for cities in terms of spurring economic activity across all income demographics. So, Q, you may be making a decision based on your local people, and that's perfectly fine because I know you're going to give your dollar where your heart is, right? But sometimes certain political groups are better depending on how you align business wise. So,
Like
Well,
the
mhm.
worst thing ever as a 32, I'll be 33 in a couple weeks, right? Like the worst thing you have to do is put a 47-year-old single father out of his house. That's the worst thing in the
you said
world.
do what to a single father?
I have to put this man out his house.
But Piff,
Oh,
why
okay.
can't you help him buy the house? There's so many programs. You can't do a owner financing. Come on, Piff. And wait a
Man,
minute.
listen.
Not you being a young businessman and you was over here acting a fool the other day. But let me get back on my mic, child.
I
He
acted
about
a
to kick a
fool,
whole
but
cut.
at
You
the end
need
of
to
the
stop
day,
acting
like
a fool, sir.
on here, but at the end of the day, like, yo, it's just the
Now you
worst
talking
feeling
like
in
you
the
got some
world.
sense,
It's just the
boy.
worst feeling in the world to have to
Putting
do
that
that.
cap
This
on.
man got two teenage sons. You know what I'm saying?
But you
Like,
can't find a pro. Okay, Piff. So like,
Or a rent to own program.
yeah, you can't find a program that'll
I
help
own the
him or
house, like, so
right.
it's
But
just
he can't.
basically
He can't. You can't do like
he
owner
can't afford. He
financing to
can't.
where.
I want to,
You can't
but
Section 8
I
to
would
it
Come
take
too.
more
on,
of a hit.
Piff.
Come on,
But you
Section
don't
8
need
that
like a
thing
huge
I
too.
would
tax
take
write
a
off or
bigger hit.
something.
I would take a bigger hit.
But how? If he's paying you what he's paying you now and you use that towards a purchase, right? Isn't there
He's only
something
short term.
what do
That's
you
the only
So is
reason
it
why I
that
could
he
take it.
you can't turn it
how can he
into a
not
Section
afford
8
it?
home?
Uh-huh.
If he's paying rent, what is the rent on it versus are you giving him lower rent than what the regular
I can
rent
give
should be,
him
or what
lower
type of
rent.
deal are you giving him
Yes,
now?
like I can give him lower rent.
What about
Like
Section 8, Piff? I think if you allow Section 8, isn't that doesn't the federal thing kind of supersede
I
the
can't.
short-term
Then
rental?
I'm losing money. Then
No,
Well,
because the
I thought
government
Section 8 was
it's not
pays
yeah
because I'm losing
guaranteed
money because
money.
the government isn't paying out what y'all think, bro.
Oh no,
Like,
Hmm.
nah.
oh okay, maybe
Mm-mm.
I'm wrong. Then I heard that
Figure
Uh-uh.
it
the
out,
federal
Mm-mm.
Piff.
government
Make it
took
work.
some.
Mm-mm.
Can't you
Yeah,
use the
nah.
deduction
Like
if
the
you lower the
government
rent
be on
though?
some bullshit, but at the end of the day, like when you think about it, the guy, good dude, everything. Like it's just I would take more of a hit. I mean, I ran it through my advisors and everything. Everybody that I have to run it through, like they like you
Okay,
would
did you
take
talk
more of a
to
hit.
Luis on this app? And I'm gonna send you some other
Eh,
names. Onaje.
Listen, let me explain something to you. My father, never mind, never
You know
mind.
what? You mean
You
you've been
keep
acting a fool on here and you got
your cup
sense?
half full, right?
Never
Keep
mind.
your
Boy,
cup half
I'm
full,
gonna
half
call you
Serious.
out every time now.
I mean, I understand that. I understand that. I understand that. But I mean, at the same time,
Everybody wanna be
I'm gonna
gangster.
just say one word. I'm gonna just say one word, and hopefully you pick up on it, right? Deloitte.
Damn.
Okay, so my
Oh,
dad is
wait a
a
minute.
senior partner there.
Wait. Hold on one second, y'all. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So okay. So
No. Let me be a black auntie. I know goddamn well that your father is not at one of the most estimable firms. So I know what that can do to a young man in uprearing and access to things. And I know,
exactly.
God, let me tell you something. You better not ever, I better not ever see you disrespect that man in the manner that you did the other day. Do you understand me, Joe?
What you mean? What man?
You literally understand what I'm talking about and what you did the other day, acting a
You know what
plum
you talking about, boy.
fool. You know
Which
exactly.
man?
don't make her
Piff,
take that belt off.
Piff,
Like,
exactly. So wait a
I
minute.
will hold you
You've been
down.
cosplaying as a gangster, Negro, and
Oh,
we were
I've been
talking about.
bullshitting with everybody.
Oh,
Like I've
hell
been
no.
bullshitting
You
on
know
here with
what? We
everybody.
needs to have a discussion.
So
Why
you
are you
cosplaying,
cosplaying
bro?
as a gangster and you probably
That's
went to the
crazy.
local private school?
Oh no, I
Clarence
didn't
comes
go.
from a good
You know
So,
what?
family.
You know
so
what? You know what
his real
happened?
name is Clarence.
And I've
Clarence went to
always
private
admitted.
school.
I've
He said
always
you Clarence,
admitted this
bro.
though. I've always admitted this though. Like I
Oh,
even
well,
said I
I
went
didn't
to
know
Jack,
that. So
but I
I'm going to
always said that
remind
I
you.
went to. Hold up,
Oh
look.
my
Man, this is
God.
Jonathan
this
didn't
is
believe I went to Jack and
this
Jill.
this is this some bullshit, man.
And
This
His
some
why
real
did
name
Jack
bullshit.
is
and Jill
Clarence.
come
Can we
He
into
can
got
we
both
can
play?
we
parents.
this some
He didn't
bullshit,
believe
man.
Wait
that.
a minute.
He
Not the
didn't
black
believe that
bootleg
shit.
cut.
He didn't
This
believe that shit.
boy, I know you didn't go to
Like,
Jack and Jill and
yes,
you
I did.
cosplaying as a oh you crackhead.
Hold
You
Like,
on, hold
wait
on.
till
nah.
I
So,
tell two. You
Nah,
hold on.
would.
Hey,
And but
I
you know what,
wasn't. I
Mickey?
wasn't being
Mickey, you
gangster
be
Yeah,
so
showing
though.
you
Rachel,
be on
please
you
ping
be
Clubhouse?
his ass
you
because
be
this don't
showing
make
your
no
ass on
damn
here too.
sense.
If you part of the boule, you be showing your ass on here too. So y'all in the same boat, you and
Dang,
him.
Oh yeah,
Rachel.
Nikki
I'm just
definitely told
calling
her
it
ass.
out. I'm just calling it
I
out.
just don't deny my
Nikki
shit.
That
definitely told
hurt,
her ass, but
Rachel.
he
That
he be
hurt.
saying it with
I
It's
just don't
love.
pointed
deny
It's
sentence.
with
mine.
So
sister love.
yeah,
You
Nikki
know,
told her ass, but it's
like
with
Dang,
I
pointed
you're
wasn't.
right.
sentence. She make valid reasons why she's cussing your ass out.
But I ain't do. Wait, he had on the wife beater and everything. He was really going for the whole
Oh,
look, y'all.
he was really looking like
The
it.
do rag and everything.
I mean, I don't care what y'all said. Somebody said that I live in an open carry state,
Where
so
you
it
at in
just is what
Georgia?
it is. But after that, like I ain't even tripping. I wasn't trying to act gangster with that. That
Where
was
you at? You in
You
I was
Georgia,
just
bro?
definitely
playing.
trying to act gangster, but never
I
mind.
wish you might.
We ain't ever gonna take you seriously
Hold on.
again.
What Mickey? What's his name? Piff or Pill? What is his name?
Piff. His name is Piff.
Why you
Do you
can't
be on
sell?
Clubhouse?
Why you can't sell?
Do you be on Clubhouse?
What?
He can't sell.
Don't start flexing, Piff, because
Nah, he
I'm gonna
can't
start calling
sell.
you
He no,
Clarence.
not you,
I'm
not
on
you,
Clubhouse. I
not
can't
you,
even see
Nikki,
you. What are you talking
No,
about?
not you, him.
Oh,
I said why he can't spell.
Spell
Yeah, because it definitely got two F's, not two L's.
Piff like Biff.
He on
I,
Clubhouse. He
Speaking of
can't
I
see
bet
Biff,
it.
I'm trying to
but
get
y'all
your
too young.
attention.
Y'all don't
He can't
understand that
see it, bro.
reference.
He on
I,
Clubhouse.
I'm on
Oh, okay,
Clubhouse. I'm
cool,
Oh,
talking
he's
to you
on.
from
He's
cool.
on
Clubhouse. I don't
Clubhouse.
even see your
Oh, okay.
page. That's why I've been asking you, are you on Clubhouse? Like,
Oh,
do you have a
yeah, man, yeah,
page?
that's Piff.
Yeah, because you're in
And
Atlanta,
nah, I
right?
used to be on
Yeah,
Clubhouse. I didn't
yeah.
used to be on. I don't be on there no more.
No, yeah,
Wait,
okay. I was trying
you're
to
in
because
Atlanta?
yeah, I'm in
Yeah, I'm in
Atlanta. I was
Atlanta.
trying to get your information, but I'm not on Chatter and you're not on Clubhouse. So I was trying to get your
Oh, it's all good,
information.
brother. Nah, I thought he was being funny.
No,
Like,
I had to
Well,
kind of
wait.
I slick did
I
that
gotta tease him
to
again.
bait you to get your attention a
Rachel,
little bit.
not his pronunciation changing since he's gone into the Jack and Jill
You heard me
Atlanta.
say brother,
Girl, look
brother.
at him.
Yeah, I was trying to get his information so I could talk to, like on IG or
Yeah,
whatever.
you should definitely Because that's quite impressive resume.
Well,
But
come to chatter queue, and then
I
you can
know.
interact with them in the back channels over here.
Nah,
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
nah,
yeah, yeah.
nah,
Come
nah.
tap in with
Rachel,
me, bro. Like,
I'm
bro,
good
the
on that.
clown said that for
Thank
the
you, love.
salesman. Hilarious.
I
It's
mean,
my. I
literally,
heard my boy
literally, that's
Chris
what
over
I
there.
do for a
Chris,
living. I'm in sales. Literally. Like I've been
okay.
doing
Well,
this
I
shit
do commissions
commercially
too.
for
I'm
my
in
whole
sales.
like
I'm in
adult
sales myself.
life.
well, then you
I'm in
need to
sales
talk to
myself.
your father and find a way for this man to save his house. There are a lot of programs.
Nah, I've been talking to this man, talking to my dad about it for a minute. He's like, "You gonna lose money?" I was like, "You know
Well,
what?
then lose money and
I
take the
can't
deduction, and
lose
you can
that
do the
money
carry
though.
forward. You
Like
can
I
do the carry
cannot lose
forward.
that money."
You're 33 with no kids. I know you pay a lot in
I
taxes.
have two kids, man.
Oh, well, figure it out. Your
Like,
fake gangster ass.
Right. Your daddy. If
Sometimes
your daddy
taking that
really is
loss.
that
how am I
guy,
gangster
you.
just because I had a? Never mind.
And what kind of what was that? What kind was it? I said it was a
It was
Uzi.
a 20. It was a 21.45 third gen.
Oh, oh, so you was really cosplaying, huh?
I mean, I keep
Don't let
shit
Nikki.
protected. I
Let
gotta
Nikki lie to
protect
you.
my
Nikki is strapped
assets.
the fuck
What
up
are
over
you?
there. Nikki
What are
will
you
blow your
protected
shit
from?
back.
An advice? Somebody from Goldman Sachs coming to you to try to manage your
Ain't
portfolio?
nobody coming from Golden Sachs in Atlanta. Nobody
Where you?
coming.
What are you trying to be protected
Do
from?
you know the most dangerous thing in Atlanta is a gas station?
Trying to get those
That's
Cartier
crazy. Why would you say
sunglasses from
that?
you when you go to Neiman Marcus to buy
Do
your
you
mama a Mother's Day gift?
understand? You can't buy somebody something that already got everything.
Now, why would you say the most thing in Atlanta, dangerous thing in Atlanta is a gas station? And I done had some thing. I done got my first charge at a gas station, so it's kind of funny. But why would you be telling
Yeah,
people
that's the truth, right?
that? Why would you be telling people that? We can't be known for
I
that.
mean, bro, like every time I pump gas in my truck, bro, I be nervous as hell. Like, bro, please do not walk up on me.
No, yeah,
Boy, wouldn't
facts.
you have people worried that in this room that we were going to witness some kind of drive by?
Gonna do no damn drive by.
Now, the thing about Atlanta gas stations is it's always that one car with all black tinted windows with 4, 5 dudes in the car, and they keep opening and closing the door, like
Hmm.
about to jump out or not. They get and
Everywhere through Atlanta. Everywhere
yeah.
through Atlanta.
I almost had to handle
Okay.
somebody like a few. What was that? Must have been like late last year that shit happened. Like,
Okay,
and then
But
I
y'all
had
got
yeah,
to
one.
be
but like
careful.
at the end of the day, though, like, yeah, I mean that just goes to show you don't judge books by their covers.
No, we're still going to judge you by your goofy actions because see, P. Diddy was smart and had money and all that too. He didn't have your pedigree though. But, Piff, one last thing. What about a 1031 so that you can purchase a house in an area where you can do a short term rental and then you can still keep him on as a tenant? Did you think about that?
Yeah, Piff.
I'm looking at that, but I'm not putting.
Ask
I'm
your
not.
pappy. It's a
I already
1031
did.
exchange.
I
I
already
already
did.
did.
Like everything that you keep telling me, I already did. You think I don't
You
go to
looked
him
at a
first? You think?
1031
Let me ask you a
exchange?
question. Let me ask you a question. You think I don't go to my father first?
Yeah, but your father may not be aware of everything if
Yeah,
he's an
he is.
analyst.
He is. He is.
Hey, but
He
real
is.
estate is wide as it is deep though. I don't think anybody knows everything about real estate because it depends on what your dad's focus is on. Like he might only be focused on commercial or multifamily versus what goes down in single family. I don't
What
know
he's
personally
focused
what you
on me
focus
is
on,
me
but
not losing cheddar. That's
he
what
said he
he's
know that
focused
much.
on.
He know
Yeah,
he don't
but
want to take
so
some
with the
here.
1031, you know what that is, right? You wouldn't lose, like if you make enough money back from the house, that's what I'm saying. But, well, that really
No,
sucks.
I
Hopefully
get what you're
there's a
saying. I
way.
get what you're saying. I mean, we looking at every option right now, but
How
that was
long
in
did
the
they give you to sell?
I'm not disclosing that information. But at the end of the day,
Well, it's
like
not like
at the
we
end
know
of the
the
day,
address.
nah, I'm just not doing that. At the end of the day,
But you gonna
like
show us your gun and your little do rag? Never
at the
mind.
end
Go
of
back on mute.
I ain't even had no do rag on that
Yes,
day.
you did. You look like the dude straight out of Colors. Colors.
How the hell?
The
He was
do
doing
rag don't make it
gang
look
signs,
bad. I hope you
y'all,
didn't
and
have no damn
everything.
do rag on.
Not I
I hope you
look
didn't have
like
no joint out with no
colors.
do rag
He had
on,
a bunch
looking
of
crazy.
tattoos. He had some teardrops on his face and
I
everything.
do.
Oh hell nah.
Damn.
Ain't no way you looking like that with your
Like
daddy
He
who
had
he
the
is. I
he had
doubt
the
that he coming
gangster
outside like that.
Balenciaga fit on.
dog, that I had teardrops on my face though. Like what the? That's
I say
crazy.
now
I'm
now
changing
who your
your
daddy is?
whole
He
tone of
allowing
voice
that
and
shit?
change.
You
This
work
is
for him?
hilarious.
Like
Nah, but
teardrops. You know what
yeah,
that
man.
means?
Like I'm just saying,
When you
like,
take your father to lunch, you're like, "Hello, Dad. So, how was the meeting today?" "Well, I acquired a couple of properties, and
why would I be
I."
telling him? Why would I be taking him to lunch?
Oh, you better hope I never meet your daddy, because I'm telling it all.
Hey, tell him.
Yeah,
Shit,
I'm gonna tell him.
like shit. He ain't gonna say nothing but good. But at the end of the day, like, but at the end of the day, like,
Yes,
yeah,
look, big man said fake shit is at all time high. Let me stop messing with you before you revert back to your gangster self.
do not care about what big man just said. Like the hell. Like, look, I'm okay with the fact that I had a large portion of my life, privileged, and I have a good level of counsel. I have a good level of I have a high level of just you can call it assets, damn near, because these people are assets that I learn from all the time. You know what I'm saying? Like I got all type of different advisors, you know what I'm saying? And these is all my
You got
pops
so.
friends, including him. So it is what it is. Like I got that. I have the
No,
ability to have that.
that's a great resource, and that's
Nah,
definitely a privilege
facts.
and a blessing. Absolutely.
When you say a
I'm
big portion,
thankful
you
for
mean you
that.
really mean all your life? When you say that, a big portion of you really mean like all your life that you was
You don't know
good.
that my pops come from the rags to riches story, bro. Like,
Right, I'm talking
like
about
that
you,
man is
not your
literally
dad. I'm
that.
talking about you. I'm talking about you, not your dad.
And nah, but I mean, my dad was 23 when I was born.
Okay. So in your baby years, you might have been
Nah, yeah,
around.
like when I was young, I mean, he got rich over time, and I was like, "Oh, damn, you rich as fuck."
Is your father married?
Yeah.
Yo, shit, he rich, rich.
You said what happened?
I said, are your parents still together?
Hell yeah! Don't try my mama like that now.
That's not what I meant.
Mm-hmm.
Huh?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. No, I'm playing with you.
I was like, what? Where did that go
No, because
to?
I'm thinking your mama might be a little bit more upset than your pa because you cosplaying like that.
Nah, I don't cosplay like
Boy,
anything. Like
you
I
was
work a
cosplaying.
nine to
Hush.
five. Like I literally have a real job that
You got a
I make a good
401k,
living.
a health
Yeah, I got
plan,
all
and
that. I got
family
all that.
pictures at
Yeah.
Christmas. Hush.
Well, hold on. I thought you
Nah,
said you work
all
commissions
that
though,
I
or
got
do
for
you have a
myself.
paying 9 to 5 plus the commissions job on the side?
You have
Yes.
how many
I
tuxedos you
got
have in your
commissions that
closet?
I make. I make commission over time,
How
and
many tuxedos do you have in your closet? Because I know that your mom or father makes you go to benefits and stuff.
they don't have to buy that for me.
That's why I'm saying you literally have tuxedos in your closet,
I
don't you?
mean, yeah, I got a couple. I got a couple.
I'm sorry, this is hilarious to me. Lord have mercy,
I got a
Jesus.
couple.
Nah,
I got a couple nice
it,
suits too.
It's
it's
like
really what
Anakin
we
Walker on the
all
dark
want. Most
side.
people want to have growing up is your son get to inherit or being raised or born into good money. Family legacy.
Born
Like,
into is crazy because you heard what I said earlier.
yeah, I know that's why. But I wasn't speak. I know, but I wasn't when I started talking about it. I was like slick talking about you, but also as a community, this is what we want for our kids: is for them to come into money or being raised and
And
not have to
understanding how
deal
to
with the
pivot.
bullshit.
And understanding how to pivot when
Right.
you run into that type of situation. When you run into that type of situation, you have to change your mindset.
Right. Okay.
Well, keep that same mentality when trying to find a solution for the father.
It might be the situation for the father might be just go help him find another location. It might not be that house that he's already in, but find another house that suits him better, cheaper
That
rent
I
or
still don't
whatever.
lose as much off of. Like, but
Well, that's why I said
honestly,
the 1031
honest,
exchange means that you won't lose money on the tax because you can take the proceeds from that property and immediately put them towards another purchase. So it wouldn't necessarily be at a loss unless you sell the house at a loss. Is that what you're saying? You don't
that's what
think
I
that you'll
don't want to
lose?
do.
Oh, well then that's unavoidable, but at least this
That's
way,
what but I'm gonna lose. That's what my dad is trying to get me to avoid.
you
You
don't
feel what
so
I'm
you're going to
saying?
lose with the equity?
Yes.
Well, then that's unavoidable then. That but like if you're
Nah,
going to have to sell it
that is
anyway.
avoidable if I don't have to sell it right now.
Oh, I see what you're saying. You're just going to get him out and rent it to somebody long term.
That's what I would have to do.
Oh, and he can't do it long term?
He can't.
Why?
He must be disabled or low income.
He can't. He can't.
He
Yeah,
can't
they
sign
trying
the
to do. He
lease,
trying
like
to
he
go into
can't do the background
details,
check?
but
He
Like
can't.
what? Like
it's
he
probably
about
just.
to lose his job, he about to die, he about to go to jail?
Oh my God. Like, I'm not putting that man business out like that,
Well,
man.
no, I'm
Like,
saying
Right.
goddamn, like,
I'm
So
telling
did
you,
he
that,
paying
lose
the
that's
his
rent
probably what
right
lease?
it is. But
now.
he's not gonna tell you to say it out loud. To all these
Well, how
strangers
long has
on.
he been in the property?
I'm not putting nothing else out
Well,
about that
you
man.
done
All I'm
already
just
told
saying
me.
is,
God dang.
all I'm telling you is that what he can't do. And I'm just saying, like, I'm like, damn.
Well, how
I'm
much
It's
is
like,
his rent?
damn.
I'll pay a month. How much is his rent?
Mickey.
You know what? I'm gonna give. You know what? I'll back Chanel you that way that he can have your information.
Hold
That
on,
way he
Mickey.
can
You
have
know
your
me better
information.
than
Y'all
this
can
guy.
deal with that yourselves.
Well, I said, how much is it?
Y'all can deal with that
He's not gonna
yourselves.
say it on the public
Oh,
line.
well, that's all right. Well, I can respect that. Okay.
Mickey out here
Q,
about to
please
give a
remind me
thousand
that
dollars to a
I don't
stranger,
be
older
doing
stranger
this,
man.
honestly.
Mickey, I'm about to get kicked
But,
out
you
my
know,
spot. I'm about to get kicked out my spot too, Mickey. You know that?
all right.
Yeah, I'm definitely about to lose my spot. They told me I got 30 days.
Are you serious, Q? You're
For a
lying
thousand dollars, I'm
ass.
serious. For $1,000, I'm hella serious.
Look, for $1,000 is crazy,
Okay,
bro.
Q,
Like,
when I come to
wait a
Atlanta.
Yeah, I'm just
minute.
like Mickey about to give $1,000 to some stranger man she ain't
No,
never
You don't
met
even
no.
know
to
that.
help a guy
This
out.
why ain't
Like
even
the
say his
hell?
number, bro. Like, what the hell?
You know, Q,
I'll give.
if you ever needed something, you were like my day one. When I come to Atlanta, I'm gonna take you to the nicest steak restaurant in the city, my treat. And it better
Don't
not
get
be
too
Magic
hot,
City either,
tight.
because
Don't
I
get
have
me.
no
Don't
desire
get
to
me
go to
hot
Magic
though.
City.
It
Oh,
ain't too
God,
many
Magic
of
City ain't
those.
that.
Where we
They ain't got
going?
the best
Where we
steak.
going? Like, it
Q
ain't
is
too
like
Hold
many
on,
of
hold
one of
on.
the
It's
those.
a we
biggest
thing
supporters
now.
of all
We
that.
ain't friends. She said Quentin Mason. No,
He always
I'm
has
just kidding,
my
Oh,
King.
back.
You
she said.
welcome to
Oh, he
come.
said. Oh, she said you. Okay, cool.
Nah,
He
you good,
comes to
King. You
my
can come.
rooms.
You can
He's been
always
such an
come.
astute student. Like, I love Q. He is like,
Yeah, I was coming to her
absolutely.
classes,
Oh yeah,
learning,
for sure.
asking questions. I be the only one in there asking questions,
I know you
getting
have like
answers
soaked
right.
up so much knowledge from. I've
Yeah,
learned from Q too. Like he's like a quiet, wise person when he speaks out and he speaks out from his experience. He's not with the BS. Like he'll call
right.
out, misogyny, and he loves his community and everything. So absolutely. I
Yeah.
probably will end up in Atlanta. Oh, you know what? I'm going to Atlanta Q for when Corey and Jordan get married. I'm gonna
Who
be
the
in
hell
Atlanta
is
to see the
that?
wedding.
Chloe and Jordan. Who was that?
So Jordan and oh Lord, now I just said his name. Corey. You know Corey from political. Well, he was in Politically Correct, and Jordan is an IGB. But
Oh
anywho, they're engaged.
yeah, I
So
didn't know. You know what? I knew people was dating on this app, but I had one set of friends, no, maybe two or three set of friends that literally got married off this app. I just didn't. I haven't seen them in a long time to even know that. But okay, okay, that's dope.
I keep
Clubhouse
forgetting we're
love.
doing part of a podcast. But yeah, because I've only been to Atlanta for like business conferences throughout the year. I've never like just
Oh no, you
like
gotta
to
come out
visit
here
the
and
city.
stretch your legs and enjoy this black mecca as they call it.
I hate
They
Yeah.
that
call
damn
it the Black
airport.
Well,
Mecca,
well,
but
Jesus
oh
technically,
Christ.
yeah, look, listen. You understand how many flights I done canceled just because I don't want to go through Hartsville Jackson,
what you mean? We got
That
the best.
airport
I
made
heard that
me
we got some of the
cry.
best.
Like it
Why?
really
bruh.
did.
Like,
Well,
bruh,
hold
like
on. What's
that
wrong with
joint
the airport?
is that joint, bruh. I hate Hartsville Jackson, bruh. I
But
hate
do you?
it.
But
It's like an
hold on. Who you
asterisk.
fly
It's
through is
like
the
or a
question.
spider. And then
Who
you're
you?
like,
No, it's not like that. It's not
yes, it
that
is.
bad.
Like you'll get off on
It's
one
not that bad.
leg and then you got a connecting flight and then they'll be like, you got 30 minutes and you'll see people take off running. And I'm like, oh, hell no.
That is true. That is
But that's
true.
because Delta literally has its own side. That's why I'm asking.
Wing, like they got their
Bruh,
whole own targeted
yeah.
airport.
If you flying, I mean, if you in Atlanta and you not flying Delta, I mean, Delta can be kind of expensive because they is the number one company, plane. I mean, plane company. But Delta is what you got to fly. Anything else, you're going to be masked up, rushing back and forth to all these different airlines. Just
I like
maximize your Delta
Southwest.
points. Get on Delta.
I'm a Texas baby, so I like Southwest.
You know what?
Yeah, see,
Southwest ain't that bad.
Mm-mm.
nah. I
I
heard
worked
one
with
of them just
a
merged together, didn't they? Didn't somebody just buy out like Sprint? I mean, Sprint.
mm-mm.
They
I
still,
Southwest,
ain't gonna
and
lie, like, bro,
you just
American.
can't do the seats, but I just pay like $25 or $30 for like the priority seating,
hmm
and they just don't have assigned seats. But I like Southwest, and then plus the tickets are usually cheaper because you can't get them on like an online thing. They don't participate in any of that. So
yeah. You
I
know who
like
do the
Southwest.
good deals too, though? Mickey, and Pip? Frontier when they do that $300
I
for
ain't
the
messing with
year
Frontier no more,
Oh,
bro.
I was like
Nah,
gonna
pass.
I
do
ain't
that.
messing with Frontier no
I never
more.
flown Frontier, but I was like,
Mm-mm.
yo, that I saw that when I was considering somebody from Clubhouse, but they didn't pan out. And I was like, you should just get this and then you can just come here. But yeah, wasn't that a good deal? That was crazy.
Yeah, they do it
Suggest
every
that
year
be a
now.
short flight.
The first time it was like an experiment, but now they ran it back for this year too as well. I
Suggest
think it's
that
American
be
is
a short
expensive,
flight.
bro.
Nah, I love American, bro. Like American had that goddamn jumbo joint I took back from LA, bro. Like when you man, I upgraded all the way up to first class, like just to goddamn get one of them little joints with the door on it. Like, bro, I'm sorry. Like
For a
I did
domestic flight?
nah, cause yeah, cause I was coming from LA back to Atlanta.
Hey, I don't know if y'all do this. Maybe depending on y'all don't give a fuck because it ain't a waste of time for y'all. But like I'd use like for my Capital One, I I have it attached to where when I'm about to go spend money. I use it to collect points, but they also have it for like Delta Air Miles.
Bro, they
You
got
go
it
through their
all
app
like
and
that,
buy
bro.
things
Like you
and
get the
gain miles and
cashback
stuff.
rewards, the points, the everything, bro. Like
Yeah, you do you
especially
maximize on those
Amex,
two?
especially Amex, bro. You should jump in on that Amex joint, bro.
Yeah. Nah, yeah, I don't have MX right now. I'm trying to get something better than MX. I know everybody brags
What's
about
better than
them,
what
but
you
most
What's
what you
people
better than
flown?
don't.
What Amex?
Amex?
Chase
What's better
Sapphire.
than Amex,
I
bro?
got
I
two.
have
No,
Hold
Chase
on,
so
hold on.
Sapphire.
Cause
I
listen,
got a
listen,
Chase
listen.
Sapphire
Let,
and a
let,
Ink
let,
Prefer
oh,
Ink
go ahead, bro.
Prefer.
Yes, Chase Sapphire gets you way more cash back. But y'all
Yeah,
want to know what really gets you a cash back? There is a Citibank card that gets you a ton of cash back. Sometimes like 3 to 4%. But
But I don't just be wanting the cash back though. I be
I
wanting
like
I
the
like
nah,
my
I
cash
want
back.
everything. I
points
points.
and
be wanting
miles.
everything, bro.
I like
Like,
the cash
bro,
back.
goddamn Amex get you everything.
But
But
hold on. Cause look,
but
Mickey,
oh, go
don't
ahead,
answer this
Q.
because I know you know the answer. You may know the answer, but what tier bank is MX on? What tier is it on?
Oh, I think isn't it like one of the
Mickey,
first
you
tiers
can't
because
because
it's
you
hard to
you may
get?
know. Do you know already?
It don't seem
I
like
think
it's hard to get no more because
Mm-mm.
everybody was
Bro,
at the Amex
Amex
lounge
is
last night
not
when I was there.
hard. Hell
So the
right.
no,
I
charge
never
not.
said it
card,
was
It
hard.
seemed
I
like they
said
was
charge
letting
what
everybody
card.
in the
tier.
Amex lounge
I
now.
never said it was hard to get. I'm asking
Tier is
y'all
it to?
what
Because I don't.
tier bank is it?
Bro, you
Do
can
y'all
get
know
them
what I mean
from
by
different.
tiers?
Oh, isn't
Like,
it its own bank?
Bro,
I
It's
yeah,
think
its
yeah,
own
Amex
it is
is.
his
bank.
own bank. Okay,
hold on. Wait a
you
minute.
have
Do
go
you got
ahead.
Experian, bro?
Experian,
I do
like
got
the
Xfinity.
Nah, okay. Go on Experian. Get the Amex motherfucker. I mean, get the Amex joint. My bad. I forgot y'all was doing the podcast. My bad. Get the Amex joint.
podcast over.
Oh, it's at several banks.
No, I said
Citibank
what
offers Amex
tier?
cards. U.S. Bank. So it
Yeah,
looks like
go.
there's a
Yeah, they got it
couple.
at go on Experian.
Right.
It'll show you all of those. Is what I'm
Yeah.
trying to say.
Yeah,
Y'all
but this
say
is the
Amex
this
just for
but
what? The
this is what I was
platinum
trying
Yeah,
to
or
tell
the
bro.
y'all though.
just
You'll
for
see.
sale?
It'll show
Y'all
you
just
all
saying
of them.
Amex in general or the platinum card?
Yes, just Amex.
Yeah, but this is
Amex
what I was trying to
gives
say
you
about MX
all of the
though.
rewards, bro.
But
They
it
give
The
looks
you
reason
like
why
it's
all the
just
I got
it's
a
just
rewards.
platinum card, bro.
Amex.
I don't know what the gold one do.
Well, so the charge
Oh, bro,
cards.
why you don't just look?
Yeah, I
I
got
don't
he
know
just
Amex
if I
got
want
cards.
shit. He
one.
don't know.
I don't like the
But
charge cards because a lot of Amex cards have the
I just gotta
the
hate
fees.
that.
And what the thing is, like, people will be like, "Oh, you can go to the lounge and you can do that." And what I found was that I wasn't doing any of that. I will go to a flight, I will get there 2 hours ahead. I will sit there, I will get a book, and I will just sit there and wait. Like I'm not going early, and I don't. fly every
A
two
lot of
weeks
them
or
lounges
even
be
once a month to
overpacked
I
sit
and
in
ain't
the
gonna
shit.
lie,
damn
when you
lounges.
go
A
up in the
lot,
little
Nikki.
that
It's
little
worth it for me
area,
because I
yeah,
fly
it
I
is
ain't
often.
going
worth
sitting
it.
in them damn
Them people in
lounges.
the
It's worth
lounge know
it.
me.
It's worth it.
Mm-mm.
You know
Those
me.
some of those fees are like $300-400. So what I did, Q, is
I get it.
I have a Southwest Visa, and when I book through Southwest Visa, because we primarily, like
Get
we
your
go to
points
New
through
Orleans,
those.
I get my points through the Visa, and then when you got
Hmm.
it, I immediately got like a $200 credit, so I literally got a flight free just for getting the card. So
Amex does that too, though. And
yeah,
it's like a straight
Amex does
Yeah,
it.
sapphire.
Amex does
but
it, and
And
but I
and
think
the
y'all
and
hold
the
on.
United
ink
does
card do
But
that.
too.
hold
And
on,
the
because
Chase ink
listen,
card.
this is the point I was trying to make with y'all about Amex. Amex is so easy to get. You know why? Because it's a tier 2 bank.
Yeah, it's easier. That's
They're
why,
not a
bro.
tier.
I was just in the lounge, bro. It seemed like everybody was in there.
Yeah, I know that
Yeah.
because
It's
that's
like
what I'm
they just
telling you. That's
handing
what I'm
that
trying to
shit out.
explain. That's what I'm trying
you
to
ain't
explain to
flying that
y'all.
damn much
Like
to go in them
Amex,
lounges.
Nikki, I
Just
fly.
go get you
Bullshit.
go get you a
I fly
Bullshit.
Starbucks
like
and a
once a
sandwich.
week, damn near.
Bullshit.
no, I'm listen,
Man,
listen. Amex
Every
is a
10
tier
days,
two
I'm in
bank.
there.
It is not a tier
why?
one bank, meaning
Nah,
they're
I
For
think
work and for
I
just,
just
I go
said
out the country a lot.
I just said I've been canceling flights a lot this year.
Why
I've
are
been
you flying
canceling
every? Okay,
flights.
well, if you fly that much, but I don't
I
like.
used to fly twice a week, but I slowed it down.
No, I'll probably fly like
yeah. Nah,
three or four
Chris
times a
does
year
travel
if
hella.
I
I
go to
used
a
to
bunch of conferences or something. And I don't.
No,
I used to
that
fly.
lounge pays for it because I can eat. Like I eat for free in the airport. Like between
Bro, you
most
go
all
in
my
there
credit cards
take
are
a
travel
nap,
cards.
boy.
So
You go
like
in there take a nap in that month.
I
Like,
eat for free in
you
the
go
airport, and
eat,
it's
take a
good food. It's
nap.
not
You be
But
the
look,
lounge
Chris,
ain't got no bullshit food.
ask me this, Chris. Though,
American
but because
Airlines lounge isn't that good.
you talking
I
about that
see, I
one when
see.
you go through that little door
It
when you go
just
through
depends
that
what airport you talking about, bro.
the
Yeah,
one
cause
But
but
hanging
didn't a
right
lot of them
Amex
lounges
cool
go
like
up in
though.
price because
the
y'all
It's
was
one when you go
cool.
through that
overfilling
little
them?
door, bro. Like, yeah, bro, that door that opened up, you be like, damn, what kind of secret shit is this?
You talking
Like,
about the American Airlines one? They
yeah,
serve
bro. Oh
like
my
high school
god,
food in there,
bro.
bro. I don't
Bro,
like it too much.
I don't care. They do massages in there.
But the
I
Amex
don't
one,
care.
they have like
I don't care.
chefs and shit. They
The
shit
only
different.
time I use those cards, like I have used it, but I have like a Citibank that, like I said, gives a ton of cash back, but I use it for one of my sons. That's like his primary card. I'll use it like if I want to get, early entry to like buy some tickets or something to a concert or a theater performance. But that's really the only time I've done it.
Yeah,
Like,
but
so
Mickey, this is what I'm trying to tell y'all is that Amex is a tier 2 bank. That means there if you that's why it's so easy to get for people to get for it, and plus the way they charge you, it's like you either it's not a revolving credit where you spend and you gotta pay a little bit a month. It's like if you spent $10,000 this month,
No,
no,
bro. I
you
so
Nah,
gotta
gotta pay
pay
you
you
my
ain't
gotta
own
pay
paying
hold
that
credit.
on, hold on,
minimum.
hold
You
on.
ain't
they
You
paying
have
gotta
a
that
pay
credit
minimum, bro.
card.
no
Like you
brother,
ain't
you
supposed to
gotta
be
pay
paying
ten
that
thousand
minimum.
dollars
Yeah,
back
they
the
have
next
a
month.
charge card, and then like the
Yeah.
green card, the gold card, the platinum, and the black
Right.
card are charge cards, right? So like
Right.
I'll be honest with y'all. When I first my first credit card outside of that Capital One when I was a student at A&M, the other one was a an Amex card, right? I had a green card, so I thought I had arrived, y'all. I was just paying that shit off every month, every month, every month, and then paying the little annual fee. And they were like, "Would you like to upgrade to gold?" And I was like, "What's the annual fee?" I was like, "Hell no." "Would you like to upgrade to platinum?" "Hell no." So I kept that little green charge card.
I ain't even
And
gonna
then
lie,
I
they
was
almost
like,
got me like that because I was
yeah,
trying to get to
I was
that
like,
clean, clean,
man,
clean,
forget
clean, clean, clean,
this.
clean.
But you gotta know the purpose it serves though. Them
I
But you
was
Oh,
can
so
trying to
get
you're
an
not
get
supposed
into
to
Amex.
do
the
that.
Okay,
Cause
you
that's
can get
what
an
nah,
Amex credit
bruh. I
card
was
because I
trying,
have
bruh.
a
I was trying.
But hold on. Let Mickey
Mastercard.
finish though. I can't hear her.
But you can get a Amex credit card. So like they do have credit cards, Q, but like the green, the gold, those are the charge cards. Now that's the one where you pretty much have to pay your balance off within like what, like 6 weeks or something. But you can get a
Well,
regular revolving credit card from Amex. You can.
yeah, I know, but I'm saying
my
the ones
credit
that
card
people
I have to
mostly
pay
brag
every
about
month.
are the ones that are charge cards. The ones that the
Bruh,
ones
every
that
Oh,
month,
there's
nah, the charge
the
there's
card
ones
people
be
people
in the
brag
goo.
about.
good.
Who
That's the
has
ones
a
people.
co-mod on Chatter? There's people in the goo. I don't have a co-mod, so I
I don't know.
can't
I
bring
had
people
one, but
up.
then I clicked out.
But I'm
Oh,
saying,
can any
but I'm saying
DJ's in the
those.
goo?
Who?
Mm,
Friday?
Oh, there he's on stage.
bruh, I ain't gonna lie, bruh. You gotta pay
Oh.
that whole thing that month, bro.
So hold
I
on, hold
know
on.
that's what I'm
Yeah.
saying. People
You
don't
I
realize,
can't, you
heard
but
you.
can't play that.
I pay
it's only
all my
it's.
credit cards. I
Oh,
gotta
go
pay
ahead.
that whole shit every month. So
I
Yep.
know that's
if
what
I
I'm
not
telling y'all.
getting
There's something
fired,
better
maybe
out
like
there.
like if I charge up $5,000 by my next statement, I gotta pay it off to zero.
But that's a
But
Next 30
charge
days.
card. Did you have a
but I do
charge
that with my
card?
Chase. No, I'm
Bruh,
saying, but I
even
do
if
that
you
with my
do it
Chase
with
too,
a
and I
even
do
if you
that
do it with an
with both my
Amex
Chase
credit
cards. I do
card,
that.
bro, you gotta
Oh,
do
well,
that.
yeah, tend to pay off the balances too and just use them
Yeah,
for
you
points. But I'm
got
saying
to.
with an Amex, like, unless you have that ability, and it takes them a while to give you that ability to pay certain things over time, then yeah, you have to pay the balance off. But with a regular credit card, you don't. Like
They
during the
let me do that too.
pandemic,
I have an option for that, but then they're like they want to do
yeah,
it. The
they have
interest
to
seems
invite
weird, and
you.
I just don't want to do
Yeah,
that.
And
all of
if
the
you
credit
don't do
cards
it,
have
them
that.
fees get real with Amex.
Yeah, I don't
Well,
like
I
playing that
liked
game with them.
Amex, but it did so. Amex used to be like the business card, right? Like the company would have the business cards, and then they would, be like, "Oh, when you traveled, you pay for your flight and your hotel or whatever." But when I started seeing probably like early 2000s companies leaving Amex and getting that Chase Sapphire, that's when I started doing Chase Sapphire because I was like, these are people with ton lot more money than
That's
me
what I'm
or
saying,
business people.
Mickey. That's what I'm
And the Chase
saying. When
scheme
you
got
get to
purged. So whoever has that,
I got
that's
the
the
ink
place
and
to
the
do Amex.
sapphire,
Yeah.
but
but
yeah,
they
that's
don't have
what
no lounges.
but that's what I'm saying, Mickey. When you move to
Because they're
tier
more about points and access. Ain't nobody worried about no lounge.
No,
They
them
got lounges, but
lounges
they put
But
them
be
Mickey,
in
look,
lounges
look, that's
like
what I'm
really
saying. When
bad,
you
and
get to
lounges
tier
be
one banks,
like I'm
mm,
they
not
got better
doing that.
options
in
than
Atlanta.
Amex. But everybody bragging
Oh,
about
they got one in
Amex, and
Atlanta.
it's not even a tier one
Hell,
bank.
I just told you.
No, I thought you meant the Platinum Lounge, the Amex
Did you
Platinum
heard? You heard
Lounge.
me, Mickey?
That mother, that's
Mm-mm.
the
Say it
one with
again,
the
Q.
doors.
I said that's why I be telling people, you gotta go with tier one banks. Amex is not tier one or tier two. That's why it's easy to get, and everybody brags about the ones that the cars that are charge cars, but there are way better value. Is way better value for your money to look
Yeah,
up
Chase is
what
better.
tier one banks are. Like capital, like my Capital One, my Venture card will shit on Amex card all day for points and traveling and offers and everything, and I don't have to pay in full as like a charge card either. So people, that's what I'm trying to tell people. Amex ain't what it seems like. You just that's a tier two bank. Go look up tier one banks. Like I'm not gonna say Wells Fargo is part of it, but I'm gonna say Capital One,
Bruh.
No, I seen
Capital
what you're
One,
saying on Instagram,
Chase,
and
the
it
rest
is.
of them.
I got you,
He's
Q.
right. I seen somebody. I
I
seen like
get you.
some
I get
credits
you.
person talking about that.
I get
Right.
you. I get you. It's just like the longevity in the name that gets people.
Yeah, I know.
Oh
Yeah, that's what I'm
yeah, for
saying. But most
sure.
people
Like
don't know what
remember
they
when?
signing
Well,
up
this was
for.
back in the day, and I'm older. Remember when even back in the day, Neiman Marcus would only accept American Express in their store card. So like if you had a Visa, you couldn't use it. You couldn't
You
use it
couldn't
at
use
Neiman
a Visa at
Marcus.
Neiman Marcus.
And
Mm-mm.
yeah,
You can
Back in
only
the
that was a
use
day.
while
American
back,
Express in
bro.
their store card. Like so, yeah, or you were paying cash, but that's how they would get you. So yeah, it was like it had a little, like exclusivity to it. But
Like
what
they
I will
cornered the
say,
market.
what I will say is my favorite card, which is probably my daily. I love the Apple Card because it just gives you like that three. What is it, 2 or 3%?
3%.
And then it had the like that the interest rate for the cash, which it just sets it up right there on the app. Man, I have to say I love it because you see it immediately. You see the cash back immediately. And then Apple actually it doesn't have a number on it. So it actually scrambles the number every time you use it. So it's almost impossible for somebody to like steal it. I love it. It's super
I'm
cool,
about to give
especially
me
if you
a
do a lot of Apple Pay. I love my Apple Card.
Yeah, I'm gonna get me the Apple Card soon too. That's the next one I'm gonna get because they keep asking me to see if you pre-qualify. It's not gonna hurt
Oh, I love
your
it.
thing. I'm gonna definitely get Apple next, but
Bruh, the
people
best
got
part
to realize
about
what they
it
signing
is
up
that
for
you can
versus
use
just
it on your phone the same way. So it's just like, bro, you just kind of doing the same thing that you was already doing.
yeah. But also you get a line of credit increase too as well. Like it ain't just you
Not
stuck at
exactly,
whatever.
exactly.
Yeah, they offer that a
Yeah.
lot. And the crazy thing is like it's pretty low brow. And then for me, like the interest, okay, Joseph said he loves it. Joseph, doesn't the interest seem to be a little bit
Dang, is it me or she cutting out? Cause I'm on Clubhouse. Fuck. I can't hear nothing now.
actual black card. Like I
There we
know that
go.
y'all know apparently because everybody in here makes over $300,000, right? Everybody's a big
Oh
wealthy.
my
Nah,
God. Why do you do that so much? Like
I'm
I
that's
about
one
to make
thing.
a joke.
That's one thing. That's
Hush,
one
Mr.
thing you
Boule.
be doing all the time. Like you always gotta throw a like light jab at somebody all the
How is
nah,
that
time.
cause
a
that shit was
jab?
ignorant, bro. And she
Yes,
deserved it.
everybody in here doesn't
Yeah.
make three. What I'm saying is that, anywho, what I'm saying is like, y'all, the first time that I actually saw a black card, I was probably like 26, and I had a part time job, working at a fine apparel department store. And it was a black couple, y'all. It was an older black man, probably because I was 26, he seemed older. He's probably in his 40s, just with gray. He was buying his wife some clothes. All the clothes were on clearance, by the way, but beautiful clothes. And he gave me the card. How come I was just like this kid, like a country kid? Because that thing, it's heavy. It's titanium. So I kind of dropped it out of his hand and I was like, oh, a black card. I knew what it was. And it just like clank, 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 clank,
Yeah, I
clank.
said
And I
that bit
was
hit
just
metal.
like,
That be clanking.
he just kind of looked at me like, it's okay. But I was just like, oh my God, it's a black card. Okay, you could probably slice somebody's throat with that damn card. That's all I'm saying. It is
Nah,
heavy
for
as
real.
shit.
Nah, for real. That bit, well, you could throw it and thump somebody in the head for it, for real, and slice them up.
Oh,
Like,
you
for
can
real.
for sure. That thing is heavy, and I was like, "Dang, okay." So this is how you can tell the difference. Like it's titanium, but
Mm-hmm.
that's like one of my favorite little memories. I was like, "Oh,
Can't, can't
these
wait till I
people."
can be able to use a black card.
You could buy a
That's
house with your black card. Technically, they don't
right.
have a limit, so
Well, you know what they
yeah.
say? They say the limit is like by month to month. Let's say your average limit is you spend 20K a month, and that's really your limit right there. But you could also go over and make it a new limit. But they go off the averages of what you spend monthly to make it to say this is what your limit is. Like and if you went from spending 20K a month to now all of a sudden you spending 150 a month, like they be like, okay, what the fuck? What's changed in your life that you spending 150 a month type shit. But yeah, we all want the black card though. I'm just telling y'all, look up tier one banks. Don't get stuck on that Amex. Everybody got Amex shit and they don't know what the hell they talking about. Cause Capital One got way better deals. And getting points and miles with Chase, the Chase signature card. Oh man. The Chase family really is what's up. Like I just think they got that whole 524 plan shit. That's the only thing I don't like about it. You can't sign up for more than what is it? Five cards for any company with more within 2 years. 524. Yeah.
Everybody sleep.
Yeah. It seems like well mine's on mine. It's just me on the stage and being getting Tyson, but Tyson might be out. I don't know. Let me
Yeah,
check.
you need to come over here.
The last card that I love because
Who's
I
that
use
person
it for
said
like
that?
bigger purchases because it'll like if I have to pay like insurance premium to meet a deductible or something, I will
Yo.
use the Fidelity card because instead of the cash back, what I have it doing is it does a cash back and it'll go to fund my kids' Roth IRAs. So I think that feature is pretty cool. So talk about it just automatically does it.
That's
So
dope. I didn't think about
yep.
that.
Yeah. So it is so
Yo.
there's all kind of options. And man, they give you a hell of a limit. I'm not gonna tell you what my limit is, but I was like, damn.
Hey yo.
Like I
Hey yo.
deserve
Hey yo.
this.
Did y'all see this Tory Lane stabbing?
Yeah,
Tory,
I didn't want
nah,
to
I
click
didn't see the
on it.
video. No, I didn't know.
It's on the
Oh my
Shade Room
God. Oh my
Twitter.
God, bro. Like, bro,
Um,
like,
I just matter of fact, I just
this
got
is,
back on Instagram. So
bro,
damn, let me see if I
this is crazy.
He about to sue them and get paid, but he's staying in jail.
Oh my God, you just gonna die on that hill, ain't you?
he is not staying in jail. Don't
You
do
just
that to
gonna
that
die on
man.
that hill. You just gonna die on that hill. And they showed, by the way, remember when Meg said he said dance bitch?
Did somebody say
Remember
it in
Yeah.
the
he said
video?
that? Oh yeah, like the video of it came out. He never said it.
There is not a video of
Oh,
that.
Yeah, yes it is. Yes it
oh
is. I just
wow.
watched it.
Look at here, Jack and
I
Jill.
just
Don't
watched
trying
it.
to
I
Hold
start
on,
just
messing
this
up, sir.
watched it.
on the
Hush,
shade
Jack and
room. They got
Jill.
it. It's just a frames taken. It's not a video.
But no, you
You,
hear
why
the
don't you come over
gunshots.
here?
You
Look at
hear the
here, Jack and
No,
Jill.
no,
gunshots.
that's you. That's you. I'm
Hush.
talking about. She
And
said,
why are
and
you
y'all said
trying
that
to
on shade
like
room they show
discredit
him getting
the actual
stabbed.
I'm
I
not
don't
proof
trying to
see
of
it.
by
discredit you,
saying
Jack and
that?
Jill. You don't know nothing about
You
guns.
know what?
Hush.
Jack and Jill grew up better than you. Anyway, but like at the end of the day, like I was saying.
Sir,
Um. Anyway,
I'm a
um.
Jean de Couleur Libre.
I do
Don't
not.
get it
I do
twisted
not
now.
care. I do not care.
Uh-huh.
What the
Yeah.
fuck?
Yeah,
Anyway.
we go
Um.
long ways back, sir. Just
Yeah.
calm your little Jack and Jill self down.
And calm your little peasantry down as well. But at the end of the
Peasantry.
day, like yeah.
What?
Anyway.
Now, why
Um.
do I have to tell just like Grant? Didn't you say you grew up poor? I don't know what that word is. Just FYI.
And didn't say
Stay in,
that.
stay in your little nouveau riche lane, sir.
And
Hey,
didn't say
for
that.
for a lady, Mickey knows how the
Yes, you
fucking ropes,
did. You
like,
said
and
your
she can
your
talk hella
father had to
shit.
get it out of
I
the
said
mud,
he
which
did
is a
get it out the
beautiful
mud.
thing. Yeah, wasn't
He
no
did
mud
get it
around
out the
me.
mud.
Well, not my daddy.
Who didn't get out the mud?
He got it out the mud.
My
You talking about
father?
your dad or who
Not
dad?
my dad.
My
Oh,
father is literally living in
He got
his.
it out the mud. I ain't get it out nothing.
You gotta be generational
I
before
just
you start
turned
running your
things.
mouth,
I
boy.
turned things into something.
Oh, hush. You gotta be generational before you start running your
I
mouth.
turned more into more. And so at the end of the day, it is what it is.
My father
Like
is literally living in my great grandfather's house right now, which is going to
my
be my
father,
house
my
with
that's
father
dope
his
walking
as
on
that's dope
marble
children.
as fuck.
floors.
Well, maybe
Yo,
not
that's so
necessarily
dope,
my
Mickey.
children because he got a lot of grandkids. But anywho,
That's so dope, Mickey. Though I wish I had something like that going on. Like I'm probably be the first to start it from my family.
but you're
Like
gonna start it, Q, and then
yeah, I
your
know. That's what I said.
grandchildren
I'll be
and
the first to
grandkids.
start
It's
it,
always
but
I'm just saying.
good. It's
to
always
have
good to
that,
be like that
like how
too.
you got it, I wish we would have been on that. Like damn, I wish my family would have been on that
Well,
shit, man.
99% of my family is still in Louisiana, so that's what everybody clowns those country people, but them country people own their land and they
And
own
not
their
for real. They
houses.
don't
And
want for nothing.
the more in the country they are, they tend to hold on to it
When
because
I
they
take
stay
my
in the country.
daughters, when
Yeah,
I take my
exactly. I'm
daughters to
saying they
go
don't
see
want.
my
I'm saying that's what I'm talking
mom.
about on your side. Like that,
When
y'all
I
don't want
take
for
my
nothing.
daughters,
Grow your own food. Then y'all got the shrimp and the what's the other one? Crawfish. Y'all grab by the pound, making good
Oh, I
money,
love
selling to the
Louisiana.
people.
Yeah.
Like
hey,
grow your
look,
own
you
fruits
gotta
and
love
vegetables.
Louisiana, but when I take my children down to my mom's and my pop's crib, and they get to walking on the marble floors, and I go take my morning run, you know what I'm saying, and everything. I'm running past cribs, waving at MLB players, bro.
Boy, you said you
Like
got to
at the
carry
end
a
of the
gun for
day, like
protection. Are you serious right now?
in Atlanta, not
Well,
in
where are your
Odessa, not in
He
Odessa,
gonna be a
Florida,
victim in Atlanta with that moving like that.
not in Odessa, Florida.
Why are you bragging on your parents' house? Really, at your grown age?
I mean,
Is that your house you talking about? Or your parents' house?
I'm
The
just saying
motherfucker.
when I take them down there, when I take my kids down there, I'm there.
I don't want
You
to hear
got
about
kids? You got
getting the
kids?
mortgage.
I got other cribs for that in Hilton Head. Remember?
Why is everything a competition with you, nouveau
I
riche?
don't know.
See, I can always tell the
He
first
definitely
generation $5
braggadocious.
people. Q. Jesus.
He definitely braggadocious. I slick like he's an asshole, but at the same time talk your shit, King. You know what I'm saying?
No, but
And
he
I'm
was trying to be
33, and I'm 33, King. And I'm
gangster the
be
Somebody
other
need
day
33
with
in a
the.
couple of days, in a couple of weeks, cut. Like, bro,
damn.
like
Oh, now he want to talk hood again.
at
Oh,
the end of the
Jesus.
day, at the end of the day, I'm still a regular
One day
nigga.
you'll be a
I'm
real
still a
bougie
regular
person.
nigga though. I'm still a
Oh
regular
my
nigga.
God! Not you bragging on your parents' wealth and then dismissing it in the same sentence. Good
I'm
job.
still a regular nigga. Like that don't mean that I ain't humble. I'm still, I'm a cocky son bitch, but I can still be humble at the same time. That's the perks of being a Gemini.
Yeah, but being
Oh,
cocky
shit.
is
That's
it's
the
not
perks of
warranted.
being a Gemini.
It's not warranted all the time though.
I
Like,
mean, at the end of
what
the
were we
day,
talking about before you needed
at the
some
end of the
validation from
day, at the
internet
end of the
strangers?
day, you wanted to do it. You wouldn't do it. It wasn't
How
me.
did I want to do anything?
Mm-mm. It
Now
wasn't
see,
me.
Mickey was right. Like, see, her family literally is generational in her area. They all own their cribs and probably some businesses and
You
stuff.
know
So
what's so
she just
crazy? I
it's
gotta
just in her.
uphold. I gotta uphold a generational wealth. I
Oh
gotta
shit, that nigga
uphold
talking
it.
that shit.
Yeah, I gotta uphold it. I
Yeah.
gotta uphold it because I'm second generation.
That niggas, I gotta
So at the
uphold
end
it.
of the day,
I
like
felt
I
that
gotta
one, King.
uphold this shit.
I felt that one, King. That nigga, I gotta uphold the
You know
generation.
what I'm
Boy,
saying? Like
Yeah,
at the
well,
end
you
of
need
that
to
nigga
be
got the
humble
word
to
on his
do that.
back.
Driving around with that gun ain't gonna help you if they stop your black ass. The
that is
po
called protection, man.
Oh, in Atlanta, you
And
don't
I'm
even need a
and
gun
I live in
license no
Atlanta
more.
in an open carry state where I
Yeah,
can do
open.
it the fuck
Like
I
you
want
literally
to
don't
do.
even need a permit no more in Atlanta. Like no leases,
Exactly,
nothing, don't
open
nothing.
carry state.
You just
Yeah, but
go
they might
in,
see
buy your
that
gun,
gun
and
and
walk
shoot
out.
your black ass.
Yeah, why would they shoot me if I ain't bothering nobody?
Right.
Did you really just ask that
The,
question?
the only thing is we have to worry about is if we can't be like them white folks who walk around with their rifles on their hip and just walking out. We ain't
Yeah,
getting that privilege.
I ain't
But
moving like
anything
that.
else, we your
But
throne.
I seen dudes on the east side. I've seen dudes on the east side walking around with ARs on their on their
Oh,
arms like
okay,
that. Like
okay.
I seen dudes over there on the east side like that. I ain't gonna lie.
Well,
I ain't
I'm
gonna
happy
lie.
for you and what you have. My family is solidly middle class.
Hey man, look,
They just
I
haven't
don't
been
Oh,
carry a
solidly middle
gun.
class for the last 500 or 600 years.
But
And
see,
oh
honestly, the way I
shit.
live,
I don't like the way that you said just because I carry a gun on me that I'm trying to act gangster. Like, why I can't just be doing it for protection?
no, you putting the gun in the thing and threatening somebody is you
You,
trying
I
to
didn't
gangster.
threaten anybody. Someone threatened me first.
I don't. Why are we centering you in this
Yeah,
conversation,
but that's
Lord?
crazy. You shouldn't be
Yeah,
getting
because you
threatened.
just lied.
You should be
How did
that.
I just
You should be
lie?
that man
Boy,
that's
we
known in
all watched
Atlanta
that
for
live.
business.
You said you were gonna try to catch a fade with him.
I said I would catch a fade. Don't mean shoot him
Then why did you flash your gun at the
Catch
screen?
the
because
fade
somebody
with
said they was
fighting.
gonna shoot me.
Are you on the internet with guns?
Because someone
Mm.
said they was
Yes,
gonna shoot
Chris,
me.
on camera.
No, someone said they was gonna shoot me. I said I wish you would. I
So
wish
you
you
ain't
would
got
try.
your
You
gun
better
and went
see
to
me.
the screen?
No, I didn't get some. I ain't go get my gun. I didn't go get my gun. My gun was on my hip. I was like, I took it off my hip and I said, I wish you would.
But you had a concealed carry though, right?
I got a concealed carry and I can open carry. So at the end
No,
of the
no,
day,
no, no.
yeah.
Listen. I understand. I'm talking about people who walk around with their guns out usually get their guns
I
snatched.
don't usually keep my gun out. I
That's
conceal
what
it.
I'm saying. That's why I asked you, was you concealed carrying it just to add for the story? Because
Yeah,
I'm
I was
asking
concealed
for the
carrying at
picture.
that point. Yeah.
Okay.
Now, were you on camera saying you were in the same
No, I
city and you
pulled
were
it as
going
soon
to
as somebody
find
said they would
him?
shoot my ass.
Now, this was a person on a random internet stage, correct?
No, it was somebody that actually lived in Atlanta.
Okay, but I'm
It
Oh,
assuming
is
your
it
was
first
somebody that
Fridays?
actually lived in Atlanta.
your first
Oh, is it
name
Like,
is not
Fridays you
Tiff,
arguing with?
correct?
nah, it was somebody that actually lived in Atlanta. And when I said, "Boy, I slapped the shit out of you, I'll
So
beat the
that's
fuck
not
out of you."
playing gangster,
I
telling
said, "I'll
somebody to
beat the
slap.
fuck out of you." Like, oh well, that's not playing gangster.
But hey,
Do
Like,
you hear
gang.
that kind of language in Jack and Jill often?
nah, I still beat the fuck out of somebody. The fuck.
Oh my
But
god.
this the problem though, bro. You in a point where niggas is trying to get to. You shouldn't be fucking with fucking with that shit. Like for you to be
I wasn't
33, I ain't gonna lie.
expecting
You
to
should be in a
run
position
into it
of the
here. I
nigga that
wasn't
when we go
expecting to
to
run into it here, brother.
for anything in A, you should be that go to guy. You need real estate. You need housing. I got you. Short term, long term. I got you. You trying to figure out where his hip at. I got you. Come to the A and be that guy. Fighting
Bro,
people or
you don't
gangster
understand.
shit.
You don't understand what was
I'm
going
with
on,
no.
what
I'm
had
not
been
knocking
going
you. I'm
on.
just saying you don't engage in the BS because it's always some bum that
But it
will
be the
really take
old
you off of the
heads though,
map.
bro. Like it be the old heads that be talking like that. You know
You
what I'm
telling me? Oh,
saying?
I'm only two
Sometimes it
years
be the
older than you,
old
bro.
heads that be talking like that, and you be mad about it because you be like, bro, you supposed to be teaching me how to be better.
That's why I'm
You
giving
ain't
you
supposed to
game
be
right
over
now.
here
I just
trying to
told you,
challenge me.
and I'm not even
No,
that.
he
I'm not
not.
even that
No,
older
he
than you,
not,
bro.
bro. Let me tell you something, bro.
There you
Look,
go.
maturity is a choice, not an age. All right. I know some grown ass niggas that be at the studio and I would send this nigga to the store. All right. Everybody, your mental thing, your mindset is not an age thing, bro. It's some grown ass kids that I know right
You
now.
right, you right,
So it
you
don't
That's a
right,
matter.
great
Like
point.
you right.
you can't just use that as a cop out to be
It
like,
just, you know what? I'm not trying to. I'm not trying to. I'm just saying that, you know what? That becomes painful when you see it.
yeah,
It
but I mean,
becomes
it's some grown ass
painful when
kids,
you
bro,
see it,
outside, man. It's
you
on you
know?
not to be that person.
Yeah.
Facts. That's
It'd
what I'm
be
trying.
like,
That's what I'm
bro,
trying to
like,
say.
why is you a old head trying to challenge me, somebody you got 20 something years on?
Cause he may
And
not have nothing to lose, bro. And the way you've been talking, you got something to lose. So don't throw it
Right.
away for some nigga that ain't got shit going on.
That's what I was saying. Exactly. You don't want to get off the map for some bum ass nigga. Like,
you know what?
and
Y'all
you,
brothers right. Y'all brothers right. Y'all brothers right.
we
I give
all
you that.
brothers, man.
I had a moment, bro. I had a moment.
But you having a gun on the internet, that's crazy to me.
Bro, I mean the shit
I get
legal.
scared of shit like that,
The
man.
shit legal.
But
I get
still,
that,
but
but it don't
but
matter.
from
Let me tell you what's gonna
who
happen.
your father
If
is,
anything ever happened to you,
And I didn't threaten him with it. I
if
said I
any
wish you
altercation
would.
ever happened, the news gonna run straight to that photo or that image and put that
hmm
right up there and say you everybody, you everything you not.
I hear
he's
you.
a gang member. He's a thug. They don't even care about your family legacy
They gonna
or
find
who
everything you
your
did
you know
wrong
what I'm
in life
saying.
and put that shit right up there.
Yo,
And
you
you know
right.
this because
You
they
right. You
been
right.
doing
You
that.
right. You right. You right. You right. You right.
We looking out for you, bro. We ain't trying to talk shit to you or steer you the wrong way or
Nah, I
anything,
get
bro.
you. I get you. I get you. I get you. You right. Because that's exactly what they're gonna do, especially with all the tattoos I got and shit. And I got
Yeah.
locks and shit. Bro,
That's what I
like,
said.
yeah.
And you got a family, and the bigger thing is over all of that is your family name, bro. Like
Yeah.
that's more
Yeah.
important. Your last
Yeah.
name is more important than anything else.
Yeah. I understand, brother. I understand. I
It's all
understand.
right,
It
we,
just y'all act like y'all ain't never been took up through there like on that type of time like that, bro.
in
Though.
my younger days, yeah, in my
Bro, hold up.
teenage
How old are
days, yeah,
you?
but not in my 30s. No, 30 plus is
How old are
no.
Well,
you?
I go off
I'm
of
35. I told you that. I'm 35. I'm only two
Okay,
years
so
older
you
than
a
you.
couple years older than me.
but
Yeah,
So at the
that's
end
why
of the
I'm trying to relate with
Dad,
day,
you.
yelling at
like
people on the
you,
internet is one thing, but flashing a gun at them and you can't, especially if you say that you are a father with two young children. I'm assuming they're young because you're only
I
33, and you're trying to build a generational legacy. Like, that's not the way to go about it. That's all I'm saying.
understand what you're saying. I'm just saying you don't understand the temperament of how
Now
we
I
get
understand, bro. I understand, bro. Trust me. I don't know. I have a big family. I have 12 siblings, and I'm telling you, dysfunctional. I got gangsters in my family. I got people that did some real crazy ass shit, but they don't. People don't
yeah,
really
like
realize what that last name stands for. Oh, you
right,
such and such.
right,
Oh,
right.
are you related
That's something that I'm
to?
actually just now getting a hold of, like that
Yeah,
last
but I'm
name
here to put you
standing
on
for
game to
something,
help you out. Like,
you
don't
know.
avoid shit like that because now in these days all that shit's gonna be used against you in the court of law. They're gonna, just like that boy that did that.
Hmm.
He stabbed the white boy, but yet they got the picture of him with an AK throwing up a hand sign, and they trying to call him out for that, and he stabbed the white
If you
boy.
zoom
Like,
out, no, but if you zoom out with that picture, he's standing next to two white kids.
yeah,
And
exactly. But they, but that's
they're
that.
like
But
it's an airsoft gun or some shit, and they're like kids just having fun, and it looks like they're in a basement just having fun. But that picture
right,
looks different than
but
by
they cropped
himself
it up.
and them other
Yeah.
white kids he with.
Yeah, but they cropped it up to make it seem like he's just a gangster. And guess what they just did to that man recently? Because he was a teenager, but and they raised all that money for him. And guess what they did? They dropped the charges and brought it back again. And now they're charging him as an adult. So now he's facing
Basically,
the
it's crazy. It's a kid named Where's Belton, Texas? Y'all know where that is?
no.
It's a
Mm-mm.
kid in a place called Belton, Texas. His name Casey Allison. He a white kid, right?
Mhm.
He got found guilty, but you know how like in high school kids meet up to the bathroom to go fight. Like if you
Hmm.
really want to fight, you don't do it in the lunchroom. You do it in the bathroom,
Hmm.
right?
Right, right.
So so the white kid was gonna fight a Mexican kid named Ramirez, something Ramirez. I don't remember his first name. And the white boy, his name was Casey Allison. They both high school students. Casey Allison went to the bathroom with a knife. He stabbed up the white kid. He stabbed up the Mexican kid. This is still in Texas. Still same everything. He got charged. I think what he got found guilty of, some sort of manslaughter or something. I forgot. I can Google it right now. But
Oh, he killed
whatever
him.
he's guilty of, he's looking at 6 months to 2 years in prison.
Dang,
Meanwhile,
that's crazy.
And the guy is
homeboy,
dead, and the boy is dead.
he went to kill him.
But is the
Oh,
boy
well, even
dead?
if he didn't go to kill him, you brought a knife to a fight that
But
y'all
is he
playing in the middle.
dead?
Yeah, the Mexican kid died.
And so he's dead, and he only looking at 6 months to two
He got
years.
found guilty. He got charged with
But he's a minor
something
though.
that where the maximum sentence is 6 months to 2 years.
Yeah, because they don't. If you're a teenager, you don't do grown
No,
man
but
jail
what
time no
they're
more.
doing with Homeboy is they're playing him like an adult, and they charge him with what, first degree or capital murder or some shit.
Yeah, I'm talking
They
about your
trying to
guy,
throw
your
him
kid,
life.
the one that's in Texas. I'm talking about your guy. He's not the reason because he might be 16 years old, and they're not gonna charge him as an adult. The
No,
the
they're
little
both
boy
18.
They
that
both the same
They
age.
were
oh they're
both
both
18.
18. Oh,
Are you
but you
talking
didn't throw
about
the go. You
Carmelo?
didn't say the number at
No,
first. Okay.
Carmelo. So Carmelo is different. I'm talking about, it's a dude named Kason Allison. He's from Bell, Texas, or Belton, Texas. I forgot. Bell or Belton, I forgot. But high school kids. These two, he's a white kid, Kason Allison. He went to go fight a Mexican kid named Ramirez in a bathroom. I told Lou about this, and he said he wanted to talk about it, and then I think he forgot. And so they went to go meet up in the bathroom and fight. The white kid brought a knife. He stabbed up the Mexican kid. The Mexican kid died. He got he just got found guilty like last month. He got found guilty, and what he was charged with, he's looking at maximum 6 months to 2 years. I don't want to hear the case, the Carmelo Anthony situation, but they're not making this a big story on the news or anything. Like, it's just something you have to actually look for.
Mm, yeah,
Oh
and that's
wow.
crazy.
Well, we know
That's crazy
there's a
because
double standard. Just like
yeah,
that girl isn't going to go to prison for cleaning her gun accidentally and shooting her boyfriend. But oh well.
He
yeah,
came home. They said he came home drunk, or she did, from the club or something.
Yeah.
hold on, but how's a
Just
girl
like
coming
old
home
girl,
drunk, cleaning
just
her
like
gun,
old
and then
girl
shoot her
getting out
man in
of
the head?
prison. That shot old boy in his own apartment.
Who shot
Oh
who?
yeah, in Dallas.
Oh, you talking about the
Hmm.
one
That
that
case.
mistakenly went to her wrong apartment? Yeah,
Yeah,
Mistakenly,
yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
dumb shit.
the female police. He was like eating ice cream or something. Somebody was sitting.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
I've
And the
always
brother
felt
went in, and the brother went and hugged her.
that they were messing around or something because that was just so weird. Like
right.
it was,
And yeah, the brother or somebody did go hug her because they fucking black people. You can just kill their whole family and the next day. I forgive you. Like, get the fuck out. That shit. I
But the thing
grind my
is,
teeth when I see that shit. Swear to God, that shit ain't
With
right.
the Case and Allison thing, I want to see how them same people who argue how Carmelo's like the devil, who plan to kill the white kid, I want to see how they react, because
Bruh,
I want them same people that want Carmelo to get life. I want to see them same people decide, well, how you feel about. I'm gonna see if I can tell Jonathan about this, but I don't think he gonna care to have this in the story so much.
he not, he not, he
Just
not.
because
Right,
Trump is
right.
like
Okay, they
bigger
know
right
they know
now.
it's gonna be a race room. He might see it as people taking races
Yeah,
or racially and stuff.
exactly,
But I want to see
exactly.
how the same people feel. Them same people who argue Carmelo's the devil and he needs to be punished and sent to hell and all this other stuff. Well, how
But
you
look,
feel
that's
about
the
this white boy
same
who
way.
clearly planned to kill this Mexican kid?
But listen
Right.
though, like that's the same way I feel about goddamn Tori and the Menendez brothers. Like,
Tory and
bro,
Menendez. What Tory got to do with the Menendez, man?
they about to get out before he do.
Uh,
Yeah, but the Menendez brothers been
yeah,
locked
like,
up
hey,
for
nah,
like
Tory
they
might
didn't
get out.
did.
Tory might get out.
Nah,
Yeah, but
he
hold on, you talking about the Menendez that at the
listen to
cartel brothers?
No, they
They've
yeah,
been
talking about
locked.
the
They've been locked
Menendez
up since
brothers
like the
and
'90s
some
or
gay
yeah.
kids and
yeah.
yeah. Tory might get out.
I don't think he get out before they do.
They did him dirty, bro. I was in court. I know Tory, bro. I worked with him on his albums and shit. I know Tory.
Bruh, they did him super dirty.
But they were doing things that the public don't know. There's a lot of things they
Bruh,
were
there's
doing.
a lot of things that
No,
I
like they were playing
read.
games with us. No, I was there, bro. I'm telling you. Quentin, no, I was talking to Quentin when I was at
Yeah,
the Victoria
yeah,
home.
for
Like,
sure. I know,
I've
I
worked in the
know.
music industry, bro. There's a lot of times you don't know me, but like a lot of times I'll be on stages, we be talking about people I know. I'm really quiet a lot. But
Yeah.
You know,
it's
I work.
here.
You know, I used to
But
work with
who?
Street Execs.
Who? Oh,
SpaceX.
SpaceX. I know they
SpaceX.
are. Them
Yeah,
producers.
like that. Yeah, Al and them. Yeah, like I
Yeah.
used to work with them.
But it was a lot of games they were playing with his lawyers that weren't made public. There's a lot of things that were done in that court case, just period, that I realized that was the first time I realized that that they're not interested in finding out the truth. They're interested in winning the case.
Exactly.
Mm.
That
The
shit
truth don't
it
matter.
actually scared me.
It
Like,
that's a scary situation, bro.
do you know that white lady with the googly eyes? That was it Megan Cuniff?
Oh,
She's
you
a
talking about that one that is on?
she be tweeting
Yeah,
all the time and shit.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
Okay, so let me
yeah,
tell you
yeah.
what
The
happened.
one with the
She
weird
will write down what
hairstyle,
the
the
prosecutor
kind of
would
chubby
say.
chick.
No, she listen. The white lady, she's like a journalist. Every time she tweet, the shade room posted.
Mm-hmm.
She would write down what the She would have notes. I like saw her notebook. She would write notes because at one time I sat over there, like I sat behind her. Once she would write notes of what the prosecutor's saying. Then what happened was the shade room, she would go tweet that and the shade room would go post that. So basically what people are getting is what the prosecutor's saying. But since, like, look at Diddy, since the world's interested in the transcript so much that we're all reading this. So when the prosecutor says something, we all actually read what the defense say. So then that's why if we just read what the prosecution say, there wouldn't be nobody saying, well, okay, how we know he blew up the car when there's female DNA and all this other shit and and ain't no puff DNA. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you get to see both sides speak on when it comes to puff case. When it comes to Tory thing, we were just reading one side of the fence.
Mm.
Yep. 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 I mean, but you could see that without even knowing all that information.
Bro, they
You can see
railroaded that
that
man.
No,
without,
you
bro.
can't. You can listen
Yes,
to
you
the
can. Yeah,
testimony the
no,
same
no,
that you
no,
can with
no,
this
no,
case.
no,
Yes.
You can,
no.
you can't. No, you can. She's right. But what I'm telling you is, like, the people who are coming out of Tory's case, tweeting that would be repeated by black media was literally basically saying coming from the prosecutor because it would come from Megan Cuniff and Megan Cuniff would be posted on the shade room. And then
Mm.
anybody who had an alternate and people from Tory's side, they wouldn't even make the shade room.
Yeah, you know
You
Right.
know
the
But
what I'm saying?
don't you
the
think it's
shade room
questionable
is
that
pick
his
and choose.
father has literally named his legal team, which first of all, I mean, Chris Brown even gave him $250,000 towards his defense.
Yes.
So if he took the fall for someone, he should have taken the stand. Like, why?
No, that's not. That's a bad argument, and This is exactly what I'm talking about. First of all, I know
That's
it's a
How is
bad.
what
that a
I was
bad
Hold
saying.
on.
That's
argument?
what I was
Well,
Let me
hold on.
tell you what
saying.
I'm
Well, he gonna
saying.
make his
No, no.
point and tell y'all.
This is the reason why I say that's a bad argument is because I was actually there. I was with Tori at night before he go to court. Like, I was working. I was literally working on this stuff. I was working with his album. His main producer is mine. Like, I would
I am
call
so
Quentin
glad you're here,
all
bro.
the time. I would talk to Quentin when I'm, like, over there a few times, right? Or
Mm.
be stressed out because I'd be working on some audio shit in the daytime and do Tory shit at night. And then they had, like, this love record camp that I'd go to and do this other shit. Like, my whole life was nonstop at that moment in my life. Okay, so reason why Tory couldn't get on the stand. And I don't even know. First of all, he should do exactly what his lawyers advised him. I wasn't in that huddle, so I can't say that. But what I do know, and that what was put out is that if he got on that stand, you know how they have these little sidebars where they go ask the judge, "Oh,
Yep.
we can't do this and all that."
Yep.
Alexander Bott, that was his prosecutor name. He said that it's I forgot the other little Asian lady name, but that's the two prosecutors. They wanted to bring up everything and every lyric and every song and everything that ever happened in this man's life. And in the state of
Oh
California,
my
you can't do that.
god.
You're not
Oh
allowed
my
to do
god.
that. That doesn't inspire a man to get on the stand. And the judge allowed it. In court, Miki, I watched the judge. This is after
Oh
he
my
was found
god.
guilty. After he was found guilty, before sentencing, I watched the judge say, "We accept your DNA as a fact." Because Corey went off and got somebody to run the DNA on the weapon. His gun is 100%. He hired the top person in America for that, right? One of the top people, was some high value person. I watched the judge say, "We accept that your DNA is not on the gun as a fact." The court accepts that. That's in
Mm.
paper. That's documented.
Right.
The reason why he still gave that man an enhancement. on the gun. He should, even if you know that, why are you
Hmm.
sending him without an enhancement?
With an
Then you go
enhancement.
with an enhancement. I mean that even if you know, like even if you the man guilty, you still got to sentence him. Why are you giving him an enhancement if you know that there's no DNA on that gun? The judge went back and forth because he didn't even want that on the record. So he kept saying little run around shit, and they had to try to their best to force it on the record. How come Kelsey gets to plead the fifth and have immunity? These are things that
Mhm.
was coming up in court. You can't if you get immunity, you can't plead the fifth.
Right,
Right.
but
They
That
allowed
she
defeats
it.
the
made a
purpose.
better deal. So when he was
She
arrested,
wasn't allowed to plead the fifth if she
yes.
got
That's
immunity.
not in
Oh
the
my
rules.
God. What y'all are not understanding is number one, what Tori should have done because Meg also lied. But the fact that she lied
Oh, you admitting
to
that now?
protect him or whatever, it doesn't,
That's
I
bullshit.
don't even have a dollar in this fight, but what I am is a logical creature. What I can tell you is that Tori should have spoken up from day one. This is the problem with all three of them. Something happened, they chose to lie about it, right? None of them
I
were
agree with
honest
that.
at that time. So if I was Tori, this is what I would have done. I already know at some point that I'm a young black man or whatever, and this was a questionable case with one of the rising stars who is a favorite of Beyonce, who is this college graduate, this whatever. Something is going to go down from this night because it's not just going to go away. So he's the one that's the felon. He's the one that should not have been
He's
around
not
the
a
gun.
felon.
It Yes, he is. He should not have been around the gun in the first place. So he's also a Canadian citizen. He is not an American. So what
How
I
was
would
he
have
supposed to
done,
know the gun was there?
bro, these people know the guns are there.
No, he didn't
Anyway,
know the gun was there. That was packed in her bag.
Yeah,
That's
anyway,
what.
like,
See,
what I
that's what I'm
am
that's
saying.
telling
Me,
you
this one.
is
My point
I
is
would have immediately gone to the police, or no, I would have gone to my attorney after I got home, and I would have went to the police and made a statement or an amended statement the next day so that my story would have been the one submitted and I would have been the one making the
Did you
deal.
hear what he said about why he didn't
okay.
actually? Did
Okay,
you
It
hear?
listen.
doesn't
Hold on.
matter why. That
Hold
was
on, real
his
quick. Like,
choice.
did
That
you
was
hear?
his
Did you
choice.
hear what he said about why he didn't do that exactly? Is
Bro,
that?
it was
And then,
his choice.
by the way, I heard you say something earlier today that was not factual, right? And he
What was
never
not factual?
admitted. What he never admitted to was shooting Megan.
He said it
He
on a
never.
phone call
No, he
No,
during
he
the
didn't. Can I
didn't.
answer
No,
this?
no,
Can
no,
I
no,
answer
no,
this?
no, no, he didn't.
Hold
No,
on.
no,
Let
no.
me answer
Hold
because
on, hold on,
I know
hold on,
this.
hold on. Hold on. Let me finish. Let me finish because see, I listen and I pay attention, right? And at the end of the day, like this man just said, I am sorry for everything. That is what he said. He said, I am sorry for everything. So he was sorry for doing some dumb shit, fucking two best friends. He was
That wasn't.
sorry. He was sorry for doing some shit that he wasn't supposed to be doing. Like in my eyes, I mean, it doesn't
I'm
say
saying.
that's
Let
not
me.
an admission of guilt to shooting Megan.
Oh, listen. Let me fix a couple things because it's. This is when what they do is Mickey. You'll understand this a little bit because what I looked at Meg like is the same way I looked at how Trump is. Trump will put some shit out there and then say I'm not this, and everybody like runs with it. Like right, Trump will slap somebody and say I didn't slap nobody, and everybody starts making excuses for him right before it. Her team was putting out false information about him. He never had a felony. He had something that went on in Florida before. I forgot what it was about. I don't even think it was gun related, but he had something called a diversion. I don't know if you know what a diversion is. Like a first time offender program, something where you complete whatever. Florida gives you one opportunity to make it go away, right?
I
He
like
never had a
pre-trial intervention or something
pretrial
like that.
intervention. Yes.
Yeah, like
All
yeah.
right, but yes, so he had that, right? So that's a lie. He never offered anybody money in a car because he couldn't get in trouble. He can be around guns. That's not true. That's just not true. That came up in court, but that's still true. It came up in court. That was false.
And why
So
did he
what
offer to pay both Meg and
he did
Kelsey
not
a
offer
million
to
dollars? Oh my
because
God.
that's
He did
something you're
not
being
offer
told.
that.
That's something you're being
It
told,
is not,
Miki.
it does not matter what we're being told. Do you not
Miki, you come in
understand
here
that?
But
every day.
that's not
Hold
true
on,
though.
bro. Let me do this.
Bro,
But
was
you
there
come, Miki,
not
you
a
come in here every
trial? Yes or no?
was
Yes
what?
or no? Was there not a trial? Yes or no?
There was a trial.
Did he say that he was innocent and Kelsey shot Meg during that trial?
No,
Yes.
it was alluded to it.
So, okay. So you understand that during a trial, which is where you present your defense, if there were three people in the back and Meg did not shoot herself and he did not tell them that Kelsey did it, then they're going to assume that he did it?
No, this is what happened though. Like I'm just let me tell you some stuff that ain't put out in public for
So,
everybody.
wait.
That man woke up. That man woke up. That man ran over to the police station to
Oh,
give his.
Jesus
I mean, to the
Christ.
detective to give his DNA. Well, hold on. You gotta listen to me because what's happening is they put out false information. The nigga never had a felony. You can look this up. He never had a felony. He had pretrial intervention. The only time he ever got in Florida. Right. He's allowed to be around a gun. If a nigga shot at your friend, Miki, would you say what hospital she at? Chelsea never wanted to go to that fucking hospital. She said, fuck that. She didn't want to go. She only went over there because because she was kicked, because Meg said, you don't live with me no more. And she wanted to go over there and get her key to get in the house to get her shit, to get the fuck away from Meg. That's the only reason why she went to that hospital. That came out in court. She had no interest in even fucking with that girl at that moment.
So, what you're
If a
saying
nigga,
is
if
that,
a man, hold on, let me just say one more thing.
oh,
If a man
Jesus.
shot at you, a man shot at your best friend or your friend for 10 years, are you personally you gonna pick up the phone from him from court and from jail and then tell that nigga to then go call the driver to bail him out of jail.
Mm,
You gonna do that because on that phone call y'all
mm,
missing that he gave her
mm,
instructions. Not only did he
mm.
shoot at y'all, beat her up, and do all this other shit apparently, but then apparently he said, "Hey, I'm sorry for the situation. Now go call this nigga so he can bail me out of jail." You gonna do all that? Oh, and also, how's Meg? Don't worry. Oh, and on the phone call, he basically saying you can put this shit on me. A shooting is not a big deal because I'm a rapper. He's alluding to that. Then he gonna be like, "Well, where the girl at? Why would she give her all that information and say where that she's
Mhm.
in Cedar Sinai? If you just shot and tried to kill this person, would you personally give that information to another man? Or is he apologizing
Mhm.
for saying, I'm sorry for fucking your friend behind your back because he wasn't fucking with he was fucking with Meg. He was dating Kelsey.
So,
Mhm.
let me ask you something. You're in jail for shooting someone. You don't realize that everything that you say on that phone is going to be recorded and used against you. That's problem number one. So you didn't consult with an attorney because the night of the event, like I said, Meg is lucky they didn't put her in jail for perjury, both of them, because she perjured herself. Well, she didn't technically at the trial, so it
She
doesn't matter
gonna
if
get
she
it.
lied to the media.
When you say you're in jail, you're talking about the moment he was arrested originally?
And yeah, and when was that?
That was directly after the incident. Everybody no, he got arrested.
So why was he on the phone talking to Kelsey when Kelsey's text messages that night went to the bodyguard or whoever that said help uh Tori shot Meg?
I've never had this conversation with him, but you want to know what I think? I think
What conversation? That's what Kelsey said. So
I
either
know,
Kelsey
but
is smarter
in
than him and he's an idiot, or what are we saying?
I'm saying that I think that this woman did it. I think that he know that he never touched that gun. I think that he decided to say, fuck it. You can blame that shit on me because at the end of the
Well,
day,
then
it'll
that's
come
his
back and
stupid
never.
ass. That's his
I
decision.
understand
That
that.
was
But then
his
y'all can't say
autonomy.
protect black women. And then when he saved a woman from going for jail, the other woman just flip
Then
on him.
you just because that's how you was talking
Because in the
earlier.
end of the day, it don't help that argument.
That's
It
how
It
you was
don't.
doesn't
talking
matter the
earlier.
argument. There is no argument if that was his decision. If it was
No,
his
That's how you
it
was
decision
don't.
to
talking
But do
save
earlier.
you?
Kelsey, who has a whole husband and wasn't she pregnant or something for someone
At the
else?
point, the point was she got immunity. She could have got up there and just say, fuck all that. I did it. And she didn't even like this parts of me that like this. I go back and forth with even
Yeah, she
believing the
had
girl was shot.
immunity. She had immunity.
Like she
So
could have went and
she,
saved the whole situation. She just said fuck it.
I did it on the stand.
You know what I'm saying? Instead, she's pleading the fifth, which is actually not legal. you that's not how the law works.
If she would have went on the stand and said, I did it with that immunity agreement she had, bro, they couldn't charge her with it.
And this man got up the next day. Though whenever he had an opportunity, he ran to them to go give his DNA. They ran the test on that gun twice. It came up
But
not
you know
him.
that the gun, just like in the case with The DNA evidence proved that there was
Bruh,
a
she wasn't
90%
shit. Long
chance,
story short.
a
Hold on, hold on.
90% chance that it was shot by a man.
No, it wasn't. No, it
No,
wasn't. It was a
That was
zero point.
no,
literally
no,
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 no, no.
no,
in
That
no.
was
It
not.
wasn't.
That
It
court.
was
was a
not it.
point.
It
No, it wasn't.
said
No,
the
it wasn't.
amount
It was
of
zero
DNA on
point.
that weapon was majority of a male. I think that's what it said. But at the end of the day, it was not his DNA. They ran
90%
it.
Exactly.
DNA.
No,
So
but
there
it
No,
was
no,
a
wasn't
no, no,
his
no, no.
driver.
That doesn't
DNA.
mean no, no, no. Even if it's not, Mickey, I hear you all day how much you love black boys and try to protect them.
That has
This is
nothing
one of
to
them.
do
No,
with the
listen, what
facts
I'm
and the
saying to
truth.
this ain't, but you got inaccurate information.
It
I'm
wasn't his
literally reading the
DNA.
information from the court. I put it in the chat. So
They
here,
And I'm
lied.
telling you,
They
may
in
may
court,
I
they were
just
lied.
playing
revisit it,
games in
please?
court, Miki.
May I
I'm
just
telling
revisit
you
it?
this.
This is information, right?
You ever watched the trial? Have you ever seen a trial like in court? You ever
I
been in
don't
that
think it.
situation?
I paid attention to it when it was there. So first of all, there was a text from Tory to Megan the Stallion in July 2020 apologizing for shooting her.
That is
Tori
not
never did
true.
that. That's
DNA
That's
not
not
true.
experts
true. That's
established
not true.
that there
That's
was a
not true.
90% chance that a man fired the gun. There was no new ring camera footage of the incident. The only ring camera footage had already been played in court.
Oh, they did.
That
Yeah, they
was
did
that
play.
was
No,
a
they did.
lie.
They did play ring camera footage, but it was blacked out. You couldn't see it. Also, they switched that dude. He looked like Marty McFly. His name was, I forgot his name, but he was the witness. He was Tory's witness. Then he was wasn't. Then he turned into the state witness. He's a foreigner. They didn't say that part. The dude sounds Irish or some shit. And then when he switched his when he lied and switched his lie around because he said it was the girl. Then he said it was the girl again. Then all of a sudden he tried to say it was the man. But then when he said Corey, when he said the shorter man, they don't tell you that the man pointed his hand in the air.
Okay, so let me just read this to y'all and then you can refute it. So, on July 2020, just hours after violently shooting Megan, Tory called Kelsey Harris from jail and admitted to shooting Pete. The following text is from the recorded jail call. I know she, Megan, probably never ever gonna talk to me again, ever again, he said. But I just want you to know, bruh, I was just so fucking drunk. I ain't even know what the fuck going on, bruh. Like dead ass. I never do some shit like that. I was just so fucking drunk. In word, I just didn't understand what the fuck was going on, bruh. Regardless, that's not going to make anything right, and that's not going to make my actions right. To Kelsey.
What did Kelsey say?
All right. They don't have what Kelsey
So
said.
they don't have the part where she's talking to him and telling her where she's
This is
at.
the jail call, so it would have been
No, I'm
evidence
telling
if
you
this.
that I
Can
can
I
shape.
finish reading what was actually presented in court? Peterson admitted to shooting Pete. Later that evening on July
Hold on,
20,
hold
12th,
on, hold on, hold on,
2020,
hold on, hold on. Where?
I literally put the article in the chat. And if you paid attention to the trial, you should be well aware of the evidence that was presented.
Hold
I
on,
was
hold
in
on.
I was in court.
He just said that. Like, yeah, like, so I'm like, where did he admit to shooting her?
So
I
I'm
think she's
literally
referring to
reading
the
it.
apology.
July 12th, 2020. Peterson texted Pete apologizing for shooting her. Meg, I know you're probably never going to talk to me again, but I genuinely want you to know I'm sorry from the bottom of my heart, and I was just too drunk. Nonetheless, shit should have never happened, and I just can't change what did. I feel horrible.
That doesn't say I admit to shooting the fuck out of
So
you.
But Pip,
I
I
literally
actually
said,
understand where she's
can
coming
y'all
from.
just let me read the evidence here? Harris confirmed Peterson shot Pete. Minutes after the shooting, Harris texted Pete's security guard, help, Tori shot Meg and handled me. 911 is what she sent. On September 14, 2022, Harris, in the presence of her attorney and husband, participated in a recorded interview. Harris admitted to prosecutors that she witnessed Peterson shooting the gun, definitely in Miss Pete's direction. She confirmed Peterson offered her and Pete $1 million to stay silent. He attempted to bribe Pete and Harris to keep quiet, offering them a bribe of $1 million. I don't remember anything he was saying to me in that moment after the shooting, but when we got into the car and we heard the police sirens, now he's saying, please don't say anything. I'll give y'all $1 million. I can't go to jail. I already got caught with a gun before. Don't tell on me. Peterson begged Harris and Pete and Harris to keep quiet, offering them $1 million. Pete told police that she stepped on glass because she wanted to de escalate the situation and to prevent the police from using force against Peterson. Pete realized she could no longer remain silent when Peterson began to spread lies about the shooting. During the trial, Pete testified under oath that Peterson shot her. Okay, so the evolution of Peterson's lies. First, Peterson initially claimed that Pete was never shot but stepped on broken glass. At trial, Peterson's lawyers argued that Harris, not Peterson, was the shooter. Third lie, Peterson claimed the LAPD lost or misplaced the firearm and the bullet fragments. Pete stepped on glass, not shot. First lie. Dr. Lee Hirono of Cedar Sinai Medical Center's orthopedic surgery department testified that surgery was necessary to remove bullet fragments from Miss Pete's foot. And then they go on to document that. And then they talked about Harris shot Pete. That was disclaimed. And second lie, on September 25th, 2020, Peterson admitted himself publicly that Harris did not shoot Pete. So I don't know if this dude is just an idiot. This was on the Shade Room. Somebody said people saying Kelsey shot her. Tory Lanez replied, "That's not true." Okay. Harris's DNA was not on the gun. DNA evidence shows the DNA on the gun came from a man, not a woman. So forth and so on. The gun was actually found under Peterson's seat. So, like I said, there was also gunshot residue detected on Peterson's hands. So, what y'all
You
got to
you
say now?
I'm gonna tell you what I got to say. One,
Mm-hmm.
you got that directly from Megan's camp.
I got
Like
this
at
from
first,
the
no,
case
no, no,
from the
you didn't get.
attorneys.
No, 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 no. Her, they wrote that. Number two, Kelsey never wrote and handled me. That's how I know that you got that from her. There was something else that you said too. That you read straight from her press release, right?
Mhm.
That's directly from what she did, right? She altered that. Though that was another thing that's been a big thing that's come out right now. Because when she released that, it's been a big thing. It's all over the internet. I mean, if you search for it, you'll find it. Kelsey in those text messages never wrote and handled me. So, like, what I'm trying to tell you is, it's like saying you're going to repeat. The prosecutor's going to shape and do things in
Chris,
a certain
they
direction.
pull the text messages from both phones, just like we've heard the
I
Diddy
agree.
text
I agree with
messages. So
you.
you can't say Kelsey didn't send them because they
No,
could
no, no, no,
also look at
no.
the other guy's phone to see that he received them.
What I'm trying to say, I agree that that's what happened. What I'm trying to tell you is what she actually wrote in that phone versus what Meg wrote in a press release that you just repeated from her. She didn't write it, but somebody did. Whatever her camp just released, they altered things that did not happen in court. If you go pull the court transcripts and you go look at I forgot what it's called, the pictures and all the other stuff that they have, that's not in there. This is how much I'm invested into this. I'm telling you this because this is a human being that actually know. But I'm telling you this because that's not in there. Another thing is they chop. I can take something you've said today, chop and screw it, and make it seem like it's something it's not. If you listen to the entire jail
Well,
call,
that
you will
is
have a better
when,
understanding.
Chris, that is when I would refute that evidence with my own submission in court. Y'all are acting like it's one sided. Like I said,
And what I'm trying to tell
Tory
you
got
is,
$250,000 from Chris Brown to go towards his defense. If
and
you're
what happened
spending a
was
$250,000 on attorneys, right?
he spent
Because
more
he
than
could
that,
have
I'm
went to
sure.
Chris Brown and got more money. Why didn't he defend himself? The trial, y'all are like, he lost the trial and they convicted him. That's how that
But
works.
because they
And he
played
hasn't gotten an
games in
appeal
court,
because there's no, well, then why didn't his team refute them? That's how that
because
works.
I'm trying to answer you. He had because they were playing games with his lawyers.
They were
They're playing
playing
games.
games with his lawyers.
His lawyer got hired by Rock Nation. That's why his dad walked outside the door. Jay Z, I don't know if how much you know about Jay Z or paid attention. I've been a Jay Z
How is
fanatic
his
since I was
Reasonable
young.
lawyer?
Hold on,
doubt.
can I
Reasonable
please
Let him make
just
his
doubt.
point.
let
I want to
me
hear his
answer
point.
you? Because I
Now,
lived
is
this,
there any
Mickey.
proof of
This
what
wasn't
you're
this.
saying?
I'm not somebody reading a headline. I
But
lived
is
this.
there any proof in what you're saying?
What I'm telling you to do, go find somewhere else where Jay Z's music, reasonable doubt, is being used. Anywhere.
Hmm.
Go find it. If what I'm trying to tell you is he went back and forth with his lawyer. The only thing I know is he had Sean Holly one day. One day I went to his house. We weren't having studio at his house at night. Not anymore. We were fucking. He had some other lawyer, some new lawyer over there. And hey, look, fuck this. We got to do this. That's what I know. That's what I know. All right. He had a new guy named George McGuess. He's a fucking large Armenian guy, right? I believe he's Armenian. I'm not sure. But what I'm trying to tell you is he had a black woman named Sean Holly. Of course, if you're gonna tell a black woman she lying, you want a white dude up there yelling at a black woman. You want a black dude. You don't want no man yelling at this, telling this black woman she lying. You want another black woman letting this woman know. You first of all, you want a woman, but if you get a black woman, go ahead. So he had a good lawyer. Sean Holly was dream team. What's the guy that he died? What's the who got OJ off? She was a
Johnny
partner.
Cochran.
Yep, she was under him. What happened was now all of a sudden Meg's music. She had a show all of a sudden on that called Reasonable Doubt. Every episode is named after a Jay Z record, but all of Jay Z's first album records. If you know Jay Rockefeller broke up damn near over that album. What I'm trying to tell you is not only do you have that, but Meg Thee Stallion is a fucking is fucking the theme song. It's the theme song of it. So you're telling me, and she quits and leaves this man off right before court. Tori didn't have to be the story that came out where Tori popped out before with the baby on the stage and shit. Meg was long gone in real life, but it was pulled off like he was stalking her. That's not true.
Mm-hmm.
So what I'm trying to tell you is there was a game played, and she dissed this nigga right before court. She helped this nigga get on ankle monitoring when every lawyer alive that he knew said that wasn't a thing. You shouldn't even been on that. She suggested that he should be on ankle monitoring. Right? The judge wouldn't even go in that direction. I'm telling you that he didn't have. When I told you at the end of the court, after he was found guilty, there's a time when you get to speak before you're getting sentenced. um when the judge says this court accepts as 100% your DNA as a fact, this DNA is not on your weapon on the weapon. But and still, I believe he said the reason why he's going to ignore that is because somebody didn't say objection. He had probably 2 weeks to prepare, 3 weeks to prepare for his trial. When Sean Holly had almost the entire time, they wouldn't push the court date. They wouldn't push court back or anything like that. What I'm trying to tell you is they played a game when Tori responded, Tori has a guy named Josh that runs the social media, or at that moment did. Now it's somebody named Ray. Tori has a guy named Josh that runs the social media. When he responded and said, Kelsey didn't do it, that was Josh doing that. Josh wrote that. Josh wrote an affidavit. Well, Josh, I forgot what it's called. Josh wrote a court legal document saying that's me who wrote that and all that. Meg put that in the paperwork. They put that up on the stand. Corey had a lawyer that didn't fully understand the entire everything about this case when he had it. He had a last second try 3 weeks before court, and the judge wouldn't push it back. That's why his legal team wasn't good. It wasn't like he could just go to Chris Brown. It's not like he's Puff and can do the stuff Puff is pulling off right now. I don't think he has. I know he. I'm assuming. I'm sure he doesn't have Puff money.
$250,000. Like, I hear what you're saying, but the fact of the matter is, it sounds like he didn't make very good decisions. And doesn't he have a child?
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's a son.
Yeah,
you
so
can,
just like we
bro.
were
Like
telling
this is
Piff up
crazy.
here, you play ghetto games, you win ghetto prizes.
But my
You want to
question,
be
Man,
gangster in the car with
oh
the
my
gun,
god,
and
that
you're a
wasn't his gun. The
father.
the 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 the,
No, no,
the,
no,
the
no, 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 no,
EJ
no,
EJ
no.
King testified that he
We
packs
need to
guns with
stop
him.
making excuses for grown ass men.
How
bro.
he supposed
This
to know there's a
is,
gun in the
you
car?
know, a grown ass
Well,
man,
you know what? If I was a father and I'm fully
but you
financially
not.
responsible for my
Mm,
child, I'm going to make sure that there's not a gun in a vehicle that I'm in, or I'm going to drive my own vehicle. It's really that
He's
simple.
oh
famous.
my
There's always a gun in the
god,
I
vehicle.
don't care. He's famous. He's not stupid. He should not be an idiot.
You do know
So
and Mariah
oh
Carey
my
has a gun in her
god,
car, right?
oh
I
my
don't
There's
really
somebody
god.
care.
with
Is
Mariah Carey
Mariah
with a gun right
in
now. You know that,
jail?
right?
Well, let me give you two a free bit of financial advice. If you are responsible for yourselves or others, I would suggest that you not use any reason that you're wealthy, that you're drunk, that you don't have a ride home, that you make absolutely sure if you are not supposed to be in the vicinity of a gun, that you are not in the vicinity of a gun. That's it. That's how that works. See? All right. There you go. But now he's a
Bro,
father
like
that's in
what
jail
the
away from his
hell?
child because he wanted to chase some ass as opposed to be a responsible adult.
I got
I'm
a
sorry.
question for
I have
you.
zero
You
sympathy.
understand?
I got a question for you. If
Go
Do you
ahead.
feel like he's? I feel like the narrative's been spun so much that people have don't have they've lost the line of do they care about that woman getting her version of her actual justice, or is the person she believes or she's saying did this to her should be locked up? Like if it turns out to be that actual woman, are you still like, hey, he should do 10 years?
Do you even think that she should even receive any type of punishment for lying?
No, she doesn't believe. I don't believe she
She
believes
didn't
that
lie
because she
in
didn't believe that the
court.
woman.
She just lied
Yes,
to the
she
Oh, she
media,
did.
lied in
which is
court.
not
Yes, she
illegal.
did. Yes,
That's
he
another thing.
did. Yes,
That's
he
another thing.
did.
Hold on.
Yes,
Let
he
me get
did.
my answer off, and then I'm cool. I'm tired. I gotta go get up early. I got a question. If it turns out it's this other person, do you care more that this man is being punished? Do you want that the person who's responsible to be punished? Because I feel like the lines are blurred. Yes, let's say he made
Why would
bad
the
decisions
lines
that
be
allow him to be
blurred?
there. Because it doesn't matter in her mind. It's Tori, you did it. She could fall off a bike and be like Tori. Like Tori don't have to say nothing. This man
I don't
was in
really
the
care
hospital
who
with his
did it.
lungs collapsed, trying to feel. Feel
But
no,
we
I'm
know,
saying trying to
yeah,
heal.
yeah, but we know how the court system works. So if you know that a system is going to be slanted against you, that is your responsibility, being fully aware of that, despite your level of success, to make sure that you are never integrated with that court. Number one. Number two, right? Megan is not the one who insisted on doing the case. That was the state. She lied the night to protect him, which I think was very stupid and foolish because she also risks her own
Oh
reputation
my
for
God.
someone that she was just sleeping with. It was not her husband. It was not her business partner. It was not someone she was in love with. I think all three of them are incredibly foolish, and they're honestly lucky that they didn't murderize some random person like with those bullets. And they're also incredibly ghetto because why the hell are you out shooting in a
Murderized.
nice ass neighborhood? Number one, especially in the middle of the night and y'all are drunk. Drunk people in a gun is just not good, period. Despite their level of success and wealth, they were incredibly foolish. So I don't have any sympathy for Tory. I'm sorry. If you didn't take that money and you didn't make a case for yourself and you had all of this opportunity to do so in court, you had all of this opportunity to do so before you went to court, and you can't control your media team and you're out there making false allegations, and you don't know somebody running your team and it's not this and this and that, that's your problem.
You
Because
sound
he
just
had a
like that lady
trial
from P
fair and
Valley.
square. He was denied an appeal because there is no new evidence. Like,
Yes, it
I
No,
don't
he
know what
wasn't
is.
else y'all
denied an
want
It
to
is
appeal.
hear.
literally
Hold on,
new
hold on.
evidence.
He
Well,
wasn't
then the
denied an appeal.
courts would consider that, but there is no
It's not
new
denied.
evidence.
It's not denied. They're still waiting. It's not denied.
He's
They've
already
actually
asked
accepted
for an
it.
appeal prior to his father bringing this up. Y'all know that, right?
No,
That's
I'm
not
telling
true.
you at this moment, if you're gonna
Why
get the
you
news
just keep
source about this, you
saying
can.
bad information? Why
How
you
am
keep
I
What?
saying
saying
bad
bad
information?
information and y'all don't
Because hold
even
on,
know
bro.
the
This is
information
what I
I
was talking
gave
about
was
when
from
that
the
white lady who
case?
can repeat shit.
Well,
Like,
if he's your friend, you need to give him better advice and tell him next time don't take the fall for anybody.
no,
Because
no. At this point in time, look,
See,
I don't even
she's
want
a
to say that. I don't even want to say
gaslighter,
that out loud.
bro. Like she's
Listen,
a
how
no.
am
I
I a
think no, she don't.
gaslighter?
I don't think she's gaslighting. I genuinely feel like she believes it. Bro, I've met enough people who where they get you eat
Bruh,
what
she
you gonna
says
shit what you eat,
not
bro. That's what I'm
because the
saying. Like
reason why I say she a gaslighter, bro, is because I feel like she just says things to attack you personally
oh no, she's
before
not
she
attacking me.
actually nah, but she will. She
I'm
just pay
literally on the
attention.
stage, sir, and I know you're not
Nah,
talking
pay
about I
attention.
just
Just
say
pay
things to
attention.
attack people
Just pay attention,
personally
bro.
when you were
Just pay
literally on
attention. Just
camera
pay
flashing
attention,
a
bro.
gun talking about you were driving around the
Yeah,
city
when
looking for
people
somebody to beat his ass.
I never said that
That's not
neither.
a personal attack,
I
That's not
or
that
is
never
either.
it?
said that shit neither. I
Does
never said
Jonathan
that
not have
shit
to call
neither.
you to try to calm you down?
I
And we all
never
heard you, by
said
the way,
that
because he
shit. I
played the
never
call
was.
on
I
here.
never
And do
You
you
was.
did
know
that
what you
on
were
club. You
saying?
did that on
He just
Chatter.
bro,
disrespected
I
me, bro.
never did no
Yes,
shit
he did
like
it
that.
on Chatter, Chris.
She's
Bro,
lying.
what's
Ask.
wrong with you, man?
She's
Yes.
But all
lying,
right, you
bro.
wildin'
She's
too.
lying.
Yes,
Listen,
he
listen,
did.
She's
you wildin',
lying.
bro.
She's
He
lying.
If you
flashed the
flash the gun
gun.
on
Bro.
Chatter,
You
you
know
wildin'.
what? Tomorrow in the day room,
Oh, no,
Chris,
no,
make
I
sure you come in the
definitely
room.
flashed the
You
gun, but I
literally just
never was
told us what kind of
riding
gun you
around.
had when you had it
I never
served.
was
Now you
riding
gonna lie?
around. No,
Is
you
that not
lied.
what you
You
insinuated? That y'all
so
were in the
you
same
just
city and you would
okay,
find
listen.
him and handle it
Okay,
because he
so
disrespected you?
okay, so listen.
Uh huh.
Did I say that I was riding through the city looking for this nigga?
Yes, you did. And thank you,
You a
dear
liar,
Joseph.
bitch! Like, oh my god,
Wait,
like
are you calling
yo.
me a bitch now? Because you're a little crackhead? See, that's why
Yeah,
you a
you gonna have
first
to watch your
generation,
mouth
not
on
the
that
whole
one.
Negro, and that's all
You
you're ever
can't
going to
call
do.
Big out her name now, bro. You
But stay
tripping?
mad. No, no, no. Let him, because that's just,
I
what money
mean,
can't do is cleanse that blood. You're
nah,
always
but
going to be
you
exactly
gotta
who
show
you are right
respect, bro.
now.
That's crazy. She's a grown ass woman, and she's a black woman, and
Yeah,
she has
yeah.
that level of
And
respect. You
all
don't know
over
that.
Tory Lanes, which is insane. But I'm glad that black men have such a love of other
He
black
didn't say
men. That's
bitch.
adorable.
No, he did. He just literally the last thing he said was "oh bitch" and
He
something
didn't
whatever
call
he.
her a bitch. He probably saying that, bro. Bro, there's no way you just call her a
I don't
bitch.
really care. As long as he's not getting online and threatening people with a gun, then that's good. But
Nah, he
anywho,
did,
Chris,
but he's gone now.
pff,
Let's see. I know I wasn't tripping. I don't even. I wouldn't even say nothing. I didn't even think he did
Also,
that. I
you wrong
just
about that article.
no, he must have been kicked. But anywho, the point is, there is an article that says yes, he was denied an appeal,
That's
which
not it.
already happened. Yes, it is.
You guys talking about this Tory Lane shit?
Oh my God! For the gazillion time.
Come on, you guys. Like, come
who is
on.
that right there? The guy. Who's that guy?
That's Don Juan.
The guy talking right here, right now?
Yeah, I just want to know
Yeah,
who
he
he
wanted to know
is.
Yes.
your name. He's on chatter,
Oh,
so
yeah,
you
my name
can't see
Don
him.
Juan, bro.
On Clubhouse. Y'all on China.
What's your name? Your name Q?
Yeah, Quentin Mason, man.
Oh, yeah, yeah, I heard about you. You cool people over there, man.
Thank you, Q.
My name ring
Don
bells in
Juan.
these streets. No problem, Mickey.
That's Quentin. I have some new
Yeah, I've
information
heard
about
nothing but good
someone.
things about you, bro.
Yeah, Q is awesome sauce.
I might be over there with y'all real soon.
You
I'm
said that
debating,
last
heavy
time, but we're
debating.
not buying.
Yeah, also that's
Man,
not true.
he been around the block. He heard the fist pole move. Okay, I don't have to not say that around y'all no more.
Maybe we can
Give
get
no more
DJ to
hope.
speak and say water, water.
Water,
This accent.
water.
No, but Tory made that mistake making that phone call, bro. That's what shot him in the foot, bro. Respectfully.
Apparently, they're saying that didn't happen.
Yeah, that's what shot him, bro. I ain't gonna hold you. That phone call.
But the appeal,
I
that's
actually heard it for the
misinformation.
first time, bro. That phone
No, listen
call.
to the full phone call. Don't listen to the thing. Listen to the full 4 minute phone call. Don't listen to a clip from the shade room or any media that has a bias or any media that can be purchased.
Okay, post it in the link. I'll listen to whatever you post, bro. I just know what I heard so far. I was
Yeah,
matter of fact, the first time I heard it was a couple days ago. I was blown away. I had never heard that in
because
my
if
whole
you are
life.
you like, bro, what? First of all, what man? Just as being a man, like two women find out I'm sleeping with both of them. A man's thought is not to go get my gun. Like what?
Right.
I don't
Two
think it's a
bad
woman's thought
motherfuckers.
either, though.
It
Like,
is a
think about
woman's
what you're
thought
saying.
if there's more in court. It came out that there was more bottles of alcohol drank before Tory got there than there were people there. That's what
Mm,
came out in court.
Right,
damn.
but think
Also,
about what you're saying. What
also
I'm saying is, it's known for a guy to pull out a blicky over his girl versus a girl pull out a blicky
a girl from
over her
Texas.
dude.
No, not over a dude. A woman who fucked. Tory was a six nigga that this girl fucked behind her back.
Oh, we can't say the N word in here, bros.
Oh, I'm
In case
sorry.
you
I'm
didn't know.
sorry.
No,
I'm
no, no.
sorry.
You
I'm
good money. You
sorry.
good money. No, you good
Yeah,
money.
yeah. I actually know that rule. I'm messing up. Um, bro, women fight over men off of silly shit.
No,
Like,
you're
No,
right. I'm
facts.
just saying I've never heard
this
of a
is the
woman
fifth or
pulling the
sixth dude. It's
pistol
happening.
though. No, you're
These
right.
are women
I'm
from
not saying they don't
Texas.
fight. They definitely fight. I've just never seen a woman pull a pistol over anything in reference to a dude or a woman. But I've seen guys.
Bro, women
We
do
just
that.
watched a
Oh
guy killed
nah,
in
bro.
Chicago
Where
for
you
talking to
live
his
at,
girl at the gas
King?
station.
Okay, then kill another man.
Right, that's what I'm saying. But it was the guy
Show
pulled the
me the
pistol out
man
on the
shooting
guy.
at women over a woman finding out he's sleeping with both of them. I guarantee you, I can show you more women who have altercations with each other over a
Okay, see, but
man than
that's
a
not
man
what.
having an altercation with a woman over fucking both of them.
Okay, see, but that's not what happened. They keep. I don't know where that narrative keep getting spent. Now I'm only going off what came out the horse's mouth. Okay, per the horse's mouth, and I really believe this because it's just what happens when you're drunk. Okay, she said she didn't know the first time she said it. Okay, and this is how when you listen to a person to tell the truth, you listen for the shit they don't have to say. That's how you indicate if a person's lying or not. Always look for the shit they don't have to say, right? So when she said, normally when you joke with somebody, you don't think it gets that far where they get their feelings all hurt in a bunch or whatever. But I didn't think he was gonna take it that personal. You know what I mean? But from what I heard from her mouth is that she was kind of making fun of the way he rapped, making fun of his, you know what I'm saying, like really like drunk clowning his ass like to the fifth power, and he got butthurt about it, and it went from there. That's the story that she told. So all you can do is really go off what, like, that's why I don't like the whole
So you think that an
hypotheticals and
artist get to make it to Tory Lane's level and say, "Oh, I can't take somebody saying something about critiquing my music"?
well, I
Right.
In
personally
your
don't
mind,
think.
that's what's up.
Well, listen, if you
Like,
asking
what
me
artist
personally,
you think any artist get to be a internationally known artist and nobody critiques their music that they can't handle it? You think nobody ever did that to him or her before?
yeah, but you gotta think,
Either
bro.
one of
You
these two
gotta,
parties.
bro. You got a Tory to a Megan, bro. And if you got Megan clowning you in the backseat, talking about your music is trash and the way you rap and making fun of your voice and the pitch of it, you'd probably get pissed to it. Then again, you mix alcohol and drugs
Then
and
she
all
went
that
off and
shit in
lied
it.
about fucking the nigga on national TV.
Well, that was none of the ladies' business. I would have
True.
said the same thing
Bro, you
respectfully.
sound like every other woman who read all these gossip women blogs.
No,
If you
don't
getting
first.
your information,
Don't
I'm not. That's
lie.
not an
Just
insult. I'm saying
No,
that I'm
first
not
of all, don't
insulting you.
disrespect me, sir,
That's
because
not
I've been.
That's not
disrespect. Slow
Yeah,
down.
you, but you really just did though,
Now you
low
being
key.
emotional about it. I'm not trying to
See,
do
there you
that,
go again. That's twice. Come on, man.
nah. That's not
bro.
Come
disrespect.
on,
It's
You
not
man.
you
disrespect if
reacting,
I
emotional.
bro. If
understand
If
I
you
Tori's
go,
if
probably
you
your
friends
man's
with
and
him
all
for
that. I'm just
fun.
no, no, no.
again,
You're
bro.
not listening. You keep over talking to me with misinformation.
No,
What
bro.
I
Again, I'm just going off the facts of what
can
the
I say?
lady
What I'm about
said.
to say? Because I've listened to you.
I actually just
I gave you the
sitting
last
heard you
four
guys
minutes
on
of
a
my
whole
life. You
ride
weren't
home from a
talking. You
little
weren't involved in
female's
the
house, bro.
conversation.
I just actually
I'm
heard
not
you
calling you
guys
a
talking
female,
about the
bro. You getting in
same
your feelings.
thing, bro. No, that's not what I said. I said I just had a
But
ride
when I
home
can
from a
talk, let me know.
female's house. And I just heard you and Mickey and Piff talking about this for like 45 whole minutes on my ride home, bro. I just sat here and listened.
That sounds great, bro. You were more than welcome to join the conversation. But now that you're
Chris, why
here,
are you
No, I was
acting? I've
driving,
never heard
bros.
you
I was
talk like this
driving.
before. What is going on?
because
I was
I'm just
driving,
trying to get a
bros.
point across. You know what's in you get mad at this type of shit too, Mickey. I've listened you get mad about this shit a
Yeah,
thousand
but I've
times when
never
somebody
heard
talk over you.
you get
No, we
upset
just
like that.
conversing, bros. You don't know
Because
how
That's what
to
I'm
because
interject. Come
saying.
this
on,
ain't a
man. Just talk.
conversation. You
Just
over
talk,
talking me.
bros. No, just talk, bro.
Okay,
Just
what
talk.
I'm saying to you is, like, if a motherfucker get all their news from Fox News or
I don't watch
Republican
Fox
news or some
News.
shit, you're not. If you let me finish my statement, you hear what I'm saying. If not, I'm gonna swipe out and go to sleep because I got shit to do.
That's
That's way more
fine,
important
bro.
than this.
That's fine, bro.
If a
People in this
motherfucker, you sound like you getting all
platform
your
shit, bro.
information.
Like, come on,
You
man.
sound like you getting all your information from One Direction. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, well,
That's it.
listen.
You don't. You sound like you getting your
To
all your
counter what you're
information.
okay, so listen, to counter what you're
Does
saying, bro,
that
I
sound?
got
Is
it
that
from
disrespectful
Megan.
to you?
I got it from Megan. I got it from the courts. I got it from
You didn't get it from
the
the court. I was in the
the
court.
court documents, bro. I got it from okay. So why did okay? Here's the thing,
You didn't
bro.
get that from the court. I was in the court.
Here's the thing, bro. Right? He got, and this is why I'm so torn back by this, bro. He got accused by 12 of his peers, bro. 12 people thought he did that. So it doesn't really matter what we think. It doesn't matter. Just like the Sean Diddy case, bro. It doesn't matter what we think, what we say, trafficking or not. It's up to them 12 people sitting over there to the right. So 12 of his peers thought that he did this shit based on a phone call and a testimony about bribery. Why are we sitting there talking about this? I'm just confused about that part.
Well,
That's
that's the
all.
topic of the
You're right,
conversation we
Mickey.
having
I
right
shouldn't
now.
get my answer. You're right. I don't usually talk too much,
No,
Mickey,
you
because
don't. I thought it was
I've
fun
been sitting
hearing
there.
your
because
I
I'm
actually
very
agree with
feedback.
close
Mickey
to
the whole
most of the
time.
stuff. Because
I
I'm
mean, I
very
didn't
close
know that was your
to the stuff
friend,
that
so
we
I
talk. It's
understand
not
you.
just because it's my homeboy.
Okay.
It's because I'm very close to a lot of the subjects we talk about because I work in the music industry. And a lot of people come on this app. First of all, I don't talk about this shit because a lot of people come on this app and they just everybody's a millionaire, everybody this, everybody that. So usually I try not to talk about that shit, especially if I know something. Second part is if I have any form of relationship with any of the people being talked about, I don't like to say anything because it'll either come up biased or if I'm lying or some shit. But it's like the middle of the night, and fuck it. But I was
Yeah.
just sharing. But I was talking to Piff. Somehow it came up between us and then Piff and then you and then, that's different. So, but if we were like in lose room, I probably wouldn't talk this much about it.
Well,
I would just
yeah, I
sit here
mean,
and
but
listen.
isn't this one being recorded right now?
Yeah, I don't give a
I
shit
think
at
it
this
is.
point.
But yeah, you're
But I
such a
mean, it's gonna be
sweetheart.
clipped either. But huh?
I mean, you're such a sweetheart. But yeah, I understand if this is your friend. Like, I get it. It's if this was my friend or something, I would probably have a completely different view. So I mean, I respect that. But I was like,
It's not even
no,
because it's
Chris
my friend
doesn't
Mickey. When I
bang.
walked out that courtroom, I damn near wanted to cry, and it wasn't because it's just my. It's not a homeboy type of situation. It's I saw how it can happen, regardless of all the what's being put out from this direction or that direction. I saw how a judge said, "Hey, I know your DNA not on this. We accept it. I'm still gonna put an enhancement on here."
Yeah, that's
He didn't
bullshit.
say
Yeah.
because you're already found guilty, I have to do something as a judge. None of that. The judge knew that his DNA. He said, "I believe you." Forget the 12 people. Forget everybody else. He the one who put the hammer down. He said, "I know that your shit ain't on here now, but hey, look, we here now, and I got to give you an enhancement. This is what I'm gonna do." Maxine Waters wrote an open letter to about this shit. Like I saw how yes, bad decisions or decisions you can make can put you in a certain scenario that can change your life. My mama teach me all the time. Your decisions are long lasting and life changing. She always been drilling that in my head. The choices you make are long lasting and life changing. You could do something in a split second, your life will change. But I've never seen it. And then I've never seen it into a media scenario to where I've never and part of what I do is marketing. It makes me realize I'm fascinated by Trump because of some of the shit he can just say and people just believe it. So
Nah,
so what
facts.
I'm saying is, to me, it is I can see a part of how I actually give a fuck about this human being's life, but to see how this can happen in a court, so that prosecutor didn't give a damn about the truth. He cared about winning. That was just I've never seen that.
But
That's what
Chris,
bothers me.
Chris, Chris, look,
Wait,
bro,
Chris, you need to get up.
it's
It's 3
no.
o'clock in the morning, though. Like, you need to
I'm
handle
I
it's
your
know.
it's
business.
it's go it's,
Before you go, bro, because I know you know a lot about this shit. Listen, man, there's no way in hell Tory know exactly what happened that night and went up there and didn't say nothing, bro. There's no way in hell he did that, bro.
what do you mean? Didn't go on a stand?
Th- no, I'm saying he. There's no way he went up there and went through this whole trial and not say nothing, and he knew exactly what happened that night.
The
There's
lawyers
no,
alluded to it. So
but no, no,
with that statement,
alluding and saying what happened is two different things, Chris.
well,
What
you
I'm
should have
saying
joined
is
his
that
legal team, bro. I don't know
no,
the
no,
answer to that.
no, no, you do, you would never do no shit like that, bro. You mean to tell me you gonna do time for somebody else?
If my DNA is not on a weapon, you can't convict me.
So you gonna play
That's
your
what I'm
cards
trying
like
to
that?
say. They did not. What I'm trying to tell you is that
Yeah.
that did not come out until after a guilty verdict. The
Yes, and
judge went in.
we brought that up, and somebody argued us down that uh, do you know if they ever fingerprinted Kelsey? Did they ever fingerprint her for that
No,
her? Okay, so somebody
no, no, no.
argued us down.
Fingerprinted. I think she did. I don't know if
No,
she was fingerprinted or not. But what I do know
she
is the fact
wasn't.
that
She wasn't,
She
bro.
wasn't.
they never
Okay,
took
so
anybody else's DNA.
somebody argued us down that she was fingerprinted, and I specifically remember her not being fingerprinted for that
Nah,
gun,
yeah, she
and I
wasn't.
always thought that was weird.
No
And
one
and
was.
I mean, it just seems weird, right? That she had gunpowder on her hand and she wasn't fingerprinted, and she got an immunity deal, and
And
she
she
was the
could plead the
one.
fifth.
She was the one that had the problem with her and Meg were arguing. It wasn't like Tori was arguing with them. Them two was arguing. So it's just like how nobody can't see what's going on here. It's
it was clear to me. I'm not like taking up. Like if he shot her, he that was I'm not taking up for the dude. It's just like the Diddy shit. It's like if you're wrong, you're wrong. But I'm just saying like it's a clear picture, bro.
You're
You see what I'm
saying
saying?
you saying like
If you know
the
it,
way it could be painted, it don't matter what the truth is.
no. I'm saying it's if you know anything like I ain't saying I'm from the hood. I grew up in the hood, bro. Like I know how shit go, bro. Like two girls arguing in a truck over a dude, bro. They fuck the same dude, and no telling how much trauma how many times Megan done damn fuck somebody dude, bro. It's a big deal, for her. I guess it was a big deal for her, whatever. They start arguing, whatever. I don't know if a gun should be pulled out or not in that situation. I don't know. That's not for me to debate. But I can't see Tory pulling out a gun in that situation. That's just me.
All right.
See what I'm
Well,
saying? And I can't see him pulling out a gun for somebody calling this music whack. That don't make sense to me either. You see what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is essentially, she has gunpowder on her hand. Tori has gunpowder on her hand. You know, both of y'all get fingerprints. The fingerprints somehow I think it was inconclusive for him, which I
No,
never
it
heard of
was
that
negative
shit.
twice. The truth is, it was ran twice, three times. Twice it was negative. The third time was inconclusive because it wasn't ran fully.
So can I ask you a question? Whose gun was it? Because they said it was his gun.
They didn't. They never ran. They never ran that information. They have the ability to run that information, serial numbers, all that shit. They never did that. I'm sure they did it and didn't put it out, but that was never done.
because they sitting
That's
in the
why you never
gun.
hear you all. It's always said it's Tory's gun, but you never hear. You'll never hear from any side. Hey, well, we ran this information of the gun, and this is where it was purchased, registered. Like they won't say that.
Right. That's a good
That's
point.
never
'Cause
been put
I'm
out
thinking
there.
about that.
I
That's a good point. 'Cause I never, people say it's his gun, but nothing, no facts to say that. You can't look nothing up to say, oh, this gun was he bought it from this store and it's Tory Lane, whatever his government name owns it. That's a great point. That's funny you said that.
The
I
government
mean,
should. I mean, you really want to open and shut it. The government should run that. The government can run that. If it runs back to him, or runs
but
back
that
to some stranger in California, because we know how people can just buy guns and shit. I get it, but like,
Yeah, but
it should be
you see
ran and
how the
said.
courts is playing. If he's seeing all these indicators of how they already playing, well, I wouldn't even take no chance of even giving the ball. I wouldn't even give them the ball to even make a decision or even think that anything put the benefit of doubt in their mind, bro. Is what I'm saying. You giving them, oh, I'm a rapper, or oh, nobody ain't get hurt, so I ain't gonna do that much time, bro. You can't even think like that when these people playing like this. I'm just speaking as a common person, and I know
I
not
agree
to.
with you. I'm not. I'm
I'm
not
as a common
disputing
person
that.
think I don't even fuck with them people like that, bro. I don't play with the law like that.
I agree with you, bro. I'm not. I'm not disputing that. I
But
just
you also don't
me
do the max
personally, it
time
fucked me
either
up. I
though.
never seen. I just. I knew the people play games like that, but to the extent I watched them play games, to me personally, it ain't just on some homeboy shit. I seen like I just seen a game, bro. I seen the government play a game. I seen the prosecutor. I was in the courtroom. I saw the prosecutor. You know that googly eyed white lady that with the glasses that the shade room used to post all the time. Her name's Megan Cuner. The prosecutor was looking for her to come in the courtroom, asking, "Where's Megan? Where's Megan? Where's Megan?"
And
Like,
what purpose were they asking her to come to the thing for? Why ain't they subpoena her
so she
or
could
something?
echo what the prosecutor saying. These people like
Oh,
their
okay.
attention, bro. I ain't gonna lie. That like they
Right.
like their attention. They like their narratives being put out there. They like that with the Puff thing, the hotel leak video, and all that shit. Like, it's good for the prosecutor to play a court of public opinion. That's a thing, bro. Like they do that.
Mm.
It's not just Tory's case. They do that with
Yeah,
everybody.
yeah,
And so
They
I
but
got
do
one
you,
more
got
question for you before
notoriety.
you go, bro. Why would they charge him with having an unregistered loaded weapon, convicted of that, if that was not his pistol? I'm just asking for clarity's sake.
You've been
yeah,
saying
that
you're
was
about
a
to go to
charge.
bed for like 30 minutes.
That was a charge. That
That
was
was
one of the
that
charge.
was one of
That
the
was one of the
charges.
charges. Yep.
Convicted of that. So I'm just trying to say, like, how do you pin a gun on bros if like how do you do that? How
How
does
do
a
you
lawyer not fight that? Like,
hang a
yeah,
loaded unregistered firearm? I don't know if there's a loaded unregistered firearm in the and oh, you're saying why the word unregistered?
yeah, it says Lanes was convicted of 3 charges: assault
Yep.
with a semi-automatic firearm, having a loaded unregistered firearm in a vehicle, and
And
discharging
misuse.
a firearm with gross negligence.
Because those are all three of the crimes that are alleged. It's like, in my opinion, that if I understand your question right, I think that that's what they're gonna. When people charge you with stuff, they try to look for every charge available so they can get something to stick to you.
And then it's
Throwing
to
the
what
shit out
Mickey
the
said
Yeah,
wall.
too
that's a good
earlier, right?
observation
Like, if the
because
state picked this up, you shouldn't have been surprised the judge was gonna go for the stretch.
Yeah,
I
that's what I'm
mean,
saying, Don. You
you saying
can't play. You can't
the
play no
state
more.
goes harder than the feds. That's what you're saying, and sentencing
No,
them.
no. What I'm saying is, if the person didn't personally press charges, but the state, anytime the state picks
Oh, I
something
get
up,
what you're
they only
saying.
pick it up because they know they're going to win. Whether they get you fucking probation, jail, restitution, they're going to get something out the deal. They don't pick that shit up for fun.
now
Okay,
in many
states,
states
feds, it
they'll
doesn't matter.
use
If somebody
something
picks
like
up a crime that you committed that the person didn't want to press charges on, 9 times out of
They're gonna
10, they
get
got a
something.
slam dunk. Yeah, they got
now
something.
in close observation
That
of
should have
all
been
of
a clear
the
indicator.
cases that's
And
been
I'm just
coming out
speaking as a common person, bro.
recently.
This what I'm saying. I don't know why he thought them people was playing.
Because
I
his
look,
name, his DNA wasn't on that weapon. He knew he never touched a gun.
I don't
If
know.
you
bro.
Can
walked
you
into
able
that,
to hear me now?
let me just walk with me right now. If you did, let's say he did not do this, and clearly, and in your mind, you know you did not touch that gun, and you went to them people to offer your DNA. You went to them to clear your name. Hey, bro, I didn't even touch this shit. Then they start playing the inconclusive shit. He knew in his heart, I never touched that gun. I don't give a fuck what y'all talking about. If I never touched the gun, the DNA gonna save me. I think that's his mindset. I never had a conversation with him about this shit. So I
Yeah,
can't tell you what's in somebody else's mind. I never asked.
Yeah, I'm with Big Man. There's no way, bro. And I'm not being funny at all, but there's no way. If the state, now listen, if the girl press charges, I'm gonna have to play it accordingly, like I'm playing it. Like I'm not a snitch. I'm not finna send nobody. But if the state picks this up, bro, and it's me against the world, oh y'all got me fucked up. I didn't
Ain't
do
no
this.
way.
What the
Ain't no
fuck is
way.
you
I'm
talking
playing with
about,
y'all.
bro?
Ain't
I'm
no
not finna
way.
use my DNA as my fucking big
Nah.
joker.
Hell
No,
no.
I'm only saying from my thought process.
No,
I
no,
can't
yeah,
speak
right.
on
No,
one.
no, no. You're right. Yeah, you're right. I understand exactly what you're saying. I'm saying for
If I
me,
yeah.
know anything, if I
and the
know
state again, the
anything,
state picked it up. I'm not saying the homie press charge. We're gonna have to just play that out, and I'll just roll with the punches how it rolls, right? But if you're telling me the state, and I didn't know that till Nikki said it, the state picked this shit up. Oh, we about to tango.
Yeah,
We about to
many
tango, man.
times the
especially in
And y'all
California.
gave that girl
prosecution.
immunity too. Oh yeah, we finna tango. It's gonna be my
I
word
don't know.
against
You
hers,
able to
bro.
hear me
I
at
can
the
see
All
it
moment?
playing like
right,
that.
Chris, you
Yeah,
need
I'd like to say
to,
this
you
time
know,
able to
Yeah, I
say
gotta get
this.
up
need
like
to
five,
fight
six
enough.
hours.
Oh
Uh,
my God.
yeah,
See,
many
Six
times the
hours. I gotta be in
prosecution will
San
not
Diego
have
tomorrow.
enough
bad
evidence
decisions.
Yeah.
Goodbye, Chris.
Hey, let that
to get
man
it a
be.
conviction,
Good night.
Hey,
Good
Chris,
night, man.
I'm gonna
and
hit
Good
this
then if the
line in a
judge
second.
goes
night.
along with that,
Good night, y'all.
then they will come out with something like a RICO
Bye
action.
bye. Have a nice
Hey,
The
day.
GA,
RICO may not
do you
apply at
got
all,
Clubhouse
right?
handle? You here?
But
You
they
still on
use it
here?
to get,
I'm gonna
in
start
my
speaking in
estimation,
my after
to get,
hours voice and calling
to
you Big
get the
Daddy if you don't away.
Oh, this
jail
nigga
time. I don't.
disappeared.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. To get the jail time that the prosecution is looking for, they'll conveniently use a RICO that
Oh,
may
you're
not
over
even.
here speaking, bro. They can
Yeah.
barely hear
It may not
you.
even
Can y'all hear him
apply.
speaking?
Can you hear me
Loud
okay
and
now?
clear.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, okay. Go
Many
ahead.
times they will use the RICO as a scapegoat or as the illiteracy of both the prosecution and the judge. And if you have skilled attorneys on your team, say for instance, if, Attorney Malik Zulu Shabazz, if we go in the courtroom, we'll have both the judge and the prosecutor in the law books reading to get an appropriate response. If you come in the courtroom strongly, say for instance we're in Mississippi or South Carolina, we have been able to get convictions on law enforcement officers. It's making history right now. And as we go across with our President Ibrahim Traore and others,
in the network, we're changing the dynamics on the ground, changing the way that cases are being prosecuted across America and some parts of the world. That dynamic is growing in the Caribbean. We've been embraced by Trinidad. My imam, the Imam Yassin Abu Bakr, passed away, but his son has taken much of that work. And his son is much in tune with the modern times and network that is in tune with the President Ibrahim Traore. And so I put a little clip in the chat room just to show that there's new dynamics on the ground. Now, my full and complete intention as an ambassador is to make a rally bigger than a Trump rally. I know that's quite an undertaking, but we have been successful in gaining momentum, and we don't know where it's going to grow or where it goes. We're under the inertia of divine providence and the spirit of the Most Honorable Dr. Khalid Abdul Muhammad, and many of his tactics were extremely useful in freedom fighting. See, many people are in this thing in a different dynamic, and we tried to appeal to the people. For instance, last election, we went in and voted. Who did we vote? We voted Cornel West, and in the network of the Black Revolutionaries. Now he won that election. So now he has appointed us. We went into Tulsa, Oklahoma, and found the government told us and the Google that there were 300 massacred in the mm, massacre of 1921. Now, my staff, now we have uncovered, I have a 10-member staff that has uncovered um, well over 3,000 that were massacred. And then they took, to cover up some of their work, just to watch the cover up, they have built a baseball stadium over the cemetery of the black people. So all of this is coming out, and they have done the same thing here in Montgomery County in Washington D.C. They call it Queen Mary's Land. We have gone to the governor this week and checked him on the principle of this uh, veto. We call him Mojo the veto. He has vetoed some major legislation that the Senator Ellis, the black senator out of Maryland, has been working on this legislation for some amount of years. He come in as a new governor and used one of his first, maybe his only power to veto what the black people were working on, or some call them now modern days, they call it the melanation, or the melanated people were working on. So these things in the law, when you see RICO appear in, say, a prosecution of Atlanta, Georgia teachers were working on getting these young men, black men out of high school, and they tampered with the test. Well, the evidence is showing they tampered with the test. You never know in Atlanta, but and then they brought out RICO simply doesn't apply. So it goes to the illiteracy of to the letters of the law of the prosecutor and the judge, but got convictions and slammed them all in the slammer or in the jail. Got jail time for something that I'm not saying it's an honest mistake, but it was a favorable mistake that could have been handled in a different manner depending upon the judge and the prosecutor. So I land my plane on facts as I know them, but in these cases, be careful of the word RICO being used inappropriately, or a statute in the law that maybe applies to the Italian mafia, or money laundering, or handling drugs, or some other uh, mm, form of banned substances. But on that strength, we have to look at these things, and then who's being prosecuted. Uh, P. Diddy Combs, what this guy Kanye surfaced the other day and said, "Hey man, that looked like something was going on in my party." But see, billionaire to billionaire, he is just extending an olive branch, say, "Hey man, I think they're being a little hard on you. You get me with no goddamn bond. What the f is this? It's still his first time out, whether we want to agree or not." So Puff Daddy Combs was tried in the court of public opinion. You see, so it's hard to find a jury that's not affected by public opinion. Say if you went to pull a caper, you gonna take Cat Williams with you? So, so somebody's feeling like a yellow canary before they even arrest this man, and he should have been, I think, extended. he gained some momentum by saying, hey, I got a child home wishing me happy birthday. I'm not the total bad guy that you say that I am. Uh, I go to the club, I'm popping my own bottles. When you look at the Super Bowl, 4 or 5 of my superstars are out on the front line at the Super Bowl. So I'm not the total bad guy that you say I am, but he's vilified. Some say because of his melanation has caused them to vilify him even more. But what is the real evidence? It may not be according to what he has been charged with. So some of those things, the defense can produce reasonable doubt. For an example,
So are
uh,
you saying he should have got bail or what?
I'm saying he certainly should have gotten bail. Abercrombie and Fitch had very similar circumstances, similar charges, got
Mhm.
instant bail in the email, right? Am I right or
All right,
wrong
so let
to
me
your
ask you a
point?
question. Do you think, and I'm not being funny at all when I say this, but do you think the owner of Abercrombie and Fitch was using other inmates' not cell phone, other calling codes to call witnesses to intimidate them? Do you think he was doing that?
I mean, it could potentially be true. The evidence has not been proven in court, neither here nor there. But Abercrombie and Fitch had a certain network going in to the court, a certain amount of mm,
No, they
uh,
proved that in court. That's why he didn't get bail for tampering with the witness. He was using inmates' codes to make phone calls. That's how they caught him tripping.
well,
So
I
again,
understand what P Diddy said, but see, understand me. But he went in with
that's
no
making a
the
mistake, is what I'm
assumption of
saying, bro.
no
Like
bail
I
was
agree with what you're
given.
saying,
He
right?
was no
But
the
like
assumption
Nikki
of no
said,
bail
you do stupid
was
things, you get a stupid
because of the
surprise.
court of public opinion said yes, he should not have a bail. But the evidence, the law, you have to understand the comprehensive law does not create a condition. There's no preponderance of evidence to say that he should not have a bail for Sean Puff
No,
Daddy
I
Combs.
think I think you said it backwards, man. Like when the first couple of bail hearings was going on, the whole world was rooting for that man to get bail, right? Like it's only fair, like let him fight it outside. But then when you learn that you're doing goofy shit like tampering with witnesses and threatening and all that shit from inside. Like, bro, do you really want to come outside? Like, you're doing shit that's gonna cause you not to get a damn bill. So how are we supposed to feel learning you're doing shit like that? That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't think the dude of Abercrombie and Fitch is a horrible comparison because I'm sure he wasn't tampering with witnesses, right? Even if they do have the same similar charges, he gets to get out and fight his charges on the outside because he wasn't calling harassing no one, telling him, hey, you better not testify, hey, you better disappear, however the conversation went, right? That's why that dude didn't get bail.
I'm one of the lead investigators for the Black Lawyers for Justice. It's headed up by Dr. and Attorney Malik Zulu Shabazz. And I'm
Hmm.
not the very best in this work. I've done it for nearly, 40, 50 years of some of this investigative work, investigative reporting. I've analyzed presidents from Truman Eisenhower to this hour. I'm 72 years old with 7 children, 31 grandchildren, and 5 great grands. I don't have extensive knowledge, but I've looked at similar situations in the past.
Oh no, you got
And
extensive knowledge, and I definitely respect it. I hear it, but I'm asking you one question: as knowing all of that legally, are you still supposed to get a bail tampering with the witness? Yes or no?
you could potentially get it. I mean, if Trump can get 34 up and 34 down, fed and become president, anything is possible
So
under
you
this
guys keep using
political
these
system.
horrible
I mean,
analogies
other
that
guys
doesn't
have gotten
equate to the
off.
simple question. If you are in
He let out
jail and you
Anthony
are
Cohen.
going up
Anthony
for
Cohen
a
was released.
freaking bail hearing
Um,
and you're tampering with
Michael
the
Spitz
witness and they have
from the
proof of that,
military. There's a
are you
military
legally
man that
still supposed to get a bond?
was given because you're talking about pardons and et cetera and escape holes and all of these things. Fitz,
I never
the
said
guy,
pardon,
the high
sir.
up
I'm asking
government
you about a
official
bail.
in the military, I'm speaking specifically about those who've been pardoned with or without bail. It really ends up meaning the same thing. I'm going to get your ass out of jail. But the
Right.
bottom line is, again, these people have been let free. We have prosecutors here in Washington, D.C., Terrence Tattoo Sutton, who murdered a young man in the street in a vehicular homicide. He has been released from jail. So it just depends on who you're talking to and what you're talking about, who's going to be granted bail. Mumia Abu Jamal, certainly, our longest standing prisoner anywhere in the universe, is still in jail for just opening a goddamn co op. H. Rap Brown, Imam Jamil Abdullah Alameen, is in jail for murder that the prosecutor and the judge know damn well he did not commit. Never had the weapon in his hand that killed the Sheriff Kitchen in Atlanta. So it just depends on
Mhm.
who you're talking about. Exonerations and pardons, sir,
I'll give you that.
because
I'll give you
you
that.
know.
I'll give you
Yes,
that.
sir. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
You're
Yeah,
gracious.
I'll
but
give you that.
but
But I'm
Don,
gonna
Don,
let you
listen,
rock the mic. I
I,
want to just step in
he
there.
wasn't gonna get no bond, bro. With the details of this case, bro, ain't no way they was gonna let him out on
Listen,
bond, bro.
well, see, no, see,
Just with the
does the
just with the
law say he
details,
should not
bro.
have been
He
released
the
on
way
bond?
they was trying to paint him, bro, it's no way they was gonna let him get out on bond, bro.
Right, but what I'm
It,
saying is tampering with the witnesses. That is that
oh no,
legal
that
cause
definitely
for
didn't help. That didn't help at
Well,
all.
see,
right?
when you have
No.
been vilified, see, they have convinced the the world that you're guilty of something that they're about to charge you with, and then they go back and charge you. Then to me, they have set you up. That's a form of entrapment, which is illegal. So, depending on the circumstances in which he has been indicted and incarcerated, will
Y'all
determine the
good?
factor
My
of
bad.
the
I was on a
bond.
phone
So,
call.
come on.
Yeah, but
Oh yeah, we good, Brody.
he's a
Okay.
powerful dude. He's a powerful dude, and you no, and you got caught on the phone, which is what Don is saying. Like if it was a nail in the coffin, that was it.
That was
Like
it.
you know, you gave them ammo. They ain't have no ammo, but you gave them a reason to just say, nah, we good. Because I think
Because
they
he went
when
on record.
Hey, is Mickey up still real quick?
he gave them like 500 million or something like
Listen,
that.
no, listen, you listen. You was just finna hit it, bro.
Hey, real
He
quick,
went on
y'all. Over
record
there
about
on
the
Chatter,
second
is Mickey
most.
still up or on there?
Go ahead, kid. What you say?
No, I'm just asking on y'all real quick. Is Mickey still on there? Is he up or does he leave?
Her profile is here.
I'm barely up.
Oh, okay. Well, never mind. Okay,
Mhm.
it's okay. Go to sleep. You knocked out. I'll tell you. I'll talk to you tomorrow about it.
Oh,
My
oh,
bad. Yeah, yeah.
So,
want
so
to?
much of
You want me to go
it
into
will
private on
depend on
Clubhouse?
who is hoping that you
Oh yeah.
don't
Well,
get
come over
bond.
here. Yeah, that's
Who is
better. Come on.
All right.
who's
Good
standing
night,
All right,
y'all.
against
bet.
you getting a
All right,
bond
Nikki.
is more or less when you go in a system, whether it's in New York, or Washington, D.C. You have to figure out who exactly is against you getting the bond, from the
Oh,
local
OG, hold
up
on.
to the
Listen. So this
high.
is what I was finna say right before I forget. This dude went on record. You can Google this if it's Googleable, if that's even a freaking word. But he went on record, bro, for offering like the second most money for bail in the history of bail. This dude offered his whole Star Lake Island house. He offered some more money on top of that. Then he offered 24-hour house arrest, not to go anywhere, to have FBI, their own personal security, watch him. No cell phones, no iPad, no other. Like he offered the moon and stars and the quasars. Like it was a total of like a lot of millions. It was it
Yeah,
was it was like
50 million.
54 million
well,
or
the
something,
famous
bro. Like
Yeah,
he
yeah.
offered them the
rapper,
bag, and they were like,
No.
sorry.
the famous rapper
Yeah.
Tupac Shakur said something on the order of, "Now we here's his learning seat. Now we're looking at the real facts of who is standing against his bond." Will determine if he gets a bond. More than whatever the proof and evidence, it does not matter if the right people, or say a certain member of the elitists that could potentially be under the protectional list, meaning the alphabet soups. If that squad is stacked against you, it'll be extremely difficult, if not totally impossible, as we see in the case of Sean P. Diddy Combs, that it would be impossible for you to get a bond, even if you are uh, even if you are shown to be qualified to receive a bond.
No, you
So
got a point there.
yeah, depending upon what the influential, what you call the circumstances that are surrounding you being approved for bond by really it comes down to the judge over the case at some point. But what the evidence that the prosecution can present, and the evidence that the defense attorney that's appealing for the bond, see, when you got a dream team, when you got say a Johnny Cochran, F. Lee Bailey, and a stack of dreamers, then you have a better fighting team. For instance, Mike Tyson going to jail in Indiana, but if he brings in a New York attorney, you see, and he loses and goes to his ass to jail. But if Kobe Bryant goes in, he said, "Well, damn, there's a nice lady came in the court." He goes right down the street and hires a woman, very similar circumstance, very similar. And Kobe Bryant, see, he goes back, he's shooting a three now, right? So we have to look at how. Working smart against this system would be the most valuable tool that I would be able to lend to any of my melanated brothers, and especially uh, Sean Peter DeCombs. He has his own bottles. He's got his clothing line. He's got several rappers at the Super Bowl, other superstars that are rappers and non-rappers and tappers at the Super Bowl because of the influence of Sean P. Diddy Combs. So he has a great influence in the industry. So when Ye threw him an olive branch, he said, "Hey, what's up, Puff? Damn, it looked like my. Well, I thought that came out of my party."
Yeah, nah,
Meaning he
that
took
ain't a
the
good
olive
that
branch.
ain't a good example, OG.
I'm just
That
saying that because
ain't nobody
that Ye,
nobody listening to Ye right now, bro. That
you out of your
ain't
mind.
the Ye ain't
Fox
no,
News
that
was
ain't it.
on
That ain't
him,
it.
right?
That ain't it, OG.
No, no,
That's a
listen to
bad
the
one right
point
there.
though.
That ain't
You got to remember, the billionaire club didn't change because he did is in jail. Now these are billionaire club members are there, and he, whether you like him or hate him or think he's insane, Ye still got some pull out here. And I see Puff even coming back from this. So there you go. I mean, it's just a clear circumstance. If this buddy from New York,
oh
if this
Lord.
buddy Donald the Duck Trump, 47.5 can do it, then
I
why
needed
can't we
that
do it in
laugh.
the
That was
hood?
a good one.
And I'm going to tell you the evidence shows me this. I used to be down the hood and the FBI would be looking at us with some crazy stuff. But then a few weeks, we be looking back at him with the same shit. So we always got somebody spook is always behind the door. And I land my plane on the facts as I know him to be and say, my.
That's right. That's right.
Nah, you was cooking, man.
Well, when you got high tests, you tend to cook every now and then. But I'm an
Mhm.
ambassador now, so I'm moving my different job capacity and reaching out. I did put a clip in, and we are appealing to our brothers and sisters to either listen. And you got to just put on a red beret, but at least listen to this guy's giving you some genuine advice, social political advice to connect Africa and to connect these major cities where the same as not getting justice in the courtroom. Some of these tactics could very well open up a new venue for you. Say, for instance, H. Rap Brown, freeing our political prisoners. Someone should put some genuine juice in freeing Mumia Abu Jamal before he drops dead in a jail cell. H. Rap Brown before he drops dead in the goddamn jail cell. They gave us Marshall Eddie Conway. They dropped dead. They gave us Geronimo Pratt. He get out a few days. He dropped dead. They gave us Matula Shakur, and he drops dead. Are we gonna let our political prisoners rot or die in jail or wait until somebody like Tom Ridge, governor out of Pennsylvania, or somebody like George W. Bush that put thumbs down on Gary Shaka Sankofa? So they've known these things that these men have what we found to be a preponderance of evidence that they weren't guilty of anything other than the people amongst the elitists didn't like them because they were speaking up for the melanated people. But now it's becoming traditional to speak up for the melanated. Just the fact that Ibrahim Traore came in and shook hands with Vladimir Putin. But see, he looked like a giant then. Now, Putin is trained in the martial arts. He been dropping instructors and putting them on their backside. Uh, Vladimir Putin's on record for that. But when he comes up to Ibrahim, now he shake hands with a real man. Now that changes the dynamic all the way around. You see, because the intimidation, we see all of us on his team are standing 6 foot and rising. That's a great difference. See, when you bring a form of physical intimidation and then you bring a real fight game to and then your intellect is right and you got your rap tight and got your mind right with your rap tight. So that now things begin to stack in your favor. So that's what's called balancing the scales of justice. And justice must rain down, Honorable Dr. Martin Luther King said, like water, so that the righteous can rise up, so that we can team up. And now we're running like a mighty stream. It's shock and awe. So I wanted to make our rally as large, if not larger, than a Trump rally. Donald Duck Trump, 47.5, did not get into office because of his business, because of his political tactics. No, he got into office conducting a goddamn rally. So if we conduct our rally to be larger and more influential than a Trump rally. And that's what my intentions as ambassador is to let the justice rain down like waters so the righteous can rise up in the person of H. Rap Brown, Imam Jamil Abdul Alameen, in the person of Mumia Abu Jamal, the longest standing. What the hell did they arrested for? Wanted to open a goddamn co-op in the neighborhood in Philly. They leveled the goddamn block and got the approval of black uh, people that are still with it. They're not off the hook for that shit. There's a form of malfeasance if you continue to study the law. Malfeasance meaning you are paid on an elected official. You've taken some oath to represent the people. When you violate or vacate the trust of the people, and then this what you see now is the volition. When you see Ibrahim Traore, that is the volition of we the people. And he said, well, the judge asked, well, what did you do on your own volition? You're up here for armed bank robbery, and you were waiting in the getaway car. You okay? But see, you took your extra 10,000 and stashed it, and said, well, now I got 10,000. I'm gonna buy just. They busted me because somebody snitched and said I was driving the car. They never saw me. So now you up against say 9, 10 years for bank robbery. And you go into court, you go and do your 10 days in jail, you earn your little bond, you go on home. And then the judge said, well, oh, look at you. You went in 25 hours of community service. That's amazing. A bank robber with 25 hours community service. Then you went down and volunteered for so-and-so program. And you did this and did that. Judge said, okay, now what we're going to do for you, being you got your $10,000 lawyer, and you got you crossed you dotted your I's, bam, we're going to get you 9 years in the penitentiary. But I'm going to suspend uh, uh, 8.5 of those 9 years and give you time served. Huh? But if you slip on a goddamn banana peeling, I'm going to slam you back with that 9 years. And you go back and tell your buddies in cell block, hey man, I told you I was going to get justice. I had 10,000 stash, had a good lawyer. No, he got mercy from the court. So we have mistaken the mercy for justice. And we got to straighten that out.
Mhm.
For we the people, right?
Hey,
Mhm.
OG, have you
That's
have
some
you
cold shit right there, OG. Damn.
yeah, yeah. Hey, have you heard about that new prison system they about to implement or thinking
No,
about implementing
no, sir.
called Cognify?
Don't know anything about it at all, sir.
Oh, okay.
How's that run? I was a chaplain now for 50 years. You got to understand, you're talking to a guy that
Oh,
had
okay.
all
So they
9/11
got a new
criminals for
prison
about 50
that they
years
thinking
without
about
visiting. Go
implementing,
ahead.
and
How's it
it's a
work?
prison system that they can go in and operate on your brain, and within this operation they're gonna make you feel like you been to jail, but you ain't really go to jail. And it will is a is they put like something in your brain to make you feel empathetic for whatever crime you may have done, and they rehabilitate you.
Yo,
And
I heard about that. I heard about that.
yeah, it's called Cognify. You can look it up on the internet, and it
How you
changes your
say
body chemistry, it
cognify?
rehabilitates you, and it makes a 10-year sentence, and it shrinks it down to maybe 10 or 15 minutes. It's like a surgery that they have, and it's a they're giving you a choice to either do your time regular, or you could go have the surgery and do your time that way. So, I
Well,
mean,
well,
it's
they
just
tell
something
me
to go
what
look
next.
up. You know, it's a real thing too. It's not like a conspiracy
I
type
mean,
thing. It's called
so have
Cognify.
they have examples of it being used in anybody's system?
I don't know if they tried it yet on anybody, but they are in works. No, they have like a 2024 article. They started talking about it in 2024.
They call it again?
Cognify, Congify, I think. Cognify. Yeah, it's some crazy
Certainly,
shit.
certainly amazing to me, sir.
Well, it sounds dangerous to me. Anything with the brain is is dangerous to me. Sounds dangerous.
See what it is. The math. I teach and lecture sometimes at American University, and we talk about these things and what's coming out in new in criminology. And
Yeah, you should
see, the
definitely go do some
elitists,
research then, because
what put your footnote. Go ahead.
this is some new shit.
I mean, some brand new shit. Um, but I
Hmm.
mean, he could get approved by somebody's judge somewhere. You just never know. Depending upon again how the elitists receive, I call them mad scientists have been turned loose on America, and not just the, the COVID type stuff, but things that what you're speaking of. The Cognify could potentially be somebody's elitist science project. He said, "Why don't you try this? A little bit
Yeah,
of that.
exactly.
This is a Gates project, so they put up top security so nobody can get in or out till he completes experimentation. So he'll go to, say what they call John Hopkins, say Baltimore, and get him a few guinea pigs off the street, and he'll test this antidote with this against this serum, and come up with something. And he said, "Man, I can put you to sleep, and you'll come." I watched. I couldn't believe it. This dentist that was he would put you under hypnosis, and so one of my exes was a dental assistant. We go down to the office, play around. Sometime if we're on the way to lunch, and I be picking up my people for lunch. And so he said, "Watch this." He hypnotized the lady, went up under her thing, exposed her breast, found her with her breast, and did some other weird stuff, and snapped her back out, pulled the tooth, moved the tooth, whatever he did, and snapped her back out, and she didn't know nothing. She signed a paper to go under hypnosis to get a tooth moved or something. So this is very similar to what you're saying now that they can do something with the mind. But see now, this is the thing that
They could
how
go in there and do anything.
exactly they can change alter the
They could
mind
change anything. They could change your
through
viewpoint of life, basically.
basically what you're saying, yeah, through an environmental influence, they can
Yeah,
change your mind. And you had
yeah.
Tyrone, what is this guy, Johnny Guitar Washington say, "Baby, would you just change your mind?"
Hmm.
So mind altering. Mm, I guess can't say it's all drugs. It's something they're doing electronically with some drugs. Is that what you're saying?
It's an operation they have, and they go inside your brain and change your I guess it's some kind of thing they change within your brain to change the chemistry in your brain to make you, you know, just like with like psychoactive drugs, like what they do with the if you ever known somebody to take like Prozac or all the other
That Prozac,
antidepressants and
what
stuff
I'm
like that.
thinking.
You know, it
Yeah,
changes your the chemicals and stuff in your body. You
so
know,
therein lies the proof and evidence that they can change or alter the human behavior
yeah,
through electronics and certain psychotropic drugs, etc. And we watch that behavior change. That's what I said.
electroshocks. Yeah, you
You
remember the
watch the behavior.
electroshock they used to do to the brain?
So there are 3 or 4 ways to do it. Like you said, you can talk somebody into it,
Yeah.
and you can electronically shock somebody into it,
Hmm.
or into getting the desired behavior or the desired result. So it's extremely complicated. I mean, to me, and it's I mean the experiments. Somebody pays a whole lot of money. You got to have a whole lot of money to play the game, and then you got to have a whole lot of money to protect your vested interest. That's why I keep appealing to we the people, to the melanated people. You are on record for having $1 trillion budget. When we begin to conduct a behavior as though we have $1 trillion investment in our own vested interest. But then you have to have security on your technical end and security on your physical end. And that's the only mistake we made throughout the history in America. We did not put the appropriate protection on our own investments and our own vested interests. So you see today the bureaucrats, as you see out there doing, and then the elitists. But you go after one of them elitists, they got a certain brand of protection. They've hired the retired alphabet soup boys to protect their interests. And there's a certain circle, like you take a guy like burnout, like Newt Gingrich had a certain type of protection on him. when he violated, I did an investigation on Newt Gingrich, and he was, like you say, pimping hoes and slamming Cadillac doors. But he was the Speaker of the House, and mm, mm, mm. and he was married. His wife was on the deathbed, and Newt Gingrich uh, was having a big old house party. Speaking of the house, he's having a big old house party, and it got out. It leaked somewhere, and when we did the investigation, that we were in a township called Downingtown, Pennsylvania, to do a preliminary investigation on what do you do with a dinosaur computer. And one of the guys there, uh, he's driving the Porsche, he's wearing the jewelry, wearing the suit, he's the guy. And he said, man, well, that guy Newt Gingrich, he's no scholar, And of course, as a Muslim, I'm looking scholar is a station next to the prophets and the companions and some of the great scholars of the world and the poets and this next level down from the scholars is poet. So I said, what do you mean he ain't no scholar? He said, well, my son is taking this course from Newt Gingrich. And he's posing as a historian, and I warned Newt. I told him that we would, we didn't want no spin. We just wanted a straight history class, what he called it. And he said his son gave him a sign that Newt was spinning the history a certain way, and he wanted the guy investigated because he heard some stuff on Newt. So of course, that's what my team does is go find the goddamn speck on the bottom of a black rock at midnight. We looking for it, right? And we found that Newt Gingrich was laundering a little money. He was doing some RICO Act type shit, right? He was laundering him some money, wasn't reporting to the IRS. His position requires for him to report a certain way to the IRS or to his constituents, because if the Air Force One goes up and it has GW and some other people on it, right? And then maybe the vice on that, for instance. If that plane crashes, then Gingrich is, by proxy, he's the president of the United Snakes. So they want a full investigation on this guy. And once we did it, when the investigation was somewhat complete, we said, well, I said, first out of my mouth, I'm the only black man that I know of called for a congressional hearing on a top official and got that congressional hearing. And we conducted that congressional hearing. And we found Newt Gingrich to be guilty of the money laundering and pimping and doing stuff, unethical conduct as a Speaker of the House. We found that evidence. And we had, we found him and found him guilty. I mean, his Georgia boy cracker ass was going to jail. Excuse the expression, I'm sorry. But he was going to jail. And remember Bob Dole? Bob Dole, lefty, the guy in the left hand pocket, he bailed Newt Gingrich out. Newt Gingrich had $300,000 fine. They had frozen most of his assets, and he had been found guilty of something by a congressional hearing. He was done, and uh, and they barely bailed him on out. But don't you know, with all that criminality, all those criminal charges, some guy like at the back in the day, Rush Limbaugh or Sean Hannity or one of the, what's this guy, Bill O'Reilly, one of them guys, will still call him Mr. Speaker. You see, even though they know this guy's a criminal, been proven in a congressional court that he's a criminal, they still say Mr. Speaker, and some still call him a scholar. And to me, a guy like me, he ain't nothing but a bum. But they still respect Newt Gingrich, Georgia boy, a knucklehead. They still call him a scholar and Mr. Speaker. And worthless as a titty flaps on a bull hog to we the people, as I land my plane on the facts as I know them to be, sir. My. So these pertinent questions, it just depends on who you ask, Brother Jonathan, and is this Tyson? Yeah, it just depends on who you ask. If Tyson deserves a bond or if this or that, because they have created a circumstance. This is a phenomenon in the legal system, as OJ's case. But why does all the black men have to be, or the melanated men? OJ Simpson, Ara Kelly, Bill Cosby, a God caliber Bill Cosby, in a non-melanated state, he would have never been approached to jail in the person of Elvis Presley or Hugh Hefner or Donald or Duck Trump, or it would never be a question of jail time. And so we have to fight a different fight. But again, our international president, Ibrahim Traore, is making new dynamic. He makes inroads towards the people. It changes the dynamic in these court rulings, etc., are affected. And so, say if what's my man, Sean P. Diddy Combs, if he was to wear a red beret to court and put it on in front of his, that might make a difference in public opinion. It could. You see? See, I'm the black beret. I have merged the black berets with the red berets. And now somebody coming from Arizona, Mexico, and Las Vegas, California, and back into Texas and parts of New York, they got brown berets. Now the brown berets, huh? And the black berets and the red berets is coming in solidarity now. Oh shit. A lot of people get nervous about our movement. But that Black Panther is but the strongest thing that ever happened for us. You can't whip these guys with nothing weak. And that's my point at the mic. And I don't want to take your mic time. I'm definitely here just on standby listening. But when you got your RICO acts, et cetera, when it does or does not apply, in in the court of justice, in the Supreme Court level, for an instance, I don't know how many of you guys know Lefty Dillinger. Dillinger is a protectionalist for the whistleblowers, right? And when he came in there and seen Dillinger, Trump said, "You're fired." And Dillinger fired back. Said, "Fuck all that. I got my good ass government job." He told Trump, "Fuck you." Now he has a degree, I think, out of Princeton, or Duke, one of them. And now his point guard, the Solicitor General, keep your eyes pinned on Sarah Harris, etc., as they go in and out of the Supreme Court. They attempted to take it to the Supreme Court level and fire what I call him John Dillinger. He's out of that Dillinger family. That's John Dillinger's late great nephew. He's got a probably close to six-figure job, protection, the witnesses and protection programs, and people that whistleblowers, etc. And I think he come in with Joe Biden or one of them. He came in anyhow. He's in. Shit, he fired back and took his motherfucking job back. Slim, you got me? That's how you operate under these conditions. You got to get a brilliant attorney. You cannot go up there. He said, "Well, I'm going to represent myself." Well, he who has himself as an attorney, as you know the tradition, has a fool there trying to argue with a guy who's got degrees stacked up all over the wall on how to slam your ass. And he can pick any one of those statutes, whether it applies or not, and slam you, and there's nothing you can do unless you go and hire or have a good buddy like myself. Have your buddy as an attorney, then you may have some legal ground or produce for yourself a loophole like Giuliani produced those loopholes, and Trump can walk right on through. Andy Cohen would just create a loophole, boom, he can walk right on through. But you don't necessarily have to be brilliant to do that. You just have to be smart enough to make the right legal move. And what Muhammad Ali called it, your time. He said, "Well, I could just spend another counterpuncher." But my timing, see, your timing, for an example, if it does not fit, you must acquit. Johnny Cochran's famous strong statement has nothing at all whatsoever to do with the law. But the timing of the statement was appropriate. You see, and that frees a man when you have the right dream team, when you got the uh, evidence in your favor. You can walk a guy like OJ, well, guilty, participated or otherwise, when you have when you're working smart. But see, P. Diddy used all his forces, but he had a shabby ass legal team. That's the only thing that destroyed him. Malik Zulu's spots could have potentially now. I am telling you what the facts are. I'm jailing these goddamn crooked cops in Mississippi, and you can go on my newspaper and get the Eye of the Panther, and you'll see these news and views as known in Mississippi. And he's been all over Amy Goodman and Democracy Now and Then, all of those type of shows talking about how we slam these law enforcement. Well, they are they criminals representing the justice system. Yes, they are criminals, and we're exposing them for practicing heinous hate crimes against we the people, and we have jailed them, and a few of them been released, but many of them are still in jail to show our work across America now is freeing us from a peculiar brand of captivity. For an example, Dothan, Alabama. Some of you've heard of Dothan, Alabama. There's young men that travel a thing called I-10. The interstate goes from Los Angeles all the way over to Jacksonville, Florida. And I'm just saying to you that in a section of Dothan, Alabama, when it's late Alabama headed to Florida, across Georgia, and all of that, the young black men were set up. The Homeland Security administrators were involved in this, in putting forms of controlled substance, meaning dope, drugs in the car, and guns in the cars of youth that are collegiates just going to college. This is how much they are willing to do to set us up. And I think some of those officials are still working Homeland Security, have not been brought up on charges yet. But oh, you're on my goddamn radar. Don't think that these people are off the hook because they didn't get jail time or they got off the hook here and off the hook there. Don't think Obama and his administration is not off for the violation of international law when you go after the president and the family. That's just known, right? That's known fact. And so all of the villains that were produced by previous administration, especially the GOP and those guys, GW, Reagan, GW, his daddy, Preston Bush, and all of them, was it Prescott Bush, one of them, produced these villains in the person of Osama bin Laden. But a few months earlier, that was his business partner. But he didn't do something he liked. He vilifies the guy. Hey, do you know this Osama bin Laden is the worst kind? Do you know this Saddam Hussein is the worst guy you ever heard of? And they produce a court of public opinion on the villains that they want to put out. Saddam Hussein, Osama bin Laden. Then they go and get Muammar Gaddafi, who had been traditionally a friend to America all the way around. And they vilified him, say he's the worst. He killed some of his own people. He's got weapons of mass destruction. He's the worst guy you ever heard of. And they vilified him. By the time this guy Obama gets, so him and Hillary Clinton kill all there, basically. And they get them all, and then get America to cheer because see, this is the thing of Puff Daddy and what I'm showing you with Obama. If they vilify a person like Sean P. Diddy Combs, by the time he actually gets to court, they say, "Damn, y'all should have been got him." Well, all the things he did, but he never got proven that he did anything. Osama bin Laden ran out the French, the Russians, the British, and some more shit. The Russians ran them out of the mountains. And then the Taliban recently ran America up out of Afghanistan. What's the prize is the heroin, the poppy seed, etc. They have some vested interest there. And so they vilify those presidents, Kazi, any of those people that were standing up. And then when they go and wipe them out, they say, man, they should have got them guys, damn, last year sometime. So this is the problem, that they will vilify you a certain way in public opinion, so you can't find a jury pool. What's the chances of ever getting a um, a fair trial anywhere on God's green earth? Once they finish vilifying you, you're done. So now you have to have a dream team to get you out of that shit. And that's what I think that the problem with P. Diddy or with R. Kelly and Bill Cosby, they just didn't pick the right dream team to go in and slam these bastards. So you didn't get Hugh Hefner. You didn't fuck with Trump. Why are you fucking with me? I got the money, the backing, yeah. Same as Elvis Presley with all these guys. You don't even know who Jerry Lee Lewis is. Greatest womanizer they say of all time. And they didn't threaten him with no jail. All these guys And Hugh Hefner's dynasty and all them people with playboys and playgirls. They ain't threatening them. Do you think in your mind that anything is going on differently in uh, P. Diddy's party than a Cat Williams party or a Cat Williams party or a Jamie Foxx party or a Donald Duck Trump's party and a Jeffrey Epstein's party? And everybody come to party. Well, it's just that the melanation on P. Diddy makes him the worst guy. Not necessarily act because dude was, don't you know P. Diddy, as I bear witness, he did a little time at Coward or Howard University. And he was slamming these guys. He had political shit that was hot back in, I'm gonna call it 80s, 90s. And he was slamming those guys wall to wall on Twitter. When Twitter first came, go back and get the archives of Twitter. And he was slamming pretty good for himself as having a business and political ideas about how to do shit differently. So he didn't materialize out of the earth. He put in a little wreck in the right places. His dad and mom and them is pimping and playing and hoeing and drinking and doing, but he's putting some time in to get a few things in his favor. So he's a family guy, whether we want to admit it. What would you do if you had $1 billion and say 5 more acres? What would we do with reparations if Dr. Benjamin Banneker had $1 million and 5 acres? If Daniel Alexander, oh, I love him so much, who invented the folding chair, if he had $1 million and 5 extra acres, if Lewis Latimer playing around with the filaments in the light bulb had $1 million and 5 acres, if Garrett T. Morgan, who played around with the traffic light experiment, who set precedence in something, if our scientists and our regular people had $1 million and 5 acres, how would that change the dynamic on the ground? And I could basically land my plane on the facts as I know them to be. Can we get full consideration from her? Can we get justice from America? And if it is again a great nation, then does the pertinent cross-examination question, does a great nation allow the injustice that we know that has been practiced against the melanated people? What, does a great nation behave in that manner? Would a great nation let he did it and R. Kelly and Isley and Wesley Snipes and Bill Cosby, let them go down while Donald Duck Trump, Anthony Cohen, and Flint, that Army general, all these, with Roger the Dodger, here's a good one. Would a great nation allow Roger Dodger off the hook? Saw people that owe me money walking around inside of the goddamn Capitol, and they said, don't you believe your lying eyes? Shut up. Yeah, I do heavy because yeah, I do asphalt, concrete, and steel. I am a specialist construction engineer, and I'm sitting here telling you that these guys will play you out there for some concrete or some other type of work, and say you got $1 million contract, and you go into Donald Duck Trump and his network and say you gonna perform these duties. Yeah, we gonna take care of this, and say they owe you $250,000 on the first draw. They'll give you say $30 million. I mean, say 300. Say if he owe you $1 million, and they give you, he owes you $225,000. He might give you 300,000 or 400,000, and you go back for you perform the work, all the work's in place. You go back next draw, sir. He give you another 200, 300, 400,000, and you work close to the end of the contract. Boom, and you see a line of people say, "What's going on here?" Oh, that guy's wearing a nice looking suit. He's a sharp. What's going on today? Oh no, he's an attorney. What it is, we had to file this chapter. See, out of 11 through 13. And so the money, that's going to be retention money. Your other $250,000 is caught in a retention session, and it's a legal filing going on here. I said, what? So he set you up. And then with that, he put French dressing on, sent you to the golf course in Vegas and places. Sent you to golf course in Miami. That's a white only golf. That what Mar-a-Lago is, a whites only golf club. You just not allowed, Slim. You had not been invited by the elitists. And I'm telling you, that's what he did to my network. Uh, gave them extra another money on top of that to make you think, to get you excited. But at the back end of the contract, they shorten you. And then they could pay some other, play the laundry guy to do the rest of the contract. And you stand there catching a loss of a quarter million. Your company, a little company like this can't stand no $250,000 loss, man. So I'm telling you, it's tricks in the game that is not obvious. It does not meet the eye. But we know that those people that were lost, they punked, how many was it? They punked about 21 police departments. Do you know that Washington, D.C., the FBI has a police department? The goddamn Navy has a police department. The post office has a police department. There's a Capitol Hill police. And then there's a Capitol Hill on the police. The Secret Service has a goddamn police, believe it or not. It is weird. They punked all 20-some police departments up there and sent a few home in the body bag, the guy that didn't make it home. And then, don't you believe your lying eyes? And then when dude resurfaces, he let them all out. You see, everybody here is forgiven. These are criminal acts against the state, a form of treason and malfeasance at its e pluribus maximus. So don't be surprised at anything you see. And if you bet your money on, only thing I would bet on is that P. Diddy would get a different, a creditable, solid lead attorney, will smoke that shit out. And I land my plane on all of this shit because, you know, these partners in justice, it's not, Bill Clinton was up the same shit. He went and got the best attorney in the person of Vernon Jordan off the record. Jesse Jackson prayed Bill Clinton out of the certain trouble because when he had gotten too many Monica Lewinsky's in him, the paparazzi started following his ass around. So he said, I ain't wearing no paparazzi. I'll run to Camp David. That shit didn't work. So he called Vernon Jordan, will be a friend of Bill Clinton. He's a black attorney. The most phenomenal attorney I've ever seen personally operate was Vernon Jordan, head of the Urban League, and he had many other network organizations. But he was, again, as you go, when the blacks get too high, they'll call you vice president of marketing, as he did at Revlon or some other corporations. What is it? Cosmetic corporations, wherever he was. And so we had a contract to carry stuff from the white supremacy house or the White House post office to wherever it needs to be delivered. And we were signaled to pick up a package. Miss Lucy with the loose pussy was working for Bill Clinton, and she sent out a package marked for Vernon Jordan. So I was there in the right place at the right time to pick up that package. And it said, do not open Vernon Jordan, on it, confidential all over. But it had a seal loose in the right place. And I couldn't stop curiosity to open it. And it was indeed Monica Lewinsky in a blue dress. And the package signed by Bill Clinton himself saying, these are perfect. And that's the package that went from the White House post office over to Vernon Jordan's office, who again has an office in the Watergate. All the dots connected now, right? In the Watergate, which is off of down New Hampshire in D.C., right up the Kennedy Theater, all that area, where Vernon Jordan's office, and we took that package in. So I didn't know what that meant until it hit the news. But they didn't put Vernon Jordan in it because it was a package carried. But what Vernon Jordan did was work to get Monica Lewinsky out of the U.S. government and put her in the private industry. And that was Clinton's move to pipe down the Monicas. But now Hillary Clinton was asked, well, what about these extramarital affairs? What about this? And she said, what marital affair? What extra woman? I don't know what you're talking about. So she told that on CBS, which I think was the real straw that broke the camel's back, that destroyed your credibility. When you lie or flip flop in DC in public office, you're basically done. And I think that's what happened with them Clinton said that he was willing to lie. He said, I did not have. So again, that depends on who you ask. And that gives precedence to how you will answer the question. You see? And that's what's going on with the Clintons and the Trumps and who else is up there? And the blind justice and Vladimir Putin, Ronald the Reagan said, Mikhail Gorbachev, my friend, tear down this wall. Now, 47.5, in other words, Donald Duck Trump is going around saying we got to build up the goddamn wall. You see? And he's supposed to be a Reagan Republican kind of guy, but I don't see much evidence of Reagan. He had a little bit of something. They're both B movie actors. That's the thing you're quick to forget. They're not really politicians. They're B movie actors. They're acting like they write a civil rights act or a voters' rights act. It acts like it wants to be something real. Will say they're giving you juice, but actually giving you Kool-Aid. And you have to have the power of discrimination to figure out where the juice is and where the Kool-Aid is. And that's mostly all you have to figure out in modern politics because the proof and evidence has been made very clear. What is judge said, know ye the truth, and the truth shall make you free. And if you mess up any of those syllables or words, you're gonna mess up the rest of it. But if you get that statement right, you stand a chance of divine intervention to make the rest of the stuff right. But you don't believe enough in yourself to do that. But if once you get your belief system right, then you know ye the truth, and the truth shall make you free. And we need to be freed from a whole stack of social, political enslavement in modern times, technical enslavement to the system, to the idealism of appeasement that you think you have to appease somebody. You're going to please somebody that don't give a damn about you. That's one of the biggest mistakes we could make. And a peculiar brand of seeking to be politically correct has thrown many one of us under the bus. For an example, we had, uh, say, Colin Powell, J.C. Watts, Michael Steele, those kind of people that actually ran the GOP for a minute, believe it or not. But they were only temporary. Then guys like Slim Bob, he rest in hell, uh, Sean Hannity, Bill O'Reilly, those guys, Michael Levine, Michael Savage, I know these guys. Oh, yeah. Right? They got a team. Mark Furman is in that group. Reagan Jr. is in that group. And all is a bunch of them. Eric Prince is in that group. There's a bunch of them. Oh, you know them. And they have a vested interest of producing a certain environment. And those guys are protectionalists for some other elitists. And you get to your Rothschilds and your Nelson Rockefellers. That's why I was in the right spot at the right time, worked for Nelson Rockefeller for a while. And he said he didn't want any crash dummies on his payroll for real. So he gave us the option, and maybe may Nelson Rockefeller be blessed for doing this. Left a scholarship open to go to William and Mary College and get some good stuff out of Williamsburg, Virginia. They say he owns the town, but he certainly did own the place, the establishment I work for, and and we got a lot of good grants out of that. But we got good solid education. So when I left there, by the time I hit the Muhammad University level of education, as you did my number one scholar, Malcolm X, Alhaji Malik Al-Shabazz, Omar Wali, the freedom fighter, different kind of education. Number one debate at Oxford University in London, England. That's a good reputation. And other scholars, H. Rap Brown, scholar in his own right, but just wasn't taking no shit. Um, these things are creditable, but when I got that Black Panther education, I am telling you right on this line today, the best favor that you could ever do a human being on this earth is to get him that black Muslim education and that black Panther education is the greatest favor you could do for any human being on this earth. The proof and evidence, the WIC program comes out of the Black Panther study. The LLC program comes out of it. That government uses those things, stealing Panther stuff. Here comes Elon Musk with the X. That X belonged to Malcolm X and the most honorable Elijah Muhammad. And we come in for our intellectual and our social political properties. These are our properties. Putting your fist up. That's a Huey P. Newton fist. I can claim that property as a Black Panther. That's my property. I forbid Donald Trump to be raising his fist at a rally. That's a Black Panther fist. It's Black Power fist. Belongs to us. That's our social political properties. And we claim it in the name of the Lord. If you want to call him Jesus Christ, if you want to say David, Solomon, Ezekiel, if you want to go uh, from Genesis through the Malachi, from Matthew through Revelations, but that's our spiritual properties and our stuff. They violate. Elon Musk has no right to the X. And they say, I just got $1 billion over here. Then you owe me $500 million. That's right. They incurred a debt, not just the, was it Melania Trump? One of them Trumps stole a Michelle Obama. It told me she used the whole goddamn speech. I don't know. I wasn't there, but I just heard it through the grapevine. But these are the things. But they're willing to take our shit and not pay the going price. That is the problem. They have incurred a debt with we the people, and it's been ongoing from Benjamin Banneker in his hour um, mm, to Malcolm X in this hour. That X belongs to us from Elon Musk. That fist belongs to Huey P. Newton. That's our property, and we forbid them taking our political property without paying the debt. There's a price. You have to pay a price for that, and we charge them in this hour. And that debt is it's just like the debt clock in New York City. That thing is well into the trillions somewhere. I mean, somebody owes some money. But my investigator, again, I have a 10-member staff that says that the debt America owes is greater than its net worth or net value. Some of those dynamics are beginning to change. And I did go thumbs up, and he said that, well, he want the men and women to report to work Monday to get a check Friday. That was a good sign. But when the goddamn Black Hawk helicopter rises up out of that water and crashes with a American Airlines commercial flight, and it leaves 66 body bags less than a mile from the some call it white supremacy house over here, but less than a mile from the White House, 66 body bags. So let's look at that. I went into Asheville, North Carolina with a disaster relief team, and we helped the people that had problems with water, food, clothing, shelter, and no power in Asheville. And there's some still need some things there. Disaster relief. Uh, 30 body bags came out of Asheville area in that region of North Carolina at the time of the flood. Uh, if you go to Pacific Palisades and went out there to Altadena, California area, another 30 body bags. But there are 66 body bags at the White House. Huh? He mismanaged at the White House. He handled it. He said, if FEMA does not come to correct and make that record right, then they won't have jobs and checks on Friday. Now, if FEMA does not have their jobs, he said, better do your job or you will not have a job. And he said that the mayor, Karen Bass, mismanaged the crisis in Los Angeles in the fire. But he got to the white supremacy house and mismanaged the 66 body bags at the White House. He said DEI, critical race theory, all of that. When that president asked him, say, hey, look, got you here A golf book weighs 14 grams. And the president of the United States said, white farmers, white farmers. So he has conveniently played the race card, making it inconvenient for the melanated people. And we just want social, political get back. I want my 40 acres and my fucking mule. And that's on my record called We the People. But I land my plane on the facts as I know them to be. It was nice just chatting with you all, but uh, a blind eye to justice, it just depends on who you ask. And when they trapped Bill Clinton on that shit, he said, you people have to fend for yourself. I got So that's how it goes, man. Doesn't matter if Democrats or Republicans. All these white folks are together. It's just we're just appealing to the melanated people. Just get yourself together and be yourself. It's not any benefit at all being or attempting to be somebody else. And that's why the Asians and the Arabs have come a few thousand miles across these waters and they open a little convenience store down in the hood. It's just a sign or a symbol that you are the very best investment. In other words, the best investment is an investment in yourself. And if you protect that, like they protect Wall Street, now you're here as learning seat, and you're getting on to something that you should have been on. It's just like they say when they go after Saddam or P. Diddy or R. Kelly or anybody else. Oh, y'all just getting him? Y'all should have been had him when they went after Saddam Hussein and chopped these men down like they were. And like a mangy dog. I wouldn't do my mangy dog in that fashion. And America cheered this thing on. It showed the incentive. A great nation would never cheer for that shit, I'm telling you. You better examine who you are today and say, my, my, my.